Now, bitch, you better what? Bitch, you better work. Okay, cool. I see bot Riz already in the chat. Good. Let me do that real quick. Wait, no, not that. Yeah, that. Da da da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Let's see. Uh, what the fuck?
Criminalist. As always, I'm your host, Simon. I'm here, one of my writers, in this case, Kevin. Thank you, Kevin, has written me an episode, The Toy Box Killer, David Parker Ray. Brilliant. This is one of those stories.
Oh, there we go. Like, why the fuck is Baldy blurry? Give me uno momento por favor. What? Give me a second, lads and
It's
ladettes.
impossible to
Ah, Baldy,
properly.
shut up. Scared the fuck out of me. Dog. Holy shit, why is it lagging? Alright, there we go. Okay, wrong. Oh hey, I just realized something. That's funny. I just cooked some food and I'm actually eating a lean cuisine meal. That's funny. Wait, did I? Wait, no.
Detail without at least.
Uh, me a second. Uh, uh, give me a second. Uh, but no, what was I saying? Ah, my meal. I cooked something before, which I'm still letting down right now, but I cooked a lean cuisine meal, so that's actually kind of funny. I just realized that just now, so. Oh wait, I forgot. I gotta actually. Uh, down that going. Wait, hold on. Need to go. Um, there, there, there. What the fuck are the things around me? Second. There. Dog, why is Baldy not talking? Why really? Okay.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. At least some level of detail. It's a story of a serial killer who was never convicted of murder, yet is believed to have killed at least 60 women. Even worse, it's a story that might have gone completely undiscovered were it not for one victim's desperate attempt to free herself from captivity. Legends. This is,
Oh wait, no. I just realized.
often with the serial killers, right? Because it's like someone.
Actually, never mind. I'm not that one. I just realized that it was gonna be I know how it goes. So
All right, welcome back, everybody, to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. This one, The Boys on the Tracks, The Killing of Don Henry and Kevin Ives, written by Natica. I believe this is Natica's first script. Welcome, new writer. Let's just jump into it, shall we? If you're new here, I've never read this before. We're going to explore it together. Let's go. Stephen Scheuer, a seasoned engineer at Union Pacific, was nearing his 17th year with the railroad in 1987, having had a rather uneventful career. I think if you're a railroad engineer, though, having an uneventful career, there's like careers where you want it to be eventful because, I don't know, it makes it more exciting, or eventful means successful. But if you're in engineering, it'd be like, I feel like, that space shuttle that disintegrated. It's like that was an eventful day for NASA engineers. That when you're an engineer, eventful is not what you want. Like on time, on schedule is what you want.
Yeah, that is true. Hold on.
He was intimately familiar with the northbound route from Texarkana. As the train rolled through the early morning, Stephen expertly maintained the brakes. A bit of extra effort was required to keep the train at the federal speed limit of 55 miles per hour on the northeastern leg. The terrain was generally flat between Hope and Hot Springs, but as the tracks passed through Bryant and Alexander, they sloped downward towards the river and Little Rock beyond. In the days before computerized automation, there were always three men in the lead train. Brakeman Danny Delamar, stationed at a console behind Stephen, assisted with the steep grade, diligently monitoring the gauges. Jerry Tomlin was also present, scribbling notes and handling paperwork while topping up his co-workers' coffee cups. Eventually, everything about the trip was perfectly ordinary until just after 4 a.m. when the train crossed the Shobi Road crossing. As the train approached the small trellis bridge over the then dry and typically trickling Crooked Creek. It's a hell of a sentence. Also, how is it dry and trickling at the same time? Oh, I see. It's dry, but normally it's only trickling. I see. Danny noticed. Danny's the brakeman. Right. Something on the tracks. He stood up for a better look, prompting Jerry and Stephen to do the same. In the life of an engineer, any potential obstruction on the rails is cause for concern. Despite having their train's main lamp set to its brightest setting, they couldn't discern what lay on the tracks until they were just over 100 feet away from the dark spot. It was then that they realized the gravity of the situation. 100 feet, what is that, like 30 meters? And you're on a train, that's traveling at 55 miles per hour. You slam on those brakes. 30 meters? Surely there is absolutely zero shot that you're stopping in time. Oh my god! Stephen shouted as he returned to his seat, urgently engaging the emergency brakes and blowing the whistle. The cars behind the engine jolted against their couplings as the brakes screeched and sparked. The three experienced railway workers were aware of the risk of a derailment or a pileup, but they had to take action. There were people on the tracks. Despite the cacophony and the bright light, the two figures remained motionless, not even blinking. Jerry abandoned his paperwork and rushed to the nearby intercom mounted on the wall of the rear of the cab. "Big hole!" he shouted, signaling the engineer to apply the emergency brakes and warning the relief personnel in the
Bacon Man, I hope you die.
caboose to brace themselves. I guess this is some train people's term. Big hole! I shouldn't be laughing. There's about to be a terrible accident. The cargo train continued to rumble and screech toward the two figures lying on the track. To the men in the engine, it felt like an eternity. It was only about 90 feet from the figures, and they could finally make out the details. These were boys. One was shirtless. Both were lying side by side between the rails, their faces tilted toward the sky and their legs concealed beneath the green tarp. Stephen never took his eyes off the boys. There was never any movement, he would later say in interviews. There was no flinching, even with the whistle and the train bearing down on them. Their feet were on my side of the engine, extending across the rail, and I remember noticing their feet were in a totally relaxed position. That's the thing that caught my thoughts, was how completely relaxed they were. They're not relaxed. My feeling is that the reason people would look relaxed in this situation, the only possible explanation is because they are dead. Like, no one's got a train barreling towards them like 100 feet away at full speed, or 55 miles per hour or whatever, which seems quite slow, but is fast for a train, to stop in 100 feet. The only reason you'd be relaxed in that situation is because you're dead or unconscious. Just before we continue. And the thing that caused me so much problem afterward was the fact that they didn't.
Yeah, fuck you, Baldy. You ain't getting no fucking ad off on my stream. Fuck you. Baldy thought.
Didn't flinch, they didn't jerk, they didn't move at all, either one of them, with all of it happening, all that noise, all of it coming down to them. To me, they looked as relaxed as a boy sunbathing on a beach. The sickening thuds of the train running over both boys shook the men to their cores. Oh, God. Worse yet, objects struck by the cowcatcher.
I've always thought that, though. If you're gonna kill yourself, don't do it on some fucking tracks. You're a dickhead. You know damn well you're about to scar somebody for life. But you don't give a shit about that.
Typically thrown aside, but objects run over by trains are dragged along and crushed repeatedly beneath the engine and cars. Despite their best efforts, they knew the boys were dead. You can't defy the laws of physics. Bringing a 6,000-ton freight train to halt in just 100 feet at a speed of 55 miles per hour was impossible, and it would require another half mile to bring the train to a complete stop. This was a morning that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. In that situation, I mean, I know the reaction is to throw on the brakes, but you're like, it's not going to make a difference. They're 100 feet away. What's the point of even having a light if you're like, the light can only see 100 feet ahead, and you know it's going to take half a mile to stop your train? Like, what's even the point? You're just going to be like, hey, everything's going to be fine. Why do you even need brakes? Sunday morning. Around 5 a.m., Curtis Henry shook his wife awake as she lay in bed. He had been up since roughly 4 a.m., listening anxiously for any sign of his son and Kevin returning home after their late-night adventures. Marvell let out a sleepy groan and slowly opened her eyes. Curtis said, "Something doesn't feel right," and promptly got out of bed. He dressed swiftly, pulling on his boots and securing his Little Rock Electric Company cap. Curtis then made his way to the front door of their trailer home. His son's Firebird and Kevin's Camaro were parked in the driveway, untouched. Without hesitation, Curtis descended the steps and got into his car. He embarked on a determined search, driving back and forth along routes where he thought he might find the boys. The sun began to rise as Curtis found himself near the Shobi road-level crossing, where he encountered a local sheriff's deputy. Concerned about Don and Kevin, he inquired if the deputy had seen a couple of teenagers wandering around. The deputy's response was tinged with suspicion. "Who are you looking for?" Curtis clammed up, fully aware of the nature of the boys' activities if they were still out, activities that were decidedly against the law. Uh-oh. What are they up to? When was this, 1980s? I kind of assume, like, if they're boys and they're out, they're, like, smoking weed or something. But if my kids were missing and the police were like, "Where do you think they are? Why do you want to know?" I'd be like, "I don't know, maybe they're out smoking weed." And the policeman would be like, "Oh, they shouldn't be smoking weed, should they?" But he's still going to go and look for them. The Arkansas Game and Fish Commission had been cracking down on hunting practices that were out of season or prohibited. Oh, okay, so they're doing some illegal hunting. I'd be like, well, they might have been out hunting illegally. And the policeman will be like, "Well, that's very naughty," but he'll go look for them. Curtis often found himself at odds with these newer regulations because many of the traditions in his family didn't quite match up with the official deer hunting season and approved methods. One such method, taught to him by his father, is called spotlighting. When you go spotlighting, you usually team up with a buddy who shines a bright light to temporarily blind targets, making it easier for the hunter to nab one. Don and Kevin, from time to time, would head into the woods after dark with a .22 rifle and a powerful flashlight to hunt rabbits. Really? There's like a hunting season for rabbits? They're rabbits. Aren't they basically just... Are rabbits like rodents? Aren't they just like fancy rodents? Like...
Hello, how are you? If you're gonna ask for a huge, the answer's no.
Why? I assume this would be like for protecting deer or bears. No one's hunting bears. But this, you know what I mean. Like big animals that people like. People like rabbits, but there's loads of them. Like breeding like rabbits is a thing. Aren't there just loads of rabbits? What Don and Kevin were doing went against two important regulations. Night hunting being prohibited and the use of artificial lights to view or locate wildlife. These rules had a few exceptions. Within the open hunting season, certain nocturnal species like bobcats and raccoons could be legally hunted at night if they were treed by a dog. Treed by a dog? What does that mean? Like the dog? That's a word I don't know. Treed. Let's look it up. T-R-E-E-D. Look up. Sapling. Planted with trees. Oh, for some reason it's giving me the definition of tree. That's not what I wanted. This method involved a hunting dog scaring the animal up a tree, after which the hunter uses a small caliber rifle to take the shot. Typically, this is practiced by those seeking pelts or taxidermy trophies. Additionally, spotlighting was allowed during open seasons for bullfrogs and alligators. Yeah, I feel like with these animals, Whereas aren't bullfrogs like the invasive species, and alligators are alligators. I feel like when it's like someone doing a service by getting rid of like invasive species or like alligators or whatever, they're just like, yeah, I mean, the hunting rules don't apply to them because it's like, that's just fair game. Breaking regulations is considered a Class 1 offense, often resulting in fines of $100 and jail time of up to 30 days. The other regulation is more serious, classified as a Class 4 offense, carrying a minimum fine of $750 and...
What am I doing? Wait, what? Just farming on all 4 accounts. This one I'm trying to sell stuff. These 2 I just have hatching in the millionaire world area, and this one I'm trying to get pets for, what is it? The other shit or whatever. That makes sense. I'm just trying to get the dino world.
A jail sentence of up to 180 days. Wait, so like night hunting is less of an offense than shining lights in animals' eyes? These regulations have remained remarkably unchanged since the 1980s, and Curtis Henry was well aware of their implications on that particular day. Well, I mean, if it's like a maximum of 6 months in jail, isn't that like when you go to the movies and they're like, don't be filming this, you could face a fine of like $1 billion and life in prison? It's like, yeah, but that's not happening to anyone.
Downloading films is stealing. If you do it, you will face the consequences.
It's like they're just going to get in a bit of trouble. Like, I feel like these guys are going to get in a bit of trouble, and that's kind of like it. So it's worth telling the police, like, I think they might have been night hunting because they're missing, and I'd like to find my kids. That'd be great. Or his kid and his friend or whatever. While many viewed Curtis' actions as suspicious, understanding the financial and legal consequences that his son would have faced makes his lack of cooperation with the police seem more reasonable in my opinion. Moreover, the enduring adherence to outlaw codes in the region added another layer of complexity. In this context, it made perfect sense that Curtis would not betray his own family. You don't inform on your kin. August the 23rd, 1987, began peacefully for Linda Ives. Her husband Larry had departed for his Union Pacific job that early morning. An engineer operating the route between Little Rock and central Missouri, he wouldn't be back until the following day. Similarly, his daughter, Alicia, had left a few days earlier, heading back to Fayetteville for her sophomore semester at the University of Arkansas. Kevin, her son, was also away, having spent the night at his closest friend's Don. So this is the other family. These 2 teenagers were inseparable, attending the same school and sharing a variety of interests, such as tinkering with cars and hunting. Linda had decided to devote some time to sprucing up her kitchen, so she happened to be right next to the phone when it rang around 10 in the morning. On the other end was Curtis Henry, Don's father. Are Kevin and Don with you? Curtis asked, trying to not sound worried. I thought they were with you, said Linda. It was at this moment she knew something was wrong. Curtis openly admitted to allowing the boys to go hunting the previous night, a revelation that didn't sit well with Linda. She strongly disapproved of their unlawful late-night hunting activities. Don knows his way around these woods, Curtis reassured her before ending the call. He then resumed his search with a newfound determination after checking in on his daughter, Gayla, and calling Linda one more time to say that he'd keep her informed of any developments. Meanwhile, Linda paced anxiously and fretted in the eerily empty house. Tension weighed heavily on her. I'll give that boy a piece of my mind when I see him, she muttered to herself. Despite her resolve, she took a deep breath and continued with the back-to-school chores that she'd planned for the day. However, the worry continued to gnaw at her. Oh God, I remember like back-to-school chores where it'd be like, yeah, get a new pencil case, put the pencils in there. I hated that because all it reminded me is that I had to go back to school after like 9 weeks of summer holiday or whatever.
No, not yet. I have to have a summer romance.
You're like, don't want to. I don't want to do maths again. No. Kevin was a young man known for his helpfulness and thoughtfulness. He had recently gone from stocking shelves at a local Safeway to working as a carpenter's apprentice. Even though he wasn't particularly imposing, standing at about 5'10", he possessed a muscular physique from years of playing football and hitting the gym. 5'10's not that small. I'm 5'11 and a bit. And I'd say, like, I'm a normal-heighted person. It's a slightly above average in height. Just a tiny bit. When holding her son's shirts fresh from the dryer, Linda reminisced about a silly game Kevin would often play with his nieces. They would pester him to show off his muscles, and initially, he would act dismissive and annoyed. However, he would inevitably crack a grin and start striking comical strongman poses, flexing his guns. This responsible yet light-hearted young man had never caused his mother to worry like this before. Well, almost never. Linda couldn't help but feel uneasy about not knowing the Henrys very well. Kevin and Don had only recently started hanging out regularly in the past 6 months. Wait, I thought they were okay, so they're just new friends and now they're inseparable. As she neatly stowed away the freshly folded laundry in her son's bedroom, Linda began to blame herself. Curtis Henry had lost the boys before the first time she had allowed Kevin to spend the night with Don. On that occasion, he called her in a similar manner, asking if the boys were with her. Kevin doesn't sound very responsible. It's like, oh no, well, yeah, he went over to a sleepover at his mate's house, and we lost him. Is he with you? It's like, no, Kevin, he's with you. And I wouldn't be like, okay, yeah, just go round to Kevin's house again. I'd be like, no, Kevin seems irresponsible. Don't go to his house. He'll lose you again. You remember what happened last time? Don had an argument with Curtis, ultimately resulting in Don and Kevin leaving to spend the night at another friend's house. Needless to say, Kevin's parents were pretty pissed. Kevin had been confused by his parents' reaction at the time, but with further explanation, he grasped the gravity of the situation. Aside from Linda's distress, Larry had taken time off work and lost out on his pay to search for their son that day. Subsequently, their son offered a heartfelt apology and promised that it wouldn't happen again, and the incident had been quietly put behind them. However, this sense of calm was disrupted when Kevin called home at around 9 p.m. on the 22nd of August, requesting to stay the night at Don's once more. Linda's response had been an immediate and firm no. Okay, good for you, Linda, because that's exactly what I would have said, but how did he end up staying there? Everything's okay, her son assured her. Don and Dad are fine. We're just up here on Gia, a suburb of Little Rock, messing around and talking to people. Linda told Kevin, I don't want a repeat of what happened last time. Later that evening, Linda called Curtis Henry. I'll have the boys back at midnight, it promised, and I'll call you if they're not. Linda's emotions were in turmoil. She felt a mixture of anger towards Curtis for not keeping his promise, frustration at Kevin for landing them in this predicament, and deep concerns for the boys' safety. She sat on Kevin's bed, attempting to regain her composure. A nagging voice in the back of her mind urged her to grab the phone and dial the police, but she never worked up the courage. The phone at the Ives' house rang around lunchtime, and it was Curtis on the line. However, his usual calm and dismissive demeanor had vanished, replaced by sheer panic. Curtis urgently told her to come quickly, uttering words that left Linda initially bewildered. She felt a flicker of relief at first, but as the seconds passed, a growing sense of dread settled in. What did Curtis mean by shot and tied to the railroad tracks? Well, it sounds like they were shot and tied to the railroad tracks. That's what it means, and I'm not sure why you'd feel relief. You'd be like, oh, it's been shot and tied to the railroad tracks. You're like, oh, whew. And now this dread is coming over me. I wonder why that would be. Curtis's words seemed unbelievable, as if he'd lost his grip on reality, but the fact remained, the boys were still missing. Overwhelmed by anxiety and unable to concentrate, Linda found herself incapable of jotting down the directions Curtis attempted to provide over the phone. In her distress, she had to reach out to her neighbors. They took down Curtis's directions and, seeing Linda visibly shaken, promptly drove her to the Henry residence. Linda's face bore a mix of relief and lingering worry as she spotted her son's and Don's cars parked in the Henry's driveway. Her tight expression mirrored the barely contained concern that had gripped her. It's okay, you don't She's like, no, I'm trying to stay composed. It's okay not to be composed in a moment like this. You'd be like, what is going on? What were you talking about? When the car pulled into the driveway alongside the boys' vehicles, a Saline County Sheriff deputy emerged from the house, addressing Linda through the car window. With a swallowed breath, Linda Ives managed to croak out the question, where are Kevin and Don? Deputy Talent responded, why don't you come inside? Marvell Henry sat in silence within her house, her thoughts weighed down by the gravity of what Curtis had relayed to her earlier. As a nurse at the Saline County Memorial Hospital in nearby Benton, she was no stranger to the concept of death, but the news had left her profoundly shaken. Despite the challenges and complexities that often accompany the role of a stepmother, her love for Don had never wavered. She fondly recalled how the young man had embarked on a sort of apprenticeship under his father at the electric company. They'd spent the entire summer leaving the house together every weekday morning, both wearing matching Little Rock Electric Company caps. That was a small but poignant detail that had unmistakably confirmed Don's identity 30 minutes before. And now it was Linda's turn. Deputy Talent maintained a composed and comforting demeanor, but Linda sensed the gravity of what lay ahead. Yeah, you know what's up. Like, if a cop comes to your door and is like, and someone you know is missing and says, can I come in? You might want to take a seat. It's like, you know what's up. I get a little chill down my spine even thinking about that, because you're like, oh God. Oh God. It's like when you get that phone call from someone that you're not expecting a phone call from. It's like, why is this person phoning me at this time? What's up? It's like, hello? And it's not good news. It's not very often good news, is it? Nevertheless, his next question hit her like a shockwave. What do you remember Kevin wearing when he left home? Memories rushed in. His shirt and jeans, those distinctive high-top Nikes, and the gold chain that seemed a permanent fixture around his neck. Deputy Talent carefully broached the difficult news that he had to deliver. He was certain they had discovered her son and his best friend Don earlier that morning. They'd been run over by a freight train. The relief that Linda had briefly felt outside the Henrys' trailer home had dissipated, and it would never return. Funerals and a mystery. By Monday morning, both sets of parents were beginning to confront a harsh reality. Their beloved sons will not be returning. Just before lunchtime that day, Linda Rives picked up the phone and was greeted by the voice of a police officer. He inquired where they would like the body sent. Confused, Linda sought clarification. What do you mean? The officer replied in a matter-of-fact tone, "What mortuary, ma'am?" It was then that he delivered the grim conclusion reached by the medical examiner, a conclusion further solidified by dental records. It was confirmed it was Kevin and Don killed by the freight train. With the confirmation of their identities came a crushing burden with a million questions no parent is ever truly prepared to face. What kind of coffin would you like? Who will deliver the eulogy? Where do we get the money to pay for the funeral? Kevin's burial took place swiftly. Tuesday became a day of mourning for the tight-knit community of Bryant. Friends and family gathered at the funeral homes for a brief service featuring a simple eulogy punctuated by a tinny cassette tape rendition of Led Zeppelin's Stairway to Heaven. It was Kevin's favorite song. Amid the grieving, Linda and Larry found themselves in a heart-wrenching meeting with the train crew. Larry, sharing their sorrow as a fellow engineer, had crossed paths with these men before. They operated on a different section of the same Union Pacific line. Words were utterly inadequate in the face of such an unthinkable tragedy. It was one thing to grapple with the anguish of the train accident, but it was an entirely different level of pain to personally know the father of one of the young victims. Wednesday was much the same for Don's family and friends when they gathered at the funeral home. On both days, the mourners found themselves besieged by a horde of journalists armed with video cameras and microphones. The tragic story, initially broke by Clark TV from Little Rock on Sunday evening, had triggered a frenzied competition among every news outlet from eastern Oklahoma to western Mississippi, all vying for a piece of the latest breaking news pie. The Ives and Henry families, along with their close friends and relatives, were understandably offended by the situation. Yeah, like, press showing up at a funeral, it's not respectful. And I know, like, press not always the most respectful, but it's like, come on, these people's kids died in a horrible accident. Or maybe what wasn't an accident. It had been just a few days since the boy's passing, and the intrusive media presence came across as deeply insensitive. It came across that way because it is deeply insensitive. While the families themselves were searching for answers amid their grief, it was abundantly clear that thrusting microphones and shouting questions at mourners was far from the most effective approach to uncovering the truth. The information that started trickling in was also downright bizarre. The entire incident was so morbidly strange that it quickly captured the attention of the entire state, particularly when the police report hit the public eye. The initial description from the first deputies on the scene had described the deaths as an apparent accident. This alone should sound suspicious, even if you hadn't just tuned into a true crime show with the word killing in the title. I mean, who accidentally falls asleep on train tracks as if they were a sofa? Curtis Henry's theory that the boys had been tied to the tracks turns out to be off the mark, but he was desperately trying to make sense of why they'd even be there in the first place. After all, Don had more sense than to wander around train tracks at night, and Kevin, being a train engineer's son, was well aware of the dangers posed by the rails and the trains that ride them. They'd gone out of their way to steer clear of them whenever possible. So what had changed that behavior? The state's medical examiner, Fahmy Malik, dropped a bombshell. Kevin and Don had elevated levels of cannabinoids in their system at the time of their deaths. The deputies, collecting evidence from the crime scene, had found 1.9 grams of marijuana in the pocket of Kevin's pants. Now, despite the vehement protests of Kevin and Don's parents, there's some evidence suggesting that the boys dabbled in a bit of recreational wacky-backy from time to time. Okay, well, I mean, like, let's say they bought, a standard 3 grams of pot, and then they smoked 1 gram. That's not going to be enough between two people to be like, let's lie down on the tracks and have a nap. How much? No.
What are you doing? I'm so high. Nothing can hurt me. No!
Marijuana kills.
An unnamed friend of Kevin's once approached Linda, candidly remarking, Kevin and Don did smoke a little dope. A lot of us did, but you don't kill yourself when you get high. The Sunday that Kevin and Don's bodies were found, Curtis Henry reached out to an old hunting companion for a rather unsettling favor, to venture to the tracks and assess the scene. They'd embarked on numerous hunting excursions together, and Curtis was well aware of his friend's strong stomach, a trait undoubtedly beneficial for investigating a crime scene. The man reluctantly consented to parting from the Henry residence with a solemn expression etched across his face. Several hours later, he returned. "Curtis," he began, his expression revealing his unease. "There's not any blood down there to speak of." And this raised a perplexing question. How could 2 young men be dismembered by a train and leave behind only minimal blood? Much like Linda couldn't fathom the idea of Kevin, as the son of an engineer, recklessly lying down on the tracks, Curtis struggled to accept that Don had discarded his prized rifle in the gravel. Don had held his firearms in the highest regard, tending to them with an almost religious zeal. He even avoided placing his guns on soft grass, such was his reverence for them. Curtis Henry staunchly refused to believe that this hard-working and carefree son would have taken his own life, let alone allow his gun to be ground into the gravel beside the railroad tracks. It pointed to the involvement of a third party, a notion that seemed increasingly plausible. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I'd think that right away. I'd be like, I don't think it's suicide. There's no indication of that. Also, what a crazy way to commit suicide. Also, there was no flinching. I think someone drugs them or whatever, or knocked them unconscious and put them on the rail tracks, or killed them first. Incompetence, or worse.
No way that happened.
Just a week before the state medical examiner issued his official report, the deaths of Don...
Usually I'd watch an episode of his that has more to do with, like, serial killers, but the reason I wanted to watch this one real quick is because I've seen the story before from, what's his name? Goddamn Wendigoon.
Henry and Kevin Ives were provisionally labeled as accidental. The lack of supporting evidence for foul play at the scene and toxicology reports showing marijuana in their systems deeply unsettled locals and the boys' parents. The official story just didn't make sense. When you consider the account provided by the 3 railway workers who found them, it raises the question, what were the chances that 2 young boys would mysteriously lose consciousness in the exact same position lying on the train tracks, with a gun and flashlight neatly placed beside them and a tarp covering their legs? All 3 railway workers had consistently reported that the boys were partially concealed beneath the green tarp. However, when the sheriff's department conducted their examination of the scene in the hours that followed, no such tarp could be located. Perplexingly, they ultimately concluded that the tarp simply didn't exist. While countering a single piece of one witness's testimony might be considered reasonable in many situations, these officers had also left one of the boys' feet at the scene for a full 2 days. Bro, that is not good. Like, really? That is sloppy as fuck. In a damning moment captured by Cark TV's breaking report on the case, sheriff's deputies were seen unceremoniously loading Don and Kevin's body bags into the back of a pickup truck. One of the officers climbed into the back of the truck, casually standing on one of the body bags while helping to load in the others, as if it was a sack of potatoes. Bro, what are you doing standing on a dead body? Like, I understand, like, it's a dead body. It's like a bag of meat. But still, come on. It's like, people are watching. You gotta be respectful. Such glaring lapses in police competence have left many pondering whether police bungling might have caused the tarp and other crucial clues to go missing. Despite impassioned pleas for a more thorough investigation in the presence of numerous loose ends, the Saline County Sheriff's Department opted against reaching out to the Arkansas State Police and swiftly closed the case. However, the parents of the boys, along with a handful of their steadfast friends and neighbors, refused to yield. In the aftermath of the funerals, they meticulously combed the terrain surrounding the tracks where the boys had been found and stumbled upon some intriguing discoveries. One notable find was a large piece of thick particle board bearing a dark stain. This was located just within the tree line on the Alexander side of the tracks. Additionally, they came across some parts that appeared to be from a gun. Recognizing the need for proper analysis, Curtis journeyed to Little Rock to hand over these potential pieces of evidence. He was well aware that the local sheriff's office lacked the necessary equipment. There, Lieutenant Frank Mitchell of the state police, along with Deputy Talent, took custody of these items. However, months later, when the families inquired about the submitted evidence, they were stunned. The clerk said that no such evidence existed. This is really suspicious. Like, all of this stuff is now like the police incompetence. This is like, it's going from a level of just like, wow, super incompetent police to being like, is there some sort of cover-up going on here? Because the incompetence is insane. Like, surely no one's that incompetent. There must be something going on. Although, as we often see, it's like, no, it's just super incompetent police. Like, what happened to the evidence? We lost it. Like, on purpose? No, we're just a bit shit, in my opinion. A week had passed since Don's funeral when the families decided to pay a visit to Dr. Malik, the medical examiner. They sat in a meeting room with the Arkansas State Crime Lab, their collective tension palpable. They were prepared to hear something unsettling, they just didn't know what it would be. Malik burst into the room, warmly greeted everyone in his distinctive Egyptian accent. Before they continued, the medical examiner made an unusual request: photographs. The couples were taken aback by this odd demand, but soon acquiesced. They formed a line, permitting Malik to capture their Polaroid images. Oh, he wants their photos. I thought he wanted photos of the victims, the kids, before obligingly signing forms that confirmed their presence at the meeting. With these perplexing procedures behind them, Malik placed several manila envelopes on the table and commenced his presentation. What is going on? To quote him, at 4:25 a.m. on August the 23rd, 1987, Larry Kevin Ives, 17, and Don George Henry, 16, were unconscious and in a deep sleep on the railroad tracks under the psychedelic influence of THC, marijuana, when a train passed over them, causing their accidental death. Linda was the first to make her confusion known. What did you mean by psychedelic influence? Malik appeared perplexed for a moment before explaining the level of marijuana in the children's blood was very, very high. How high? Like, they had 1.9 grams. Everyone buys like 3 grams, right? Isn't that standard? Like an eighth of pot. So and you'd have to be on an insane amount of weed.
Got some oregano from my mom's kitchen, and we smoked it up on the roof, and it didn't do anything. Did you already? Mm-hmm. Okay.
How's it going, buddy?
When Linda pressed for specifics, Malik rose and approached a nearby chalkboard. With a rather rudimentary diagram, he depicted a range from 5 to 100, indicating that 5 marked the threshold for marijuana intoxication. He emphasized the boy's level of intoxication by forcibly jabbing the 100 with his chalk, saying, "This is how stoned they were." Linda questioned further, asking, "What kind of measurement is that?" In response, Malik curtly replied, "Units." Units of what? Are you a doctor? Come on. Marvell, a trained nurse, exchanged a puzzled look with Linda, clearly baffled by Malik's explanation. Recognizing that his answers weren't effectively conveying the information, Dr. Malik attempted to substantiate his claims by showing the family's crime scene and autopsy photos as evidence. Perplexed, the parents failed to see how examining these disturbing images would address their fundamental question regarding the measuring of a person's level of THC intoxication. Later on, one of the officers present for the meeting would later clarify to the parents that Malik was referring to the equivalent of 20 joints worth of THC. Okay, that is an insane amount. No one smokes 20 joints. Maybe Snoop Dogg smokes 20 joints. Let's remember this was 1987, a long time before the era of legal recreational marijuana and the large-scale cultivation that we see today in the United States. The stuff the kids were puffing on would be considered the absolute lowest grade weed by today's standards, the swaggiest of the swag. We're talking about untended, outdoor-grown bud loaded with stems and seeds. Even if they had somehow managed to get their hands on the best available in those days, which is highly unlikely, the cannabinoid content would have been meager at best. I can say from personal experience that smoking any amount of modern weed will never result in a coma, but the stuff they had access to would have made it impossible. Yet no one's doing this from weed. No one's like, there's no... I'm to him, oh yeah, he got super high. He overdosed on weed and lay down on a train track and died. Said no one ever. It's weed. Dr. Malik. Curtis Henry vehemently rejected Malik's explanation and demanded an answer. In a rather surprising turn of events, Dr. Malik chuckled and began a lengthy discourse on the effects of hashish on camels. Dr. Malik, what's wrong with you? These people's kids just died and you're like, they were so high it was 100. 100 units! This bizarre exchange is part of the testimony collected by investigator Don Birdsong during the 1988 State Police investigation. This incident, which author Mara Leverett would later describe as classic Malik in a 1999 book on the case, sheds light on the personality of Dr. Malik. Dr. Malik seems a little bit wacky, doesn't he? Farmy Malik earned his...
Dr. Malik seems like a dickhead. Ain't no wacky. The boy a bitch. Tropical parrot. How the fuck is this 1.2 billion? What the fuck? Okay then.
His medical degree at Cairo University before immigrating to the United States in the early 1970s. After settling in Indiana, he honed his medical skills as a resident pathologist and gained practical experience as an assistant coroner in Pittsburgh. In 1978, the doctor made his way to Arkansas, where he found work at the state crime lab. To everyone's surprise, Dr. Malik swiftly ascended to the position of chief medical examiner the very next year. Some would credit this to his personal friendship with Governor Bill Clinton. Yeah, friends in high places. The baffling aspect is how he managed to hold on to this position. Almost as soon as he took office, his chief field investigator accused him of hoarding outdated crime lab stationery. What are you doing? Is that, what's this? Yeah, I just stole the old stationery. It's like, What? You could steal old stationery? Additionally, the turnover rate in Malik's lab was exceptionally high. Those who left positions under Dr. Malik recounted his peculiar behavior and an air of paranoia that permeated the workplace. These claims were corroborated by numerous law enforcement officers, including local, state, and even FBI agents. They recounted his peculiar compulsion to photograph anyone who stepped into his office, officers included. Both sets of parents were skeptical of the dubious story Dr. Malik attempted to feed them. Could $10 or $20 worth of weed get two kids that high? Even in the 1980s, the answer is no. It's not possible to get that high. The discovery of just under 2 grams in one of the boys' pockets suggests that they hadn't smoked more than a joint or two between them. Linda decided to take matters into her own hands after the meeting with Malik. She drove to the Saline County Memorial Hospital in search of answers. This was the facility that had dispatched the ambulance after the train struck the boys. Linda had a friend working in administration there, and this friend was able to connect her with one of the EMTs who had responded to the scene. It's quite common for families to seek out those who were first on the scene after
How many tickets did you get? I didn't buy any more. How many pets I get? 0. Well, I'm not doing them anymore. I sold them. Fuck those stupid ass tickets. Yay. One thing I do want to buy is I want to buy this guy's stand worth of shit. But I'm afraid that next update... Oh, hold on. I'm afraid next update it's gonna bring back the global event. I want to buy it though. Not buying those. Fuck that.
tragic accident.
I think I want to do a lot of want to do a bunch of want to do a bunch of hype eggs.
For some, a crucial part of grieving is understanding how their loved one's body was found and meeting the individuals involved in the retrieval. Strangely, none of the EMTs initially agreed to meet with Linda, but Billy Heath has an apparent change of heart a few days later. Linda returned to the hospital that evening, accompanied by a friend. Navigating the corridors, they reached the EMT's office, situated near the emergency room. They were greeted by Billy, a man around Linda's age, who appeared somewhat anxious. Seeking a more private setting, the trio moved into an unoccupied office. With a classic direct approach, Linda inquired about the rumors concerning the boy's blood at the scene. "I can't talk to you," Billy responded. "Just get my report. It's all in my report." What is going on? There's got to be some sort of really weird cover-up going on. Right? Frustrated and puzzled, Linda and her friend left Billy, retracing their steps through the hospital corridors. Just before they made it outside, Billy surprised the two women by jogging up behind them. He changed his mind yet again. There was no urgent information to convey, only a perplexing explanation that his use of
Any pets overnight? This account I've just been selling. Oh, I got another one. I'm gonna say I got a fluffy cat, but I got to sell that bit. Heard the later? actually.
Large boy and small boy in the report were meant to
Yeah! Ow. I should start trying to sell stat pets. Or actually, I should start sending them all to one account. As a matter of fact, I probably should. I should just up the whatever for. You know what I mean? I should chance of it by got a decent.
straightforward descriptors rather than judgments. No one could be certain about Linda's immediate response, but in my imagination, her reaction resembles one of those moments in The Office where characters lock eyes with the camera. Yeah, it's like Jim's like, oh, okay. Linda and her friend exited the hospital after this strange encounter with the EMT, saying their goodbyes in the parking lot. As Linda drove home, a sense of numbness enveloped her. She knew she couldn't begin to truly grieve until she began to unravel the mystery surrounding her son's death, and her best source of information hadn't helped at all. She had to find another way over this hurdle. Personal investigation. Frustrated by the police's unsatisfactory findings and the unhelpful responses they received when seeking further investigations from the county and the state, the Henry and Ives families decided to hire a private investigator. Curtis had a connection with someone who had previously worked as a consultant for the electric company. This man offered legal counsel to the parents, advising them to obtain a court order for all records related to.
Alright, so 9 mil. Like 30 mil more.
The case. Information was crucial for any future assistance. The parents followed his advice and applied for the court order. However, when the private eye delivered it to the hospital, no EMT report existed from that night of the boy's death. The hospital clerk clarified that the lack of medical care rendered meant no report was written, adding, "That's why the families were not billed." The perplexing question that arose was why Billy would fabricate writing a report and even go to the extent of chasing after the women to explain his use of the terms large and small in a report that didn't exist. Moreover, given the ambulance was on the scene, it seems reasonable to expect some form of documentation regarding its presence and the activities of the EMTs on that fateful night. There is a cover-up. What is going on? What is being covered up here? Because this is crazy. Like, now it's gone beyond like incompetence and suspicion to being like there's so much circumstantial evidence that there's something shady going on that it's like there's something shady going on. The boy's parents remained determined. In October, 2 months after the tragic accident, Salem Memorial Hospital finally provided the family with the paramedics' report. The author of this report was an EMT named Shirley Raper. Despite
What? What? The fuck is her name? Sydney what? Raper?
not being Billy Heath's report and lacking the phrases small boy or large boy, the hospital insisted that this was the only report in existence. How deep does this go? The hospital, the police, the medical examiner? Really? Although it didn't contain the wealth of information they'd hoped for, the private eye sifted one gleaming nugget from the mire like a gold rush prospector. Shirley wrote that the color of the boy's blood indicated a lack of oxygen, raising questions among the EMTs about whether the boys had already passed away before the train hit them. Discovering that rumors concerning the blood at the scene had some foundation in reality, the parents opted to approach the deputies once again. In this meeting, Elmendorf and Talon swore up and down that the infamous green tarp never existed. Forensic examinations of the boys' clothing, they claimed, revealed no foreign fibers, which would have been present if a tarp had been involved, leaving it would have left microscopic traces of green polyurethane. The Saline County Sheriff's Department maintained that the train crew had likely been deceived by an optical illusion. Larry knew these men. He was certain the train crew possessed both sight and intelligence. Moreover, he couldn't fathom how three individuals positioned differently within the train's cab could simultaneously fall prey to the same optical illusion. Because if you show a group of people an optical illusion, they're all going to see the same optical illusion. And I know they're in different positions and stuff, but I don't think this is that strong. It is possible for it to look like there is a tarp there and everyone being like, yeah, there's a tarp there. Like that famous checkerboard illusion, where there's the cylinder standing on the checkerboard and it's like A and B are clearly different colors. And then it turns out they're actually the same color. And it's like everyone who looks at that is like, no, they're different colors. That's how optical illusions work. They work on groups of people, not just one person. But I still think this is mad suspicious. The sheriff's deputies would make no effort to answer. Linda shared her husband's suspicions. Something just didn't add up. Together, they decided to seek the expertise of the renowned pathologist J.T. Francisco. Jerry Francisco gained fame among law enforcement and forensic professionals during the late 1960s when he conducted the autopsy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. He further garnered public recognition where he oversaw the autopsy of Elvis Presley following the musician's sudden demise in 1997. For a staggering rate of $200 an hour, Dr. Francisco offered to give the parents a second opinion on Dr. Malek's autopsies. $200 an hour in the 1980s. That's a hell of a lot of money today. He requested blood and urine samples to be shipped to his office. It was little more than 3 months after the boy's death when the samples were picked up and whisked away to Memphis. A few weeks later, Dr. Francisco phoned the parents with a shocking revelation. Unable to confirm Dr. Malek's ruling. Stunned, the parents ended the call after requesting the pathologist to mail his findings and statement for their review. Within a few days, a letter from Memphis reached the Henry residence. Inside, Dr. Francisco elaborated on his re-examination of the evidence. He utilized Kevin's urine to replicate the THC findings that were found in the boy's blood, 97 milligrams per mil for Kevin and 122 for Don. Marvel pointed out significant inconsistency in the report. Don's body had been damaged in a way that destroyed his bladder. Additionally, in his report, Francisco had indicated that he had solely tested the urine, not the blood. This raised the additional question of what kind of arcane alchemy he might have employed to derive blood THC readings from urine. And further, how could you get two people's readings from one urine sample? Yeah, did this dude not think it through? Aren't you sort of a legend in this field? And you're like, yeah, no, his bladder was destroyed, but I don't know, I just found some pee in his trousers. How? What? The parents dialed Memphis once more, and Dr. Francisco verified that he indeed had tested only one urine sample. When questioned about his readings, he nonchalantly mentioned that he had confirmed Dr. Malek's blood results through a bit of inference because he knew that the tests by Arkansas Crime Lab followed standard procedures. Yeah, but the point is they're wanting you to double check. Not be like, yeah, no, look, it's the results, they're good. He expressed strong confidence in Dr. Malek's crime lab findings. The parents then inquired if Dr. Francisco had communicated with Dr. Malek before analyzing the boy's samples, and he confirmed that he had. Fortunately, Dr. Francisco never sent the parents a bill. Yeah, you're goddamn right, because that's some sloppy-ass work, Francisco. In the weeks following the tragic deaths of the boys, Larry and Linda received numerous tips from anonymous callers. While many of those tips were pranks or false leads, one figure stood out among the more...
Deleter, are you still here? Probably not. Never mind.
serious calls. A man in a camouflage shirt and pants who had been spotted near the Shobi Road level crossing on the morning of August the 23rd. This man matched the description of a suspect wanted for firing on deputies in the same area a week earlier. He managed to evade capture by fleeing into the woods on foot. Anonymous calls continued throughout September and October, but by November they became increasingly rare. Linda diligently passed on the most compelling information she received to the authorities, documenting her many calls to Elmendorf and Talent. However, it seems the deputies were never that interested. The case was closed as far as they were concerned. Christmas had to be endured by both families. Not even Santa could have brought them the gifts they wanted. In January of 1988, parents were gearing up for yet another campaign in their quest for the truth. They took a significant step by sending Malek's report to a pair of pathologists widely recognized for their expertise in marijuana testing. Additionally, they contacted the Arkansas State Crime Lab, requesting the release of the remaining samples from their son's case for further examination. Dr. Malek staunchly refused releasing any additional samples without a court order. When a private detective presented him with a court order, he still refused to relinquish the boys' samples. Uh-oh. That sounds like a bad idea. That's going to get you in trouble. They got a court order. They got a warrant. You have to. Linda's reaction was entirely understandable. She was infuriated, nearly to the point of being driven to violence. Frustrated by the lack of progress and Malek's refusal to release the samples, Linda turned to the state's attorney general's office for assistance. After explaining the situation, she was informed that there was no straightforward way to compel Malek to release the samples. Wait, didn't you just get a warrant to do that very thing? The state attorney general, however, agreed to discuss the case with Malek, though without making any promises. As the weeks turned into months, Larry longed for closure and a chance to move forward with his life. However, he understood that Linda was unwavering in her determination to pursue a thorough investigation. He couldn't help but wish that Dr. Malek had honored the court order, that the sheriff had taken a more active interest in the case, and that someone could explain the baffling disappearance of the tarp, especially considering the testimony of 3 eyewitnesses. The loss of Kevin weighed heavily on Larry, and he struggled to cope. He went through the motions at home and work, his grieving making it difficult to function. His relationship with Linda was strained, as even minor everyday grievances about their home life would escalate into arguments. Both of them were processing their grief differently. Larry couldn't bear to enter his son's room, while Linda would open the door to Kevin's room each time she passed by. In the same way, Linda was the driving force in opening new doors in the investigation. Media Blitz. 5 months had passed since the tragic deaths when Linda decided to take a different approach. She was aware that many people in the local community and across the state had an interest in the case, recognizing the same puzzling inconsistencies that troubled her. In early February of 1988, Linda took action. She opened the phone book and began calling every newspaper and television station that was listed. On February the 8th, Linda, along with Larry, Marvel, and Curtis, gathered with a group of reporters in front of the local Holiday Inn. Together, they made a heartfelt plea to the public, seeking their support and assistance in shedding light on the mystery surrounding the case. During this public appearance, Linda didn't hold back her frustrations, openly sharing the doubts and concerns that had plagued their families throughout the ordeal. She specifically addressed the issues with Malek's report into the police investigation, emphasizing the unanswered questions and the discrepancies that they'd encountered. Curtis Henry also added his own voice to the discussion. He expressed his skepticism about the accuracy of Malek's assertion that marijuana intoxication was the cause of the boy's death. He said, "No one has assured us that marijuana will put you in a position to be unconscious. In fact, everything we have read or learned about it says no, it won't." Yes, you're bang on. No one's like, I smoked so much weed, I fell unconscious. Said no one ever. It's like, I smoked so much weed that I slept really well. But if there was a train coming, I would wake up and be like, oh my lord, there's a train. The impromptu press conference was played and printed statewide, and the public was hooked. Linda's strategic move proved to be effective, as it prompted an unexpected response from Dr. Malek. The very next day, he extended an invitation to Larry and Curtis to meet at his office. Accompanied by the private detective and a group of reporters, they made their way to Malek's office in Little Rock. In a surprising turn of events, Dr. Malek displayed an unusual level of cooperation during the meeting. He greeted them with a polite smile and agreed to release the samples for further examination. However, he maintained a stance that the cause of their son's death was marijuana intoxication, emphasizing that releasing the samples wouldn't alter that conclusion. To quote, "If it were my son, I would exhume the body and hire the best medical examiner in America. I'm a father too. My son is a teenager. I have 2 kids. But this is the bottom line. Those 2 children died because they were hit by a train." Yes, of course, we know this, genius, but what we want to know is why were they lying down on the tracks? Because no one smokes that much pot. After some questions from reporters, the room emptied, leaving only Malek and the fathers. As if on cue, an assistant entered the room with a trolley full of jars. Malek unscrewed one of the jars with a smile, releasing pungent formaldehyde fumes into the room. He used a pencil to point through the noxious liquid at a piece of flesh floating within. "That is a part of your son's heart," Malek said to Curtis. Curtis remained unmoved, recognizing this as part of the pathologist's intimidation strategy. What the fuck is going on? Instead of recoiling, Curtis responded by inquiring about the contents of the next jar, showing their determination to get answers despite the attempts to dissuade them. Yeah, Dr. Malek, what are you up to? If I was in this situation, I'll be like, what the fuck is going on? And what's in those other jars? And this seems all very sketchy. Seeing that his usual game wouldn't play today, Dr. Malek shifted gears. He told the fathers they would be foolish to exhume the boys' bodies as it wouldn't change his findings. He also warned them about wasting their money on hiring quacks. "Don't worry," Curtis Henry said to Dr. Malek. "Oh, we've already heard the quack's opinion." Yeah, I didn't want to say it myself, but that's my opinion, and it's just an opinion, not a statement of objective fact. Expert opinions. The two THC experts mentioned earlier were Dr. Arthur J. McBay from North Carolina and Dr. James C. Garriott from Texas. What do? I'm a THC expert, baby. PhD and get it high.
What you do before you do anything is Google marijuana. And if you have an ailment, Google the ailment and then Google marijuana to see if it works.
Neither expressed much confidence in Dr. Malek's findings. Dr. McBay, a former state examiner for Massachusetts and a professor of pharmacology at the University of North Carolina, was widely recognized as one of the leading American experts on marijuana during that period. I just find this amusing. I know, of course, there's genuine scientists who research marijuana or whatever, but all I can imagine is just them being hitting a bong rip in their lab. He regarded Dr. Malek's conclusions as very bizarre. In an interview published in various Arkansas newspapers, McBay detailed numerous discrepancies within the official report. These included the absence of scientific proof linking the boy's unconscious condition to marijuana, and the remarkably precise blood test results, which were unattainable outside specialized laboratory settings. He recounted instances where individuals chain-smoked 21 joints or more, noting that their reported experiences were characterized by euphoria rather than unconsciousness. Jesus Christ. So what do? I watched a dude smoke 21 blunts. Yes, sir. What happened to him? He was high AF. To quote him, "I have never heard of anyone becoming unconscious from this under ordinary circumstances." End quote. Even if the boys were as intoxicated as Dr. Malek claimed, it remains highly unlikely that they would have passed out on the railroad tracks. McBay would add, quote, "When I see this kind of result, it's usually someone who doesn't know a damn thing about marijuana or the testing." James Garriott was also interviewed in connection with the case after being contacted by the parents. He told reporters what he had told the parents. For confirmation of cannabinoids in blood, the only completely reliable technique available is mass spectrometry. I'm sure that this was not done in this case. Dr. Garriott, a toxicologist based in San Antonio, was frequently cited as an authority in the realm of drug detection. He was candid with reporters when queried about the effects of marijuana, explaining, quote, "Although it induces a dreamy euphoric state, it does not directly induce sleep. It is unlikely that an individual would be affected by marijuana even in a high dose to the extent that he would be totally unaware of his surroundings or be unable to respond to threatening circumstances." In the media frenzy that followed the press conference, Linda Ives found herself fielding numerous phone calls. One of these calls came from Richard Garrett, a deputy prosecuting attorney for the state. He informed Linda that he had been in the dark about the family's discontent with the police investigation until he saw the press conference on the evening news. Garrett assured Linda of his support, saying that he was considering holding a prosecutor's hearing to review the boy's case. Linda was doubtful after the months of lackluster responses and lies, but she stayed on the line, asking what a prosecutor's hearing entailed. Typically, it's much like a grand jury investigation, but unlike a grand jury, the prosecutor's hearing was public. Linda agreed to meet with Garrett the next day to discuss the possibility of a hearing. When Larry Ives returned home that evening, he found Linda in a cautiously optimistic mood. She shared Garrett's proposal with him. Larry remembered the man's name from the news. He was running for the state prosecutor position. While Linda was taken aback by this revelation, suggesting that Garrett might be leveraging their situation for political gain, Larry was unfazed by the possible political aspects. Let Garrett get his political capital if it meant their son's case would be re-examined. Yes, that's fine. It's okay, maybe he's doing it for a personal reason, a selfish reason, but that's okay. Take it. Linda allowed herself a brief moment of satisfaction, envisioning the sheriff and his deputies squirming on the witness stand as their explanation of her son's death was scrutinized and questioned. The past few months had dimmed her hope for an answer, but Richard Garrett's proposal added fuel to the fire. Grievances made public. Saline County Sheriff James Steed, whose father had also held the same office, was the youngest individual ever elected to the position. He was on track to secure another term in office. Had also been conspicuously absent from the scene on the tracks. Nevertheless, he adamantly denied the possibility of foul play. There was nothing at the scene of the accident that was visible that would make anyone think it was a homicide, the sheriff would tell reporters. That's the reason we do an autopsy. Dr. Malik found no such injuries, and I have complete confidence in him. Yeah, you're about the only one who has confidence in this Dr. Malik character, and you seem very sure of yourself. It's like, no, there's nothing suspicious about that. 2 kids unconscious on tracks being run over by a train. How did they get there? Like, they just decided to have a nap on the railway tracks? What the fuck? Linda couldn't help but sneer as she read his statement in the paper. He sounded smug, frustrated, and disgusted by the paper. She decided to divert her attention to the copy of the deputy's...
Save that and try to go for, you know, I don't know what the fuck I was gonna say. I would say save it and try to get a full shiny team. Isn't Shiny's stronger than Rainbow? Well, you know what's happening this update, right? I don't know if it's a new egg where you have to buy it, but they're releasing throwback eggs, I think it is. And also the, what is it? What is it? The update coming up, the clan battle is something with ice cream, which if I'm gonna go ahead and make a guess, I'm just gonna go ahead and off rip assume it's gonna be like you collect ice cream cones or something and then blankety blank blank or whatever. That's all I could really think of at the moment. Besides that, there's also gonna be an egg and possibly an event involving Pet Sim 1. Very first Pet Sim. By the way, Deleter, I am not buying 2,000 hype eggs. That would be dumb of me. I don't know why you would assume I'd be doing that. That's so dumb. Honestly, retarded. Think that. See, I didn't play during Glitch Core, and when I did, it was like the very last couple days, so I don't even really think it. Like, I don't remember it.
Investigative file that recently arrived. The file measured in about an inch thick, almost as deep as they dug, Linda thought wryly. She opened the file and began perusing its contents, which included handwritten notes.
I hope it ain't like the Glitch Core event. These poor fuckers still trying to sell these stupid ass bags. It's funny as fuck. God damn it. I did not mean to do that. Fuck. This. Oh.
By Talent and Elmendorf, official police forms filled with busy text and neatly typed summaries. The deputies had collected statements for about 10 days following the boy's death, mostly from high school students. It became evident that the deputies had fixated on just two questions. Were the boys displaying any signs of being suicidal? Did either of them use drugs? Linda couldn't take it. Her rage had reached the boiling point. Their work was as shallow as their conclusions, and she wasn't going to stand for it any longer. Taking what she learned from the success of their original media blitz, Linda sat at a kitchen table and wrote a letter to Sheriff Steed. When she finished, she typed a copy and mailed it to the Benton Courier regional newspaper. The letter reads as follows, and we have a long quote here, so here we go. Sheriff Steed, you have stated that you are satisfied with the investigation your department has conducted in the death of my son, Kevin Ives, and his friend, Don Henry. You have also insinuated that our dissatisfaction with the investigation stems from the personal tragedy that we have suffered. I would like to point out to you, as well as the public, some of the reasons we are dissatisfied. Number one, it is a fact that the area was never roped off as a protected crime scene. Number two, the area could not possibly have been searched thoroughly for evidence of a crime. After the investigation was completed, family and friends went to the area and found Kevin's foot, the gun stock and other parts of the gun Don had, and other personal belongings of the boys. I consider this clear evidence of how well the area was searched. Burn! That wasn't part of the quote, by the way. That was just me commenting that that's a pretty sick burn. Number three.
Is there like a bug or something where like if you get close enough to a fucking, whatever, like if you get close enough to a fucking stand and somebody buys something but you leave, you still get the diamonds but keep the item? Like, am I tripping? Like, what's going on? I swear that's gotta be a thing, because I can't tell you how many like I said, I quit for a couple weeks basically when that came out. When they came out with that, I had quit the previous update. So like I said, I don't know how good the event was. I assume it was incredible though, from hearing people talk about it, but like I said, I don't know.
We were informed about reports that two people had heard gunshots shortly before the accident. Saline County Sheriff's Office, SCSO, assured us that the tests would be done on the gun Don carried, but the tests were never done. Number 4. We were assured from the very beginning that SCSO would request assistance from the state police. Colonel Goodwin informed us that a request was never received in his office. It is a fact that there is no state police report of any kind filed on the accident. Number 5. 3 train crew members reported a green tarp partially covering the boys as they lay on the tracks. One of the crew say where it landed and shined a light on it and informed the SCSO where it was. SCSO assured us that they would personally interview the train crew rather than rely on the railroad investigator's report. That never happened either. They now tell us the green tarp was an optical illusion. Number 6. There was information given to SCSO that would have developed into a possible lead, but the informant was never contacted. Number 7, Don's stepmother found a partial bag of marijuana in Don's jean pockets on the 2nd of the 5th, 88. Okay, so that would be, because America does the dates backwards, that's the 5th of February, 1988. Nearly 6 months after Don's personal effects were returned to her. You didn't even look through the pockets of the bodies. This is wild. An SCSO deputy said they turned the boys' clothes inside and out, but somehow they missed the bag of marijuana, evidence, and contraband. What else was missed besides a foot and marijuana? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Number 8. The back of the train was used as a reference point for gathering evidence, so when the train pulled away, the reference point was lost forever. These are just a few of the things regarding the SCSO's investigation we're unhappy over, some things we want to know about. I shudder to think what we do not know about. And then this last paragraph is in all caps. And last of all, Sheriff Steed, you have no first-hand knowledge of this investigation that you are so proud of. You did not even bother to go down to the scene, nor have ever contacted us personally regarding the death of our sons. Linda arrives. And that's when the long quote ends. Linda knew that she was a small fish in a big pond, a feeling that had haunted her from the early days of the investigation. However, through the media, she found a voice. Unfazed by the authorities' lack of empathy, Linda remained unafraid to express her views. She held out hope that, even if nothing else came of it, her grievances would sow seeds of doubt in the minds of the Saline County residents, possibly putting some pressure on the seemingly untouchable sheriff during the forthcoming election. An ace in the sleeve. Linda found Garrett's office to be quite different from her expectations. It was cluttered with files and stacks of paper strewn across every available surface. The deputy prosecutor's attire mirrored the disarray of his workplace. As he rose to welcome the couple, one of his shirt tails awkwardly protruded from the waistband of a pair of pants that clearly needed pressing. Linda reminded herself that he had sounded professional and competent on the phone, reserving her judgments. It must have been Casual Friday. Another man shared the office with Garrett, presenting a tidier, yet still somewhat disheveled appearance. Garrett introduced his law partner, Dan Harmon. The name struck Linda as familiar, but she set aside the thought to concentrate on Garrett's words. Surprisingly, they sounded quite ordinary. The lawyers on TV often exuded an air of pretentiousness, but not these two. They conversed in a down-to-earth manner, typical of folks from their neck of the woods. While some might underestimate a lawyer with a thick Arkansas accent, Harmon displayed a keen intellect. He radiated confidence and enthusiasm in every word he uttered, his indignation over the police and state crime lab's indifference mirroring Linda's frustrations. She found his intensity reassuring after battling indifference these many long months, and unlike Garrett, Harmon currently held no public office. He had no vested interest in this case beyond the financial compensation that any other case could offer. His genuine commitment to justice was palpable, evident in his unwavering passion. Linda could feel it. Suddenly, Linda recalled where she had heard Harmon's name before. He had been chosen as a special prosecutor in a grand jury hearing about a financial scandal at the Saley Memorial Hospital back in '84. The financial probe uncovered significant improprieties, leading to the complete overhaul of the hospital board. The grand jury's indictment was a remarkable 18 pages in length, meticulously outlining a total of 85 charges against 7 individuals, including misdemeanor and felony theft, bribing a public servant, forgery, and a hospital board's equivalent of insider trading. This guy sounds like a bit of a legend, to be honest, doesn't he?
Hi, I'm Saul Goodman. Did you know that you have rights? The Constitution says you do, and so do I. And that's why I fight for you, Albuquerque!
You know how sometimes in these episodes we get these legends that come along? Often they're like a cop who's not, like, completely rubbish, and he, like, blows the whole thing wide open and he goes after all the corruption and this kind of stuff. It seems like this is our hero for today's episode, and I'm excited to meet him. Larry required no further persuasion. He saw the movement he desired for Linda's side. The couple was overflowing with questions and eagerly shared their personal discoveries from the crime scene. "We aren't crazy," Linda said. "We just wish everybody would sit still a minute and look at what little we know. We think that common sense will tell them the investigation was superficial." Garrett and Harmon worked together with the couple to assemble a list of 33 witnesses to be subpoenaed for the prosecutor's hearing. Malik's name was at the top. Garrett then promised to start the process of calling the hearing within the week. Satisfied and hopeful, the Iveses shook hands with the lawyers and headed for home. Yeah, it'll be interesting to get this guy under oath, right? The doctor, Malik, to get him like into a court and like swear, because it's a lot different to be like, "Oh, no, it's the drugs," than like under oath at the risk of perjuring yourself. It's a different thing. An unexpected meeting. True to his word, Garrett scheduled the prosecutor's hearing that week for the 18th of February 1988, 6 months after the boy's death. Late on the afternoon of the 16th, Linda received a surprising call from Harmon. He requested that Linda and Larry meet him at his office that evening. The couple promptly hopped in their car and made the roughly 20-minute drive, arriving at the law office before Harmon. As they pulled into the parking lot, they noticed a car they recognized, occupied by Curtis and Marvel Henry. Adjacent to the Henrys, another car held an unfamiliar man whom Linda and Larry couldn't place. This man exited his vehicle just as Harmon arrived a minute or so later. The Iveses were shocked to see Sheriff James Steed approaching. They held him primarily responsible for the investigation's shortcomings, a sentiment well-founded. Oh no, has he been got to? Don't tell me the lawyer's been got to. He presided over the deputies who had so thoroughly botched everything from collecting evidence to documenting the crime scene. What the hell does he think he's doing? Linda whispered to her husband as they entered Harmon's office behind the sheriff, but Larry couldn't guess. Harmon leaned back in his chair behind his desk, scanning between the 5 people gathered before him. The lawyer leaned forward and spoke, breaking the silence. I invited you all here because I kind of thought I needed to get everybody together to work this out. The bottom line is all of us want the same thing. Linda snorted derisively. Look, Linda, Harmon said, what is it you really want? A good investigation, she replied, her voice filled with indignation. That's all we've ever wanted. Harmon proceeded to detail the concerns Sheriff Steed had raised with him. Linda's public letter and press conference were casting doubt among voters. Oh my God, Sheriff Steed, can you imagine anyone who gives less a fuck about your election? You douchebag, in my opinion. While Linda regarded this as success in a quest for justice, the sheriff saw it as a vindictive act that might impede any further investigations into the boys' deaths. It doesn't sound like they're doing any further investigations into the boys' deaths. In contrast to Linda, Harmon held no distrust toward the sheriff and had engaged in discussions about a potential arrangement. Sheriff Steed offered to commit a comprehensive investigation if Linda and the others would publicly retract their criticisms of him. Harmon considered this a pragmatic compromise. A newly elected sheriff might not follow through on reopening the case as Sheriff Steed had just pledged. Still conflicted, Linda had her own request. Will you bring in the state police? She asked. And the sheriff agreed. Linda regarded this as striking a deal with the devil. However, Harmon eventually convinced her that this was not a concession, but rather a strategic pivot. Linda could still publicly express her criticism of Steed. She merely needed to make this one retraction to set the stage for the investigation she desired. Reluctantly, Linda agreed to be present at a public statement the next morning. I mean, this lawyer does seem to be working for both sides. It doesn't seem like he's representing his client. It's kind of like, no, I got the sheriff in here. I thought we'd all have a chat to see if we can make this go away. And it's like, you're my lawyer. That's not what I told you to do. Come on now. A half hour prior to the press conference, Harmon convened with the parents at the sheriff's office, armed with a prepared statement. He handed the script to Linda, explaining that as the one who had voiced the most outspoken criticism, she should be the one to deliver the statement. She took the paper and began reading, quote, the problems we have encountered in the investigation of our son's death have not been with the Saline County Sheriff's Department. The Sheriff's Department has been cooperative and helpful and has devoted a great deal of man-hours to the investigation. It is unfortunate that the initial crime scene search did not uncover everything that it should have. However, the crime scene covered at least half a mile of railroad track and the surrounding
Ooh, that hurts.
woods and thickets. Yeah, but I mean, it's not like it was impossible to find. They later went on and found a foot. He's missing a foot. They're not going to be like, oh, yeah, we didn't know there was a foot missing. It's like, he's not got a foot. It's so sloppy, and this statement feels like bullshit. Linda practically threw the papers back at Harmon with a look of disgust. Excellent. She refused to read the statement. Our agreement, she says, was that we would say our major dissatisfaction was with the crime lab. Despite Harmon's pleas for her to change her mind, Linda was steadfast, saying, you'll never get me to say that anybody at the sheriff's office was helpful and cooperative. They hadn't been. Larry consented to read the script instead. In front of the glaring television lights and in a small swarm of reporters, he read what Linda had rejected and continued. We have encountered problems getting the state crime lab to cooperate and felt that a court order was necessary to obtain information. The sheriff's office has never refused to cooperate. We are pleased the progress is presently being made in the investigation and want every possible lead followed and pursued, and we have no other comment at this time. The prosecutor's hearing would begin the following morning. Prosecutor's hearing. Overseeing the hearing was Circuit Judge John Cole, whose stern, gaunt countenance made clear his intolerance for nonsense as he surveyed the room before banging his gavel. This guy's just like exactly what a judge, I imagine a judge in my mind to look like, is this dude. One by one, a procession of witnesses took the stand. Garrett adeptly interrogated each one, displaying a professional ease in his questioning. Several police officers were called to testify about the suspicious person sighting reported on the same morning as the boy's death. Oh, yeah, I'd forgotten about that. Each witness affirmed the existence of a call reporting a man with a firearm observed near the Shobi level crossing. One of them recalled a report from a motorist who claimed that a man had suddenly leaped out of his vehicle and aimed a pistol at him. The gunman was never identified. Next on the witness stand were the friends of Kevin and Don, who assisted in piecing together a detailed timeline of the boys' activities that evening. They were observed playing pool in a video arcade before going on a drive near a local swimming hole with a third friend before returning to Don's house for the evening. As the train crew members took the stand one by one, a collective shock rippled through the courtroom when it was revealed that a southbound train on the parallel tracks had initially been halted by engineers to protect the scene. However, Saline County deputies had countermanded the order, instructing the fully loaded freight train to continue, potentially destroying crucial evidence. It just reeks of a cover-up, doesn't it? The state trooper, who was first at the scene, offered his testimony next. He recounted that the boys had been placed on a large piece of particle board. A shared look of concern passed between Linda and Larry. Was it the same board the crime lab had misplaced? Billy Heath's initial reluctance to speak with Linda persisted when he took the witness stand. Despite this, Garrett managed to extract one significant piece of information from him. The color of the boy's blood and the lack of splattering suggested that they'd been deceased for at least several hours before they'd been struck by the train. Shirley Raper, the other EMT present at the scene, proved to be more cooperative. She'd been behind the wheel of the ambulance, navigating the untended road through the dense trees toward the point of impact when she encountered 3 African-American men. Shirley rolled down the window for a brief conversation, during which they claimed to be affiliated with the Alexander Volunteer Fire Department. Garrett was stunned. He swiveled his head back toward the parents, asking them if they'd ever heard anything about this. All 4 shook their heads. Turning back to Raper in the stand, he inquired about her reason for not previously sharing this report. Her response was candid, because no one ever asked. The hospital's ambulance supervisor, George Moore, was called to testify next. It was his responsibility to clarify why it took 2 court orders to obtain Salem Memorial Hospital's records from that night. He contended that the requests for records had been unclear, explaining, once I realized whom they were speaking of, the record was produced. Linda was taken aback by the startling revelations she had heard, but she couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope at the progress made during the prosecutor's hearing. Malik takes the stand. Ostentious as ever, Dr. Fahmy Malik strolled into the courtroom with the swagger of a celebrity. Before sitting in the witness stand, the doctor turned and smiled at the parents, dipping into a deep bow. Cringe. Malik addressed the court before Garrett or Judge Cole could speak, saying, I want the families of these 2 boys to know that I forgive them for everything they have done. Oh, what the fuck, Malik? You're mega cringe, mate. Malik wasn't alone on the stand. He'd also brought a valise with him. When the judge inquired about it, the doctor explained that it contained enlarged autopsy photographs meant to validate the accuracy of his findings. The parents immediately objected. Malik's ruling had revolved around toxicological evidence, and displaying enlarged photographs of the boys' mutilated faces did nothing to support his toxicological argument. Garrett sided with the parents and informed Malik that he would need to testify without the aid of the photos. Malik insisted that he wouldn't testify if he couldn't present his evidence. I don't like you, Malik. I really don't like you. A recess was declared, and Garrett left to contact the state attorney general. When he returned, his expression was tense. He tersely informed the parents he won. Malik wouldn't be compelled to testify. They would have to accept his terms. After Judge Cole returned to the stand, Garrett cautioned the courtroom that Malik would be presenting some sensitive photographs, inviting those who preferred not to view them to exit the room. Frustrated and disgusted, all 4 parents left the courtroom. Malik gleefully unveiled his photographs for those who remained. After some prodding from Garrett, the doctor reiterated his initial ruling: marijuana intoxication. After still more questioning, Malik eventually admitted that the critical evidence for confirming this conclusion, the boy's blood, was not visible in any of his autopsy photos. The photographs were put away, and the parents re-entered the courtroom. While they most certainly felt defeated, Garrett hadn't yet begun to work his magic. Looking back to the parents with a nod of support, Garrett turned his eyes back to Malik, asking, "Did you examine either of these boys, Dr. Malik, to determine whether they had been sexually abused?" Linda stifled a gasp. She and Marvell had been troubled by the absence of any mention of such an examination in the autopsy report. "Absolutely," came Malik's reply. "Yes." "Why?" Garrett asked calmly. "Does that not appear in either of the autopsy reports?" Anger flashed across the doctor's face, and he struggled to contain it. Malik's command of English began to falter as he responded, expressing his frustration over the attempt to prevent him from using photos. He then said, "Rest assured, so many families object forcibly that we check their children for homosexuality. But I am here, under oath. I am telling you, I examined these kids and they were negative. There was no homosexual act." To clarify, Dr. Malik was explaining that although his autopsy had not revealed any evidence of sexual assault, he had chosen not to include this information in the report out of consideration for the parents' delicate emotions, something he's consistently shown to be oh so concerned about. This is an obvious breach of protocol, however, as such information is important to any further investigation. Linda shook her head. How could a doctor not know the difference between homosexuality and sexual abuse? She couldn't help but smirk when Fahmy Malik made the bold promise to Garrett that he would resign if the boys had perished before the train struck them. That's the idea, she thought. Malik cited aspiration of blood in the lungs as definitive proof that his ruling was correct. Quote, "The children bled from the crash. They died of the crash." Garrett pushed further, inquiring whether Malik had conducted tests on the boys' clothing for the presence of anyone else's blood. "Mr. Garrett," Malik said, his countenance serious, "I studied hematology for 2 years. Now, what I know about hematology, I don't believe a serologist knows what I know about it." He continued modestly, talking about his humble qualifications before mentioning the EMT statements about the color of the blood. Garrett urged the doctor to continue. "What do they know about blood?" Malik asked angrily. "What affects the color of blood? This is inflammatory. It has no relation to the death. Don't make something more than what it is. These kids died because of the crash. The train passed on them and the fact they were smoking marijuana. We are not tarnishing these kids. They are like my children. I am not putting this marijuana in them. It was found. It's a fact. We have to accept it. And this is life." The courtroom was silent for a moment before Malik cleared his throat and added, "Could it be a homicide? There is one condition that fulfills the criteria of homicide. If the engineer is lying, he could stop, and he wouldn't if he was under the influence of marijuana or alcohol." He would also say that he had originally ruled the boys' death suicide because they exhibited hallmarks of accidental autoerotic asphyxiation. At this point in my research, I began to question if Malik even knew where he was. Yeah, it does sound like he's just off on it. Like, what are you going on about? Further questioning failed to yield any additional insights. When Garrett posed his final question, Malik appeared to be easing into his seat. The lawyer took a breath and asked, "Dr. Malik, is it possible that the boys received any other wounds that were covered up or obscured when the train passed over them?" Malik put his arms behind his head and leaned back like he was beachside. "Not with me," the doctor said. "Maybe another person would miss it, but not me." Richard Garrett issued a report overturning Dr. Fahmy Malik's official ruling in the deaths of Don Henry and Kevin Ives 5 days after the hearing. The manner of their deaths was changed to undetermined. Excellent, Richard Garrett. He's like, this Malik guy seems full of shit. Let's just say what he did is wrong. Let's exhume those bodies. New details. Richard Garrett and Dan Harmon sat down with the parents immediately after the prosecutor's hearing to ask them a hard question. Could they have permission to exhume the boys and ship their remains to out-of-state pathologists? Yes, exactly. As soon as that doctor's, as Malik's, results were thrown out, they're like, "Oh, we need new results, so we got to dig them up." Despite any discomfort they may have had, their answer was unanimous and immediate. The parents were willing to do anything to see justice done. 1 month and a few days later, the families gathered at the courthouse again, presenting a petition to allow the exhumations of Don and Kevin to the judge. Judge Cole, though having sided with the families in changing Dr. Malik's ruling, appeared somewhat hesitant to grant the exhumation request, posing more questions than he had during the prosecutor's hearing. After nearly an hour of deliberation, Judge Cole resolutely banged his gavel, declaring, "Petition granted." The parents departed from the courthouse, surrounded by a swarm of cameras and reporters. This aspect of the process was one that Linda still couldn't get accustomed to. On the car ride home, she couldn't help but think about Kevin and Don's friends preparing for prom and graduation. Those same thoughts resurfaced in March, when she watched a backhoe remove the earth covering her son's casket. As journalists delved deeper, they uncovered and exposed more incriminating details. Malik's legitimacy as a crime lab came under scrutiny due to public revelations of several legal and managerial changes in the early 80s. The crime lab temporarily operated as a state-run institution in 1979, but after the dissolution of the Department of Public Safety in 1981, it was once again designated as an independent agency. Neither of these junctures was Malik subjected to review as required by state law. Oh, what a surprise. Malik is even more dodgy than we thought. Moreover, the commission responsible for these reviews had not convened for nearly a decade, and when contacted, its members were unaware of the organization's existence. Even in the face of these developments, and the Arkansas Attorney General's unwavering stance that the obscure law should have the same force and validity as every other law should have, Malik managed to retain his position. Governor Bill Clinton's spokesman was quoted in the newspapers. From what we know about it, it's a very cloudy issue. Additional revelations show that Malik had not attained his certificate in forensic pathology until 1985, when state law includes a stipulation that allows for those seeking board eligibility to hold the position of state pathologist. Dr. Malik didn't meet the requirement until 1984, 5 years after attaining the position. What is Malik doing here? How did Malik get this job? He just seems to be an incompetent fool, in my opinion, and somehow he's been promoted to this great position. And it's like, what? How? Who did he bribe? Allegedly, in my opinion. Disputes over Malik's past rulings came to light with his dubious qualifications. In 1983, a boy died of massive head trauma in a parking lot brawl. The assistant medical examiner who performed the autopsy ruled the death cause as undetermined because of conflicting eyewitness reports about whether the boy's fall was the result of a shove. At trial 9 months later, Dr. Malik changed the ruling to a homicide. Under oath, he defended this charge, citing a 1-to-1 match with an injury on the boy's collarbone and a .30-30 rifle owned by the alleged assailant. This rifle was never at the scene, and it was never conclusively shown whether the boy was pushed or fell. Whatever the truth, a man was imprisoned for the murder based on Malik's testimony. Press inquiries in 1988 showed that the form Malik submitted as evidence was the only form to mention the rifle, and it was submitted 6 days before the trial began. Why do you want to see this guy go to prison? What is going on? This is super shady. Seeing the press poking around, several assistant medical examiners came forward to tell the press that Malik was not present for a number of autopsies he testified to have personally observed. The doctor tried to dodge reporters, but with pressure mounting from both the press and the state, Malik eventually had to make a statement. Accused of perjury, Dr. Malik tried to gain sympathy by blaming a communication breakdown. He sat down with a reporter for the Arkansas Gazette, saying, "You have to remember the language barrier, things of that nature. As nice as it would be to believe that, we've all heard how Malik spoke while on the stand. I don't think he could mistake yes for no when answering questions under oath, like, were you present for the autopsy?" Yes, and he seems quite eloquent in his speech. So no, I don't think that was the issue, Doc. Or maybe not a doctor anymore. It'd be nice if they took that away, wouldn't it? The new autopsies were wrapped up in early April. A team under the supervision of Dr. Joseph Burton, chief medical examiner for the North Atlanta metropolitan area, carried out the autopsies. The investigation's momentum saw a sudden shift. Burton efficiently completed his examinations and tests before promptly seeking details from Dr. Malik regarding his procedures over the phone. A secretary relayed that Malik was unavailable. Burton confirmed that the boys had only smoked a joint or two before their deaths. This revelation was sufficient to warrant convening a grand jury. The grand jury. On April the 28th, 1988, 9 months after Don and Kevin's tragic deaths, Judge Cole administered the oath to a grand jury composed of 6 men and 10 women. He also imposed a gag order restricting information about the proceedings from being disclosed. Details about what occurred within the courtroom come from Linda and Harmon's accounts post facto, as well as from the list of witnesses assembled by newspapers. Additional information emerges through secondary sources, shedding light on the proceedings. According to these sources, Malik confided in a colleague about the harassment he had endured during the grand jury sessions, making him feel persecuted. Oh no, boo-hoo, poor you, Dr. Malik. The same colleague described Dr. Malik as a very emotional person and stated that he had trouble carrying out his duties while serving as a witness. When questioned by reporters at a later date, Malik acknowledged his colleague's statements, remarking that if anything, they were an understatement. While my personal sympathy for the doctor is minimal, the pressures he encountered because of the investigation were undeniably real. Again, I'm kind of like, well, don't, like, if you do a bad job, if you do a really dodgy job, then you're going to have to face the consequences of that, aren't you? I'm sorry. Despite the grand jury proceedings, the Arkansas Democrat conducted a reader survey revealing that 83.6% of respondents believed that the deaths of Don, Henry, and Kevin Ives were the result of murder. There was a nearly constant demand in letters to the editor section in many papers to remove Malik from office. In a similar survey, 64% of Arkansas sheriffs expressed the view that Malik was performing his duties excellently. They echoed the sentiment that Malik was indeed being persecuted by the grand jury. Well, yeah, Arkansas sheriffs, they're on the same team. So they're going to be like, of course they're going to defend one of their basically colleagues. And yes, of course he should be removed from his position. He seems to be an incompetent. Bill Clinton, well aware of the growing political turmoil, took action by subjecting Dr. Malik to a peer review. However, the scope of the review would soon be restricted. Out-of-state pathologists would no longer examine any of the cases slated for review, a decision that struck Harmon as peculiar. The task of serving subpoenas to the two doctors participating in the now reduced review proved to be impossible. Despite multiple attempts and even serving a subpoena to Betsy Wright, Clinton's chief of staff, the out-of-state pathologists never appeared before the grand jury. So they were just dodging subpoenas this whole time? Really? This prompted reporters to knock on the governor's door. Clinton was firm in his belief that the consultants would review Malik well enough without reviewing his opinion on each and every case. How about when something this major is going on, you do review each and every case? How hard can it be? I mean, yes, it's a lot of manpower and all of this stuff, but it seems very important. This guy's holding an important position. There should be checks and balances. By mid-May, Dr. Burton was ready to present his findings to the grand jury. Harmon discussed what he could with Linda and Larry, telling them that the preliminary report of the new autopsies had caused extreme skepticism about Malik's findings among the jurors. It was only a week or so later that the grand jury refused their preliminary report. In their belief, Kevin and Don's deaths were probable homicides. Linda was surprisingly happy to hear the grim news. This meant the investigation would begin again in earnest. The Arkansas State Police had already assigned officers to the case and were conducting their first information-finding activities. With the addition of police resources, the case took a confusing turn. 3 of the men, whom EMT Shirley Raper had conversed with in the woods on the night of the boy's death, were gradually identified one by one. 2 of them were apprehended on cocaine smuggling charges, and the third was taken into custody for aggravated robbery. So they weren't with, didn't they say they were with the fire department or something like that? It's like, no, we're just criminals hiding out in the woods, smuggling coke. While their arrests were unrelated to the boys' deaths, the grand jury opted to hear their testimonies, given that they were already in police custody. To many reporters, it appeared that the grand jury's focus had shifted from murder to drugs. The list of police officers stated as witnesses continued to expand with each passing day, prompting Linda to reach out to Harmon. After her persistent inquiries, the lawyer informed her that there were allegations suggesting that 2 deputies had been witnessed near the tracks assaulting 2 boys on the night of the murder. Oh my god, it is police corruption, isn't it? Harmon emphasized that this was an unverified rumor, but Larry and Linda couldn't dismiss it, particularly as the count of officers summoned as witnesses continued to rise. What is going on? What are they covering up? Is Malik involved, or is he just incompetent? In mid-September, after months of deliberation, the grand jury finally submitted its report. They presented the report, along with a recorded statement from Dr. Burton to Judge Cole. The foreman's note read, Our conclusion is that the deaths are definitely homicides, and we should continue our investigation. At this juncture, Harmon decided to release a significant portion of the evidence to address some of the rumors that had arisen over the past 4 months, nearly 13 months after the boy's death. In his recorded statement, Dr. Burton expressed his clear concern that the forensic evidence indicated the boys' deaths had occurred in a different location before their bodies were moved to the railroad tracks. He meticulously described the procedures he followed when examining.
Did you just get back to my stream, Dell? Then here the whole time? Alright, sorry about that.
Don's shirt at his private laboratory in Atlanta. Utilizing all his expertise and knowledge, he concluded that the boy's shirt had been punctured and torn before he was placed on the tracks. Burton also pointed out an impact wound on Kevin's cheek that was inconsistent with injuries he might have sustained when struck by the train. He noted a lack of aspirated material in the boy's lungs. Dr. Burton systematically dismantled each claim made by Dr. Malik in his autopsy report. Still awaiting photographic enhancements from experts in Dade County, Florida, Dr. Burton could say nothing more than Malik's report was inherently flawed. The cause of the boy's deaths remained a mystery. And if you haven't taken Dr. Malik out of this position yet, what are you up to? Get him out of there. In the weeks following the release of the grand jury and Dr. Burton's statements, a flurry of information came out about pretty much every figure involved with the trial. For the sake of time and clarity, we'll focus on Dr. Malik and information that disproved his findings. First, the chief criminologist at the Arkansas State Crime Lab had examined the stab-like cuts on Don Henry's shirt before the 1987 autopsies. These reports were never coupled with Malik's autopsies. Next, a Pulaski County coroner's jury ruled against Malik in the case of a nursing home resident.
Ah! Shit.
Malik had labeled the death as natural causes when examination of forensic evidence showed that the man had been beaten before his death. Next, Bill Clinton refused to make a decision about Malik, instead passing the responsibility to the new crime lab director he'd just appointed. This man was a former sheriff who thought highly of Malik. Clinton said Malik's work was exemplary, and the doctor had a lot of supporters. Clinton, what have you been smoking? Did you look at any of the work that he was doing on this case? Because it is far from exemplary, in my opinion. Dr. Malik was given a substantial raise by the crime lab's new director just days before the grand jury's findings in September. In yet another poll from the Arkansas Democrat, 81.2% of respondents said they believed that Fahmy Malik should be fired. Computer photo enhancements from Dade County showed that Kevin had likely been struck with a rifle butt before being placed on the tracks. Burton's report showed that Dr. Malik had sawed.
Oh. Never mind then.
Kevin's skull during the autopsy process in a way he'd never seen before, almost mutilating it beyond use. Malik's original ruling contradicted his statements in court. In his report, he indicated that Kevin's lungs weighed 1,250 grams and Don's 880 grams during the autopsy. Despite peer review, pathologists in Atlanta pointed out that the typical weight of a 17-year-old male's lungs was closer to 700 grams, underscoring the substantial amount of blood settling in the boy's lungs and conclusively indicating that they had been dead long before the train struck them. Dr. Malik refused to step down, as he had stated he would during the prosecutor's hearing. Oh yeah, he said if it turns out that they were killed by it before the train, that he'd resign or whatever. What a surprise he didn't. Another clear evidence of his douchebaggery. Unsolved mysteries. October the 12th, 1988 was an eventful day for Linda. Following an emotional press conference at the post office that morning, she felt a mix of excitement and apprehension as she looked forward to watching that evening's episode of Unsolved Mysteries, which featured a segment on her son and Don's murders. The episode had been filmed in August. Host Robert Stack posed a question to Richard Garrett, asking for his opinion on the boy's death. Quote, "I think the boys saw something they shouldn't have seen, and it had to do with drugs," Garrett said. guessing that they'd stumbled onto a meth lab. This theory had gained traction, especially following the grand jury's proceedings. The next day, several reporters reached out, seeking Linda's response to the true crime show. She admitted that it had been hard to watch, but she was hopeful the popular program would generate some new leads. With the increased police involvement, there was little that Linda could actively contribute to the ongoing investigation. This shift in her circumstances allowed her to concentrate on Malik. The grand jury's decision had informed her about several others in the state who had encountered similar issues with the medical examiner. In late '88, Linda got in touch with a man from northwest Arkansas whose daughter, Janie, had died in suspicious circumstances while she was still a high school student. Just like Kevin and Don, Dr. Malik had conducted Janie's autopsy and declared her death accidental, attributing it to a fall from a porch resulting in a broken neck. Janie's father had found this explanation unbelievable. The porch she was said to have fallen from was just inches above the ground, and her body had been bathed and dressed in new clothing before being transported to the crime lab. That's not suspicious at all, is it, Doc? Is it? Like Linda, Janie's father had also encountered difficulties in obtaining EMT reports from the night of her daughter's death. The man believed Janie's death was the result of a beating and that her killer was being shielded from justice. Another member of this macabre club made contact with Linda soon after the first. This individual's uncle had been discovered with his head severed. However, Malik had categorized the death as resulting from natural causes. Bruh. The individual's uncle had been his head severed. The fuck? Natural causes? The medical examiner attributed the missing head to the family's voracious dog, a well-fed small breed. Just a note, claiming it was a stomach ulcer that led to the man's demise. When the head was located in a nearby trash bin, Malik chose not to alter his ruling. Malik! I know this episode isn't about you, but it so much is. You fucking quack, in my opinion. Allegedly. After several phone conversations like this, Linda began meeting with those who had been wronged by Malik on a regular basis. I mean, like, they're gonna have to get a larger venue. One who became a frequent visitor was Buster Schmidt. His nephew was falsely imprisoned because of Malik's faulty testimony, and he was full of fire for the cause. After a small protest on the Capitol steps in 1989, he approached Linda with an idea. I've been thinking we should start an organization. He pitched the name Vomit, Victims of Malik's Incredible Testimony. Linda couldn't stifle her laughter. We are all victims of Malik's testimony, and that is what you feel like doing. She made plans to print up shirts the following day. Vomit takes action.
Vomit takes action. Please don't say
The
that
Arkansas
again.
Medical Society's lack of response to calls for Dr. Malik's removal in the summer of 1989 spoke volumes to the Iveses and Henrys, prompting Linda to take collective action. She and the other Vomit members initiated a petition campaign after our open letter to AMS went unanswered. In a few weeks, the grassroots organization collected over 2,000 signatures, petitioning Governor Clinton to dismiss Malik due to his numerous missteps, scandals, and violations of state law. We're tired of nothing being done, Linda said on the Capitol building steps during a small press conference after submitting the petition to the governor. To set the stage for Vomit's inaugural action, a jury in Garland County was being dismissed for their distrust in Dr. Malik's work. They referenced the train death case, among others, as reasons for their inability to accept the pathologist's determinations. Linda's personal crusade was creating a significant impact, and Malik's credibility was steadily eroding, as it should. His credibility faced another blow when he accused Mark Malcolm, the chief deputy coroner of Pulaski County, of felony murder. This misunderstanding arose from Malik misinterpreting a symbol on a hospital report that indicated a family's request to remove a man from life support after he was declared brain dead. Malik mistakenly assumed that Malcolm had ordered the man to be taken off life support. Even after learning of his error, Malik tripled down, extending the accusation to Malcolm's boss and lawyer. When this trio of accused men tried to voice their formal complaint about Malik to Betsy Wright, Clinton's chief of staff, she was too busy to see them. It was only after a police report landed on her desk that Wright took notice. She passed the report to the health department, who subsequently dismissed the case as misinterpretation.
No, it's not that. You're misunderstanding me, bro.
I think I am.
Yeah, you are. Where aren't you understanding this? I feel like you're not getting this at all.
I'm not getting it.
God damn.
I don't understand. Malik, what the fuck? The blatant cover-up left Linda seething with anger, although she wasn't surprised. Dr. Joycelyn Elders, who headed the ADH, had rejected a comprehensive 52-page report that Linda and Vomit had compiled, which outlined numerous instances of Dr. Malik's perjury in various court cases. Elders attributed this to a lack of communication between pathologists at the state crime lab and took no additional action. Given her past experience, Linda wasn't taken aback when she encountered a familiar pattern while reading a new report in the Arkansas Democrat. Elders asserted that the Medical Examiners Commission wasn't capable of rating how well Malik does his job. When asked about Malik's accusations of murder against a county coroner, Elders said, "We found no reason to make any personal recommendations," further adding, "Everybody in the world makes mistakes. There are no hard facts that Dr. Malik made a technical mistake on specific cases." Actually, it seems like there's quite a lot of those. And also, when you accuse someone and their boss and their lawyer of murder, and they'll be like, "Yeah, no, it definitely was," even though it wasn't. Bro, how do you still have your job? Who's protecting you? Who is protecting you and why? Despite continuing embarrassment and the mounting costs of multiple investigations, Governor Clinton saw no reason to fire Dr. Malik. "He's obviously stressed out," Clinton told reporters. "He did make a mistake, and I think he ought to apologize to the guy for it. I wouldn't think this issue alone would be sufficient to let him go." The following day, The Democrat published an article entitled "Malik an Untouchable?", asking why the government and its representatives seem to do the sidestep shuffle when questions are raised concerning Malik's performance. An editorial in the Arkansas Gazette shared similar concerns. Dr. Fahmy Malik is the Teflon medical examiner. It really does seem that way, doesn't it? How... He seems so bad at his job, and then he rose right to the top, where he continued to be bad at his job and then just can't get fired. The man can survive anything, and has, for $81,429 a year, we've got a man who performs nearly 2 autopsies a day. Meanwhile, he averages only 2 or 3 high-profile outrages a week. The Benton Courier echoed those thoughts, saying, "Seemingly every few weeks, there's a new charge that state medical examiner Dr. Fahmy Malik has botched an autopsy and come up with the wrong cause of death." After seeing so much public outcry, Linda did what she does best. She wrote a letter. On the 21st of August, just 2 days from the 2-year anniversary of her son's death, Linda sent Governor Clinton a copy of the formal complaint she'd sent to Dr. Elders and the following message. "While I would certainly concede that Dr. Malik has a communication problem and that perhaps he's stressed out, these are all situations that he's brought upon himself. I would agree with Dr. Elders' statements that everyone makes errors. However, it is crucial the professional person in Dr. Malik's position be willing to admit their errors and do everything within their power to rectify them. Dr. Malik has historically lied to cover his errors. I believe that the lack of credibility in the medical examiner's office has absolutely crippled the justice system of Arkansas. I feel your statements and the most recent filings by the Medical Examiner's Commission are an absolute insult to the people of Arkansas and certainly raise questions about your own credibility. I fully agree." 3 weeks later, an official response came from the governor himself. How exciting. And it read, "Dear Mrs. Ives, thank you for your very thoughtful and pointed letter of August the 21st. Please be assured that I am taking your request and your advice very seriously. Sincerely, Bill Clinton." That sounds like these sort of letter where it's like, yeah, I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to do dick. And what comes next? Clinton would never address Linda personally again. What a shocker. The long wait for nothing.
Oh no.
The year 1990 unfolded with more questions than answers. Linda, diligently sifting through public records and leaked police reports, had constructed a personal theory. Nothing could be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, but in Linda's mind, her boy had gotten wrapped up in a drug-selling scheme, and crooked cops had murdered him and Don, possibly to keep them from squealing. That same year, Larry would fall off the roof of their house while performing maintenance on the chimney. He required full reconstructive surgery in his left arm, and caring for her husband during his recovery left Linda with little time and energy for activism or investigation. Mid-1990, a series of drug charges were potentially linked to Kevin and Don's death, primarily by the newspapers. These charges would never amount to more than the theory, some widely believed yet never proven. A federal investigation into Dan Harmon caused a buzz around the murder case, but there were no significant developments until Harmon's arrest on corruption charges in 1996 related to his actions as county prosecutor in 1979 and 1980. Despite some theories often thrown around by those discussing the case, there's no concrete link between his past corruption and the train killing case, apart from Harmon himself. To me, his actions didn't directly hinder the investigation. It's another case of corruption from that era, but it doesn't offer further insights into the mystery of the boys on the tracks. Linda Ives and Curtis Henry formulated various theories involving cocaine smugglers, largely based on hearsay and ongoing drug investigations near Mena, Arkansas, approximately an hour's drive from Bryant. As an Arkansas resident, not me, Nadaka, who wrote today's episode, I can confidently, can you tell by my accent? I'm not from Arkansas. I can confidently state that the idea of the swampy and densely forested area around Bryant being a suitable location for an aerial drug drop is simply not based in reality. It would be exceedingly easy for contraband to become lost among the trees or for individuals attempting to make off with illicit materials to get lost in the woods. The FBI has confirmed that drug drops from the Mena airport were intended for Oklahoma and Texas. Regardless of the parents' strong convictions regarding this theory, it lacks both substantiated evidence and logical reasoning. As corruption continued to surface over the years, Linda grew increasingly apprehensive. The extensive political complexity surrounding the case obscured the pursuit of justice. In the 1990s, many sources I examined shifted their focus away from Kevin and Don, concentrating on around a dozen other core cases only loosely connected. Because of that, I'll directly address the one event I believe had some impact on the case. In the summer of 1991, Bill Clinton launched his presidential bid. As his influential friend turned his focus to a national campaign, Malik sensed a shifting political landscape. Gradually, his fervent supporters fell silent, and his most recent debacle in March proved to be the breaking point. So he's like, just because he's mates with the governor? I mean, that's super corrupt, allegedly, if it's true. That's why he keeps his job. That's nuts. Despite autopsy reports, multiple witnesses, and the state prosecutor all confirming that a 21-year-old defendant had shot another man from a distance, Malik, when on the stand, claimed it was a point-blank shot. This led to the defendant's release and Malik's loss of support. While his boss, Jim Clark, had publicly defended him, only a few days after the statement, Clark informed Dr. Malik that he needed to find new employment. Well, yeah, I mean, he could defend him up to a point, and then it's like, bro, in court, really? That sort of grievous error? You're fired, you incompetent buffoon, is what theoretically Jim might say. Certainly nothing
What up,
I
Spat?
say or believe. I mean, personally, I believe it, but it's not a statement of fact. After catching wind of this change of heart, reporters flocked to Clark's office. Quote, "It was mainly a personal suggestion," Clark explained. "I was under no pressure from the governor to get rid of him." Another article published around the same time captured a former state legislature's point of view. "The state has gone to the wall for Malik. This looks like a complete..."
What? Wow. What happened? I said hi to you. If I didn't, I apologize. But in my head, I said hey. I said yo, I said what up. Not only that, we're messaging on Discord. Suck my dick. First, actually, suck my dick, mobbed. Acting like I'm not talking to you at all. Shut the fuck up. I'd beat your ass.
About face. Malik had no intention of admitting he was wrong, telling reporters that he had no plans to find a new job. Still, there was celebration from several notable journalists. Max Brantley of the Arkansas Gazette wrote, "Years late, come the welcome news that Dr. Fahmy Malik's 12-year stint as state medical examiner may be drawing to an end." Yes, you and I, Max. Same page. Calls for Clinton to officially sack Malik were raised. Key among them were Linda and her friends Vomit. They had collected 4,000 new signatures on an updated petition, which they presented to Bill Clinton in his office in early May. Clinton would say, "Should I call the medical board or the crime lab board and say, get rid of this man? I've got 4,000 signatures and a newspaper article and never mind the merits? I'm very sympathetic to Mrs. Ives and my heart goes out to her, but I'm still going to defer to the crime lab board." In an interview a few months later, Clinton would say, "We don't fire people for bad press." He did mention that if it was Malik's credibility that was causing the problem, maybe it's time we call it quits. By September 1991, Clinton's opponents in the Democratic presidential primary made it clear that they would be focusing on the weak points in the governor's nearly decade-long administration, and Fahmy Malik was a glaring blemish. On September the 3rd, in response to several critical editorials, Governor Clinton publicly raised the question of whether Malik was a suitable fit for the state examiner position. During a statewide television broadcast call-in segment, a voter inquired about Dr. Malik's future. Clinton responded saying, "It might be best if he recognizes that he's put in many years of hard work and should probably consider stepping back." It's like essentially saying, "I want your resignation letter on my desk." The following day, Clinton attributed the presumptions in the media to Malik's inaccuracy, although he did not retract his earlier statements or disavow the doctor. Dr. Malik had a private outburst over the situation. For the following week, he refused to engage in conversations with anyone except his lawyer, who conveyed messages to Clinton and others. Through his attorney, he informed the press that he had no intention of resigning, but the governor intended to break out the metaphorical whiteout and correct the smudge that was the incompetent medical...
Why do you think I haven't done them ever?
examiner. Friend or no, Malik would have to go. The front page of the Arkansas Gazette on September the 10th, 1991 featured a color photo of Malik alongside the headline, "Malik relinquishes power."
Do I have to get lucky? Hell no. I just tried to get lucky just now. I opened 2,000 of them fucking, Where are those eggs? Hype eggs. I didn't get a single thing. I didn't get a huge either.
Host at long last. The brief article contained a quote from the doctor. I was never pressured by anyone. I did this of my own volition, my own choice. Now, it's debatable whether this statement is true, but it is presented in a manner that can only be described as classic Malik. Even in his defeat, Fahmy Malik's pride shone through. Your pride should have been stomped all over, mate. Linda was excited to see Malik go, but her satisfaction only lasted so long. The former state examiner swiftly secured a new role at the health department, working under Dr. Elders. We can all take some satisfaction that this fresh opportunity came with a $46,000 reduction in pay. Clinton would repeatedly deny any pressure from him or his office toward Dr. Malik. These claims would be quickly refuted by a teensy bit of investigative journalism, and Clinton pivoted, calling the change almost coincidental. He would repeat in several interviews, "Oh, we didn't make a deal." Sure you didn't, Bill. Sure you didn't. As the years passed, the case of Don Henry and Kevin Ives faded from the public's attention. However, Linda remained unwavering in her commitment, dedicating countless hours poring over any tangential court and police records that she could get her hands on. While these records often led to drug-related crimes, what was missing, at least from the perspective of this writer, was the connection between these events and the tragic death of the boys. While the Mina airport drug smuggling scandal was quite real, it doesn't seem to tie into this case and would require at least a whole other script to explore. We'll quickly run through the necessary details, though. In 1994, following the scandal in the Arkansas government, the FBI investigated Don and Kevin's deaths, identifying 6 individuals who may have information concerning the boys' deaths. In 1997, Linda submitted her first FOIA request for the FBI's reports on her son. In 1998, the FBI responded to that request, saying headquarters located no records responsive, and closed the case with no arrests. Many cried national cover-up at this point, but the FBI lacked evidence and therefore jurisdiction. Seems they were just doing their jobs, if you ask me. This doesn't run that high. Like, this seems to be local level stuff, or like state level stuff, not FBI stuff. With the assistance of a congressman, Linda received new information from the FBI, a total of approximately 16,600 pages responsive to your request. Of those pages, Linda was provided with fewer than 2,000 heavily redacted pages. While many have raised a cry of cover-up once again, it's important to know the pages responsive essentially refers to database hits. While I respect Linda's determination to find information, it's also worth considering that some of those hits might have been footnotes or only remotely related. Although frustrating, redactions are pretty standard. Linda made more attempts to have the information released in 2012 and 2016, but both were dismissed. In 2022, a petition was posted on change.org calling for the release of all documents pertaining to the boys' case. At the time of writing, it has 9,976 out of 10,000 signatures. Well, probably for not much longer. Wrap up. With all the hearsay, potential conspiracy, confirmed corruption, and coincidence surrounding this case, it's incredibly probable that we'll never know what really happened to Don and Kevin. I've done my best to present the facts of the case and Linda's struggle to see justice done, avoiding some of the more circumstantial and theoretical discussions around the case. Those interested in learning more about these tangents and theories should consider looking up Mara Leverett's The Boys on the Track's Death Denial and A Mother's Crusade to Bring Her Son's Killer to Justice.
Olympics gold medalist Noah Lyles reveals that he plans to play League of Legends when he returns home. Dog, you just won gold at the Olympics and you're... Yeah, League players are retarded. League players are just dumb. I don't know what else to say.
It contains numerous...
And that includes me because I played it for 5 years. League players are retarded.
Intriguing details and entire sagas that I chose to omit to enhance the clarity of today's narrative. Despite having prior knowledge of the case, I was surprised by just how deep the rabbit holes go. While numerous individuals might assign blame to an unidentified drug runners or varied elected officials and bureaucrats for failure to apprehend Don and Kevin's killer, I hold steadfast to Hanlon Razor in this instance. Never attribute to malice which can be adequately explained by stupidity. The incompetence displayed by various Arkansas law enforcement and government officials could be seen as bordering on criminal, although much of it appears to stem from an avoidance of responsibility or hard work rather than premeditated corruption. Corrupt police, Mexican drug lords, and government officials do make for thrilling murder suspects, but the explanation that requires the fewest assumptions is usually correct. The narrative believed by many, including Linda and Richard Garrett, includes the boys stumbling upon a drug job or a meth lab, but there is no substantial proof that any major trafficking or manufacturing was taking place in Bryant or Alexander. The cultural panic surrounding the war on drugs and the airport drug smuggling scandal in Mina, 120-ish miles away from Bryant, were very much on the minds of these people, allowing them to make these logical leaps and believe many rumors. Their limited understanding of the local drug scene led them to equate organized crime with small-scale marijuana dealers. Additionally, it's essential to note that occasional cannabis use is a far cry from participating in a highly organized drug trade, as some suggest Don and Kevin might have been involved in. Yeah, so this is all massive stretches. Like, I'm pretty inclined to believe the one about them stumbling across something they shouldn't have and getting killed, and then someone placing them on the track so the train hits them and basically destroys all the evidence because they're so mangled. But it's still like there's not enough evidence, is there? I do believe that, though. I do think that's what happened. In my personal belief, this tragedy had nothing to do with drugs. Okay, quite simply, the boys were in the wrong place at the wrong time. In my own experiences hiking across the state, I've had encounters with individuals who were armed and threatened to resort to violence rather than let someone take a single step onto their property. It's not beyond the realm of possibility to consider that a Second Amendment enthusiast living near Alexander might have seen the two boys hunting, assumed them to be poachers, and defended their land. It's also possible that this individual, driven by panic, might have attempted to cover up the evidence of their crime by moving the bodies to the railroad tracks. This scenario leaves us with the same question, but reduces the number of variables. Who killed Don Henry and Kevin Ives? Dr. Malik's ineptitude, the state government's game of pass the buck, and too many instances of police incompetence didn't aid the investigation. However, they didn't pull the trigger or move the bodies. Because of this, we find ourselves unable to name a suspect without a burdensome load of conjecture and speculation. I, for one, am unwilling to engage in the decades-long game of telephone, perpetrating rumors that originated in political conflicts 4 decades ago. I will not point a finger without some proof. And since we don't adhere to the Napoleonic Code in the US, hearsay is inadmissible. Linda passed away in 2021. Even in her final years, she remains committed to the fight for justice for her son and his friend. She remains familiar at the state capitol building throughout the 2010s, up until the pandemic, holding a sign that outlined her son's death and the government's recurring mishandling of his case. Well, despite 34 years of tireless activism, Linda never achieved the justice she so desperately sought. Vomit essentially folded after Malik stepped down in 1991, but several members kept in close contact with Linda throughout her life. Dr. Fahmy Malik died in Clearwater, Florida in 2018. His obituary includes the following. He was a strong advocate for science, truth, and justice as he led the Arkansas State Criminal Laboratory to its first ever national accreditation. He was honored to educate and train hundreds of medical students, residents, and allied health professionals throughout his
Ah, fuck him. Fuck Noah Lyles. He shit-taught the NBA. He shit-taught the NBA at the Olympics. Fuck him.
career. I must admit, I'm genuinely frustrated that such an incompetent man received such glowing praise after his passing. Yeah, but it's an obituary. It's not like, yeah, dude was a prick. It's not what happens. His time at the Arkansas State
And what I'm selling, I'm still trying to sell those bags. The good versus evil ones.
Led to one of the longest strings of unresolved murders in the state's history and resulted in the wrongful imprisonment of many innocent individuals as well as the mistrial of violent criminals. It's my sincere hope that history remembers him as a liar and a coward. Marvel Henry and Larry Ives are still kicking in their 80s while Curtis Henry appears to
Today's the semifinals. France versus Germany. Oh, it's happening right now. First quarter, Germany has 12, France has 2. Who's on? I'm gonna scroll down and oh wait. Oh shit, wait. Oh, I forgot. France got Victor Wembanyama. Or Wembanyama. Oh shit. And Rudy Gobert. Oh shit. I forgot. I think it was like I think the thing was for the Olympics, the world, there are 132 people and for the Olympics in basketball that aren't playing for America. Or yeah. How many Olympic basketball players hold on. How many NBA players are in the Olympics? 81. Alright, so let's see who's playing for USA. So we got Bam Adebayo, Devin Booker, Steph Curry, Anthony Davis, Kevin Durant, Anthony Edwards, Joel Embiid, Tyrese Halliburton, Jrue Holiday, LeBron James, Jason Tatum, and Derek White. Holy shit. Like, obviously, most people in the NBA are from America, but still. God damn. For Canada, they got Nickeil Alexander-Walker, R.J. Barrett, Kem Birch, Dylan Brooks, Lugance Dort, Shai Alexander, Trey Lyles, Jamal Murray, Andrew Nebhard, Kelly Olenek. Why did they have Derek White? You tell me. They got 3 racist people on there. Jrue Holiday, Jason Tatum, and Derek White, because they're with the Celtics, so they're racist. Jason Tatum is on the team. Shit. Uh, uh, I, one thing I've noticed is that they have purposely not, like, why didn't they put Jaylen Brown in there? That's what I don't understand. Like, I don't watch basketball games, but I know a lot of shit about basketball. I don't know how the fuck he wasn't on the team. Probably that clip where he was saying that, or Jaylen Brown was talking to some hoes saying, yeah, Bronny isn't ready for the NBA. And LeBron pulled the... Yeah, I don't understand why he wasn't there. Let's see. But Canada, Nikolai Alexander-Walker, R.J. Barrett, Kem Birch, Dylan Brooks, Lugance Dort, Shai Alexander, Trey Lyles, Jamal Murray, Andrew Nembhard, Kelly Olenek, and Dwight Powell. France, we got Nicolas Bottom, Bilal Koulibaly, Nando De Cola, Evan Fournier, Rudy Gobert, Frank Ntilikina. Oh, he's... Wait, they got 2 former NBA players? Man. And then Victor Wembanyama. Australia, they got Dyson Daniels, Matthew Dellavedova, Dante Exum, Pedophile, Josh Green, Joe Ingles, Jock Lende... Uh... Well, Kyrie, I can already tell you where he is. He ain't allowed because he hates Jews. Hold on. Um, uh, Olympics. Uh, so, yeah. Do you know who, for Australia, when I say pedophile, do you know who I'm talking about? I mean, it don't even matter. They got knocked out anyway. Today, America... Serbia, they got Bogdan Bogdanovic, Marko Guduric, Josh Giddey. That's who I was talking about for Australia. But damn, America's going against Jokic and Jovic today. Ooh. Germany. How have they gotten this far? They only got 4 people in the NBA. Dennis Schroeder, Daniel Theus, Franz Wagner, and Mo Wagner. For sure, yeah. How is Germany winning right now? I don't understand that. How the fuck they losing to France? I mean, it's only the first quarter, but still. Spain, don't. Holy shit. Never mind. Brazil, anybody know? Yeah, who cares about the rest? But nah, I purposely think, like, Kyrie, I mean, it's obvious why he didn't get to go. Uh, what's it? Jaylen Brown, I don't understand. Like, he had to have rejected going. There's no way he didn't get picked. Because I don't understand why he wouldn't get picked. Uh, Jimmy Butler, he's got to get a new haircut. That's why he couldn't go. So, if France doesn't win, that's going to be funny as fuck. I don't really know. Is it in the bag for America? I mean, I know, that's why I like Jimmy Butler. He always has his retarded haircuts. I just don't see America losing, but I could be wrong. I do think it's funny how we have this sport of basketball that's only in America, really. Like with the NBA, and it's in the Olympics. Do they have actual football in the Olympics?
In 2005. As the number of those who experienced this tragedy dwindles, those who led the crusade for justice have already departed and attention shifts towards peripheral corruption and drug scandals, I hope the true crime enthusiasts, like you, the listener, can help preserve the memory of Kevin Ives and Don Henry. These two young men were tragically cut down before they could embrace the bright futures that awaited them. From the insights we've gained from their friends and loved ones, it's clear that Kevin Ives and Don Henry were gifted, compassionate, and promising individuals poised to make valuable contributions to the world. Their absence has undoubtedly left a void. Dismembered appendices.
Like I said, if they lose, I'm gonna be sad. Because that's gonna be like the biggest L ever. Also, shout out Kevin Durant. He just became the all-time scorer for Olympics basketball. I think if you go the Olympics, the points you get there should count towards your total.
One, to avoid the inevitable
Everybody was making fun of him whenever he was in the club. Pretend he was taking shots in the club, the basketball shots. They was making fun of him.
comments insisting that we've overlooked something, here's a quick mention. Linda hired a psychic in 1988. However, I decided not to include this in Simon's account because the psychic's insights merely echoed what Others had already said, and their stories about the boys.
KD, no bitches. No bitches, just ball. That's all. I love Kevin Durant because he be arguing with people on Twitter. One of my favorite things was whenever Cash Doll she put out a new lyric. She had a lyric in a song, and she posted the quote on Twitter. She said, "Everybody want to fuck KD." And KD was the coach like, "Ma'am, you need to change that lyric, or you need to go by different initials." Hold on, let me find the tweet. All these dudes want to fuck KD. He said, "You did not have to use those initials to get this tweet off. You have to relax with the KD talk. Your name is Cash Doll."
Last moments were purely speculative. Since we live in reality and not Narnia, I prefer to focus on confirmed events and realistic theories out of respect for the victims and their families. I can't imagine many people be like, "You left out the sidekick bit, Simon." Comment reply, you new here. You're new here. You know how I feel about this. 2. Billy Jack Haynes, who wrestling lovers like fellow writer Matt may recognize from WrestleMania 3, posted a filmed admission of having witnessed 2 teenage boys being murdered in 1987 while working as a drug enforcer. In the 2018 video, the former wrestler claims he was conducting security for a drug drop when he witnessed the murder of 2 young boys. Some of you may ask, why was a nationally known wrestling star playing tough guy for a drug outfit in some impassable woods between 2 tiny Arkansas towns? He could probably have afforded this cocaine habit without cracking heads for a drug runner. Furthermore, his insistence that viewers donate to a GoFundMe make me wonder about his motivations. Showmen like him never fully retire. Number 3. Dan Harmon faced drug ring accusations, but they relied heavily on evidence from political foes, rumors, and a 97 methamphetamine possession charge. I decided to leave this detail out.
Wait. Do you go back to school today, or was that a previous?
Out of the main narrative. A 1998 FBI investigation did find him guilty of corruption and racketeering in the 70s. While some paint him as a villain in the case, I can't understand why. Harmon worked pro bono for Linda and Larry for nearly a year, and I don't think his political corruption significantly impacted the train killings case.
I've just seen the craziest picture. I think out of everything that happened to Drake during his beef with Kendrick, I don't think it matches up to the fact that why the fuck was his dad pictured in the full flamin' hot Cheeto outfit in public? I'm sending it to both of y'all. This is a atrocious fit.
As he wasn't in office at the time. He's a corrupt politician, but he's not the mastermind of all crime in Central Arkansas. There's only so much he could be blamed for.
That's a classic? Dude, this is recent. He just want to be cool? He's 88. And his son's a pedophile.
And 70% is hearsay. Number 4. Because
not only that, another picture. So Drake released like 100 gigabytes of bullshit, right? Like a bunch of recordings he's had throughout the years, like from like songs, studio sessions, blah blah blah. I think the worst thing I saw. So we can all generally agree the Certified Lover Boy album cover is the worst album cover ever, right? Yeah, dropping all that and nobody giving a shit. But the original album cover for Certified Lover Boy came out, and it's worse. Like, this is why Kendrick called him a freak. Like, legitimately. Look at this. Look at this picture. Yeah, this was the original, by the way. Like, I was like, this is a terrible album cover for the one that came out. How was the other one worse? I don't understand that. How the fuck was the other one worse? How was the original worse?
Because I'm sure.
And then also, by the way, the Kendrick Lamar thing where he says, you run to Atlanta when you need to check balance. The only 3 new songs he released were 3 songs with Atlanta artists. Does Drake just, like, not care anymore? Oh, but it is funny that, Drake, unlocked his, Drake unlocked his alt, or his second Instagram account, or whatever. And there is a post in June on it that fucking kills me because it's a funny meme. Because it's a funny meme that I've always liked. He posted, but it's weird because he's shit talking J. Cole with it. The meme was, y'all remember when somebody got a hold of somebody stole J. Cole's phone and tried to call Jay-Z, and he didn't pick up, so he called him on their regular phone, and Jay-Z picked up. What's my profile picture? You don't fuck with it?
It came up at some point. Why don't you say Arkansas like Kansas, like Arkansas? The short answer is the French transliteration of an Algonquian-speaking natives word for south wind. It survived the test of time, while Kansas, was quickly
Hey, this is the original post, okay? That's
bastardized by English-speaking
that's why it's
settlers
funny
in
to me.
Kansas. Another quick fact: Arkansas's top exports include rice, chicken, bauxite, lumber, and Walmart supermarkets. Oh, weird dent on the weird place to end today's episode. Thank you for being here. If you enjoyed it, please leave a rating or a review wherever you get your podcasts. If you're watching,
Like I said, I put that picture specifically because I wanted to piss off Trilogy when he gets online, because all he has ever done is dick ride that girl. Like he has a chance or something. So now I'm putting that picture in his head, so now he can think about it forever. That's not me, espresso.
hello, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. As always, I'm your host, Simon. One of my writers in this case, Kevin, has written me a script. Phil Spector, music producer and murderer. Holy shit. Like, Phil Spector is a famous name. I'm not sure if that's because he murdered someone or whether he was a music producer. But he was pretty famous, right? He's famous outside of just being a murderer. It's also fairly intense, though. It's like, whenever a famous person becomes a murderer, you're like, oh my god, why? Why would you do that? You had so much going for you. If you're new here, the format of the show is I've never read this. We're going to read it together. We're going to explore. Also, how brilliant of a name for a murderer is Spectre. It's like, he's the Spectre of Death. Okay, here we go. There's a lot of discussion revolving around the link between narcissism and self-esteem, since narcissists are generally defined as being arrogant, entitled, and having an inflated sense of self-importance. On the surface, it would seem that these individuals would have higher self-esteem. However, the link between most forms of narcissism and high self-esteem is fairly small. Yeah, I understand that. I'm a bit narcissistic, for sure. But also, I don't know. I just guess I've got a little bit of narcissism and I've got a little bit of self-esteem. That sounds fine. People with a stable sense of high self-esteem know in their very core how awesome they are. While there is a chance that it manifests itself through narcissism, it's more than likely just to improve their interactions with other people, especially in a work setting. Really? So high self-esteem is more likely to improve your... Oh, I suppose so. If you think you're good at stuff, then you go around being like, I'm good at stuff. And people are like, let's trust that guy. So let me interrupt today's video to tell you about our fantastic sponsor today, which... These people tend to handle negative feedback and constructive criticism well because deep down they know they're awesome, they just made a mistake or did something that could be improved upon. Tell you what, YouTube's good at developing this because you're like, at first you see the a negative comment, you're like, oh no, one person on...
Omar deserves everything that happens to him. I'm not even, like, obviously, yeah, because he's a pedophile. But I'm talking about because of the fact he lost his virginity and he paid for the pussy, and it wasn't even it was a fat white woman. Like, I'm gonna be real, if I was that down bad and I had to pay a prostitute for my first time, I would actually get one that looks nice.
On the internet thinks I'm... And then what you do is you make more stuff and you become more popular, you're like, oh my god, there's a lot of people who think I make... You very quickly like, yeah, whatever. You know what? The vast majority... Like, you know, I always comfort myself because you just go into studio and you're like, YouTube Studio, it's like the back end where you see all the analytics and stuff, and it's like 99% like ratio, baby. And it's like, that's good. Like, if 99% of people like your shit, I mean, that's still going to be like 1,000, 1% who don't. Which, if you've done a video that's... let's say got 1 million views, that's still going to be 1,000 people who really didn't like it. 1,000 people? 10,000 people? 10,000 people who really didn't like it. Oh my lord. But when it comes to fragile high self-esteem, it's a completely different story. For these people, their sense of self-worth is dependent on external...
The only reason this makes me sad, I have to clarify before I say it, was because I was a furry in high school. RIP the guy that made that website Fur Affinity. It's one of the funniest websites ever. That shit's funny as fuck.
Validation and lying to themselves rather than being something more innate. They often come across as introverted, anxious, and insecure. These individuals seek constant validation and recognition, as any form of negative feedback risks damaging their illusions of themselves. Yeah, I know. I've known people like this. And it's not the most attractive trait. It's not the most attractive trait. Unlike stable self-esteem, fragile self-esteem has a very high correlation with vulnerable narcissism. Vulnerable narcissists have the same feelings of superiority to others, but they're extremely self-conscious and hypersensitive to rejection. Though normally not as violently dangerous as malignant narcissists, vulnerable narcissists tend to be extremely controlling perfectionists. They have high levels of aggressive and abusive behaviors and can be extremely manipulative to achieve their goals of perfection. They feel they need to be, because if anything they do is perceived as less than perfect, it risks shattering their fragile psyche and send them spiraling into depression. Oh my god, it's just schooling me on narcissism. I was like, yeah, narcissism, people who think they're awesome. Turns out it's extremely complicated, which, I mean, it always is. Like, the human brain's very complex. It's always like, yeah, I think I know what's going on with myself and my brain. It's like, you got no idea, fact boy. You got no idea. On a day...
Dog, I block mobile game advertisers on my Twitter. Why the fuck am I now getting ads from them, but from an Arabic page that they made? These people some dickheads.
Day-to-day basis is the sort of personality that would make a celebrity yell, "Don't you know who I am?" at the faintest perceived slight in order to immediately be placated with praise and approval to quickly repair the damage to their ego. But isn't the risk that the person's like, no, I don't know who you are, stop it, that's really uncomfortable. And then that would be even more damaging to your ego. Like, I'd never, ever, even if I was Tom Cruise, you'd never do that. Because you'd be like, well, one, it makes you look like an absolute tosser. And two, what if they're like, I don't know who you are. I've never seen any of your movies, Tom. I mean, or like nameless short stranger. I don't know how to throw in that short joke there. I love Tom Cruise. He's a legend, other than his like unusual religious beliefs.
It's me, Tom Cruise.
Yeah, I know who you are.
But in the most extreme cases, when abuse and threats don't get the person what they want, it's the type of personality that can quickly turn violent. It's also the type of personality that might cause a person to yell at the police responding to a 911 call that they work for him and that he's friends with the mayor after being... I remember, like, after university, like, it's like, okay, the police work for him because it's like he pays taxes or whatever. There was a mate of mine who, after university, went to work for a bank called RBS. And I think it was just after he went to work there or something, there was the financial crisis. And RBS was, like, acquired by the government, by the British taxpayer. And it was like, I don't know. It was like the vast majority, it was just owned by the government. And we make fun that he worked for us. And he's a civil servant. Oh, yeah. It was funny, but he never found it funny. I'm like, it's funny, man. Come on. You work for us, so you should laugh at our jokes. After being taken into custody that same night, such a person's first statement to interrogators might be, she's a piece of shit, and I don't know what her problem was, but she certainly had no right to come to my castle, blow her head open, and say that I murdered her. What the is wrong with you people? And say that I murdered her? No one's saying that. They've been murdered. They're dead. The Barbarian Queen. Lana Clarkson was born on April the 5th, 1962 in Long Beach, California, before her family moved to Sonoma County in Northern California. I know we don't say this much on this channel, but Lana had a happy and normal childhood. She even got her own house for her 10th birthday. Oh, horse. Sorry, horse. So she got a house for her 10th birthday? Holy shit. She got a horse for her 10th birthday, which she loved riding, which is still kind of, that's still impressive. Like, I'm not buying I don't want my kids to become horsey kids. Like, I know, I've known some, like, horsey people, and they're, like, really into horses. And for me, as the parent, I'm like, well, one, it's dangerous. Like, riding horses is dangerous. And second, I find it very boring. Like, I'm not even into horses racing, let alone the other, like, dressage and shit and horse jumping. I'm like, I cannot imagine anything more tedious. And if my kid's into that, then it's the sort of stuff you have to go to on the weekend, where there's smelly horses. And
That's a privileged take. Man, why the fuck would I want to let my children ride horses? Do you know how fucking expensive that is? Like, what?
you have to be like, oh my god, that's amazing. Well done. I'm so impressed with your horsey skills. And if in like 20 years, my kid listens to this and it turns out they did grow up to be like a horsey person, they're going to be like,
Dad, were you faking it for all of those years about how much you loved my horsey ways?
And I'll be like,
yes, my dear, I was faking it this whole time because horses are boring.
And she'd be like,
yeah, but what about Sprinkles? He's not boring.
And I'd be like,
he is boring. He's very boring. Horses are boring. I'm sorry.
Wow, that was a tangent, wasn't it? Just about horses. I was like, no, I'm not buying my kids f***ing horses. I've even encouraged my wife, don't get them into horsey shit. She likes horses. So I'm like, no horse riding. But part of a normal childhood for kids in California is dreaming of becoming a famous entertainer. That was a... I used to... This is like my dream as a...
All right. Dog, how many TikToks has that been on? Oh my fucking god. How many TikToks is that? Look at how many names are on there.
Kids.
Oh my fucking god.
That's a pretty normal dream, regardless of where people are from, yes. But it seems much more realistic when you're living in the same place that a lot of famous celebrities live and work. I bet it is. For me, I was like, that is never going to happen. What are the odds of that? So then I went on to have like, okay, I should just do a serious career. Like I went to university to study business and then I studied law, and you're like, yeah, you know, this kind of stuff. And now I do what I actually wanted to do, which is crazy to me. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. But I bet if you do grow up in places like this, you just see celebrities around and about, and you're like, yeah, of course, it's a normal career path. Everyone can do this. And so for me, it's like, I didn't know anyone famous. Not at all. I've only met famous people since becoming like a YouTuber, and they've all just been other YouTubers. I haven't met anyone famous who's not a YouTuber. I genuinely don't think so. I don't think so. I really don't think so. Fun. The family moved back to Los Angeles County when Lana was 16, and she began to actively pursue a career in the entertainment industry. She landed her first role in 1982 in the film Fast Times at Ridgemont High. I've heard of that. I've not seen it, but I've heard of it. As Mrs. Vargas, a role that allegedly wasn't in the script. According to the story, Lana was just hired to play an extra for the prom scene in the movie. She was 18 at the time of filming, so that certainly makes sense. Vince and Schiavelli decided before they started filming the scene that it would be funny to do the ugly guy with a hot wife trope, and selected Lana from a lineup of extras to be introduced as his beautiful younger wife. It was a very minor part, and she didn't even have any lines, but since she was no longer hidden in the background, it was enough to get her noticed. This brief appearance was enough to get the beautiful 6-foot-tall Lana a number of appearances on some of the most popular television shows.
Good shit. And then what? Go on break, or is that vacation? What is it?
Of the 1980s, like Three's Company, The Jeffersons, Who's the Boss, and Night Court. I've only heard of Three's Company from those.
Oh, nice. So that means if you ain't running up my watch time minutes 24/7, I'm banning you. That's cool.
Never seen it, of course. Never seen any of them. She never played a recurring character on any of these shows, but she began developing a loyal fan base. After
Day
that brief
after my
appearance
birthday.
in Fast Times, her modeling career began to take off as well.
Ooh. We're both Leos. Only reason I know that is because if you don't, good luck talking to any women. Shout out that guy. Buy my gifts, fuck boy.
Despite never working for any major designers, Lana's work as a high fashion model took her all around the world, including Japan, Argentina, and numerous countries throughout Europe. She spent so much time traveling that she even wound up learning to speak Italian and Spanish.
Margarete.
But as wonderful.
Like, I've had to learn. Because, see, my thing is, even though I don't understand it, I don't mind astrology just because of the fact people. For anybody that hates it, let me ask you this. You know what your sign is, and you don't like it, but you see a post on Instagram or Facebook where it's like, for me, I'm a Leo. Let's just say I hate astrology. If I see a post on Instagram where it's like, yo, Leo's got big dicks, they fuck good, they handsome, and well, I'm like, damn, this shit's real. Tell me I'm lying. You might not fully believe in it, but once you see something that like talks about your specific sign and it's dope, you're like, you know what? They right. They right for real. They got it on the nose right there.
An opportunity as it was, modeling wasn't her passion. She didn't want to just be a pretty face. She wanted to be a legitimate actress. She appeared as an extra in Scarface, dancing behind Michelle Pfeiffer at the Babylon Club. It had been another major film, but it was another non-speaking role. Unfortunately, just a few months before Scarface came out, the movie with Lana's first starring role hit theaters. Why is that unfortunate? I only say unfortunately because of who was behind the movie. Lana was about to learn the hard way that two of the scariest words an aspiring actress could ever hear were Roger Corman. I know Roger Corman. I mean, obviously not personally. I've read his autobiography. It's brilliant. Roger Corman had a fascinating career. What's wrong with Roger Corman? I think I have his book on my table. It's one of my... I've read it twice. When it came to men in Hollywood, especially back in the 50s and 60s, working with Corman was a great thing. He's credited with having a huge role in launching the careers of big names like Jack Nicholson, Robert De Niro, Charles Bronson, Martin Scorsese, Francis Ford Coppola, and James Cameron. But as for women, there was, Sandra Bullock's career seems to have survived her encounter with Corman. Wait, what did Corman do? By the 1980s, Corman was known as the king of the B-movies, and I would conservatively estimate he was directing 40 movies each week. It wasn't quite that many. But Corman was like... He went to Hollywood and he was just a business genius. Like, all of the stuff he did, he was like, he didn't want to be like an A movie director. He wanted to direct B movies, and he'd direct tons of them, and then some of them would do really well, and most of them would just not do well at all. But because he did some that were really successful, he ended up being a super successful director or producer or whatever he was. Producer. Lana's first movie was 1983's Deer Stalker, one of 5 sword and sorcery films in which she would star. These movies are generally bad, but they're low budget and have a decent-sized cult following, so it was profitable enough for Corman to keep churning them out. Exactly. Deathstalker may have only pulled $12 million at the box office, but it only cost about $450,000 to make, which is like... I mean, that's an amazing return. What did Corman do wrong? 2 years later, Lana would land the titular role in Corman's Barbarian Queen, a role she would later reprise in the film's direct-to-video sequel Barbarian Queen 2, The Empress Strikes Back. She took all of her roles very seriously, far more seriously than they deserved. She wasn't hired to be a good actress, she was hired to look hot, get naked, and mow down her enemies with the sword. That's not to say she wasn't a good actress, Corman just wasn't interested in making good movies. Why bother to create quality content when you could make millions by lazily filming some tits and blood? I get where Kevin's coming from, but Corman never claimed to want to be like a creative genius like Scorsese or something like that. He just wanted to make movies that people wanted to watch. I don't know. I'm fine with that. I think it's like just a great business move in an industry that's filled with almost too much creativity and too much weirdness and too many people trying to make super expensive movies that probably lose ton. I don't know. I'm a fan of Corman. Not his work. His movies probably are not very good, but I'm a fan of his business model. Lana had been able to support herself through the 80s as an actress, model, and by appearing in commercials. She even had the time to volunteer weekly with the Los Angeles AIDS charity project Angel Food, a charity that delivered meals to people who were too sick to shop or cook for themselves. Delivering meals may not seem like the biggest deal, but it actually says a lot about her character given the context of when this was happening. I'm also like, no offense, Kevin, but she's going into these... She's a working actress. I'm sure there are many people who would kill for the roles that she had in these B movies. And the shot at her career going from B movie to A movie at some point, because like obviously you want to be an actor in A movies, not B movies. Like you want to be, other than the money side of things, you definitely want to be in the A movies, don't you? Unless you're Roger Corman, you'd rather be in the A movies. But she made these choices and she's making money. And she was just modeling before. This is more than modeling. It's closer to her what she wants to do than otherwise. And it's like, oh, boo-hoo, she didn't get to be an A-list actress. Yeah, like the rest of us. You're supposed to say actor, aren't you, these days? You can't say actress, which is weird. Because I'm like, I don't know. It's not derogatory, is it? This was at a time when the general public was so terrified of AIDS and misinformed about it that people thought you could catch the disease by standing too close to someone. It was a time period when the town I grew up in thought it was completely appropriate to have a giant banner in the center of town to inform us of our town's current AIDS population. Holy shit, dude. Really? A banner that nobody seemed to take issue with because it stayed up there for years. Your average person at the time would simply not have been comfortable with going door to door to visit AIDS patients. Oh, and if you're wondering, the number was 14. What the that should be so private. Anyway, when Lana hit her 30s, her acting career started to slow down. She got the occasional role, but they were becoming fewer and farther in between. Working with Corman had a huge negative impact on her ability to land acting gigs, leaving her viewed as the hot naked chick from a bunch of B movies rather than a serious actress, despite how seriously she had taken her work. I'm sorry, but the alternative to that is not A-list acting. It's not acting at all and just being a model. Kevin seems to frame this like, oh yeah, no, because she acted in B movies, that destroyed her career. It's not obvious that she would have been an A-list actress if she hadn't done that, in my opinion. She'd probably just end up being a model and then her career would slow down in her 30s anyway, because, yeah. Okay. But as I said, these films did have a sizable cult following. At first, Lana resented these fans because they thought they were laughing at her and her performance. I expect that's a really common reaction from stars of B movies, especially if they didn't understand going in that that's the kind of film they were making. She quickly realized that they weren't laughing at her, but rather at the movies and the genre as a whole. Those movies could have had the greatest cast in the world, but they would still be poorly written garbage produced for as little money as possible. After having this realization, Lana began frequenting the growing comic book convention scene where she would sign autographs for her fans. She was known for being extremely friendly, and she would always stay as long as it took to make sure that everyone who wanted to say hi and get an autograph from her had the chance to do so, instead of just abandoning the line of people at whatever time her scheduled appearance ended. She also created her own website to sell autographed photographs and DVDs as a further way to supplement her income and interact with her fans on the site's message board. Oh my god, we just jumped forward in time. For some reason, I thought this is going on in the 80s, and now it's like DVDs and internet. But through all of this, she hadn't given up on her dream of entertaining people and being a star. I kept saying that she wanted to be a serious actress.
And now... SMH my head. SMH my head. I can't believe it.
And she did want to be taken seriously as one, but her real dream was to be a comedic actress. Most of her television appearances have been in comedies, so she had the opportunity to show off at least a little of her comedic talent, but Lana was mainly being cast as eye candy. With her 40s rapidly approaching and her final acting credit being in 2001, she decided she was going to take a different route to entertain people, stand-up comedy. Good, take it into your own hands. Lana began developing a stand-up set, but with her acting roles seemingly gone for now, she needed another source of income. While she did still have convention appearances and her website, it just wasn't enough to make ends meet. In January 2003, she got a job as a hostess at the House of Blues in West Hollywood to keep herself afloat. Celebrities
Dang, these drugs that much. Damn.
visited there all the time, so it could also potentially give her the chance to make important connections and help her in her new career of comedy. Though her job was just as a hostess, Lana's co-workers also jokingly referred to her as the bouncer, since she was already 6 feet tall before putting her heels on for work. During her second month on the job, she realized she was actually going to have to perform her duties as bouncer. Upon seeing a diminutive elderly-looking character with long curly hair, wearing sunglasses, and leading a younger female companion towards the VIP area, Lana stepped in their way to stop them. Towering nearly a foot above the intruder, she said something to the effect of, "Mom, you're not allowed to come in here. This section is for VIPs only." The man looked up at her and yelled, "Do you know who the fuck I am?" She was quickly informed by a co-worker that man was Phil Spector. Oh yes, this video is about Phil Spector. It's like, I thought it was about this woman. I'm like, oh yeah, no, it's about Phil Spector murdering. Oh god, is he going to murder her? Oh no. I don't know how I didn't realize that until now.
We've got a narcissistic, obnoxious pervert who's rude to waiters.
And he was indeed a very important person who needed to be taken good care of. Lana was extremely apologetic and waited on the couple diligently, comping food and making sure they had what they needed. The girl that had accompanied Phil was actually his second date of the evening, and at this point he was more than a few drinks in and allegedly had taken some pills as well. Phil's date wound up leaving, possibly because he was a completely insufferable bore and his attention turned entirely towards Lana. He kept asking her to stop working and have a drink with him, but she refused and continued doing her job. At around 2:30 a.m., they'd finally finished closing for the night. Lana left the House of Blues and began walking towards her car to finally go home. She was approached on the street again by Phil, who continued to insist that she come back to his castle for a drink. Perhaps she decided that ingratiating herself to someone as important as Phil could help her jumpstart her career. She finally relented. Security footage from the House of Blues showed Phil's chauffeur escorting Lana into his car. These were the last images taken while she was still alive. I think I killed somebody. Phil's driver, Adriano de Souza, drove to the house Phil referred to as his castle and parked outside. His plan was to wait for them to do whatever they were going to do, then drive Lana back to her car. At just after 5 a.m. on the morning of February the 3rd, 2003, Adriano heard a loud noise from inside the house. He decided to get out of the car and investigate. This dude, the chauffeur's just sitting in his car, just outside for hours. Or is he on call like 24 hours a day? Oh man. Or does he have like 3 chauffeurs rotating shifts? As Adriano approached the house, Phil opened the door. He was holding a gun in his hand, and there was blood splattered on the white jacket that he was wearing. From outside, Adriano could see Lana's legs, and when he moved to get a better view, he saw her slumped over in a chair, dead from a gunshot wound to the face. Oh my lord. What just happened? Phil told his driver, "I think I killed somebody," before walking back inside and closing the door. Good lord, man. You are going to prison. I'm sorry, you're going to jail. I mean, I guess so, because he's a murderer. Like, it's not alleged murderer. Like, you know, oh, what's his face? The famous guy who, like, said, if I did it, then this is how. What's that? O.J. Simpson. You know, all allegedly. Amazing legal team. Phil Spector should have had this dude's legal team. Adriano immediately ran back to his car, grabbed his cell.
One of the things I'm surprised is OJ didn't, like, at the, what is it? At the end of his, like, life, Bryce, he didn't just say, "You know what, y'all got me."
of him and called Phil's personal assistant, Michelle Blaine. Oh, Adriano, you gotta call the police, Adriano. This wasn't because he had any intention of the three of them trying to conceal the crime. He just wanted to ask her what the address was before calling the police. Okay. Don't the police know? Like, when you call the police, they're like, you're here. Like, I remember once we had it wasn't like someone crashed into our car on the road and pulled over. And you're supposed to call the police, and then they come and which is weird. Like, in the UK, it wasn't like a big crash. It was just like, the side of the car got scraped up. Let's just exchange insurance information and move on. But here in Czech, it's like the police have to come, they take some photos, they talk to you, blah, blah, blah. And then it took like an hour. But my wife calls the police, and she's like, yeah, we had an accident here. And they're like, are you outside this number house? And we just turn around and it's the number of the house. It's like, good Lord, that was precise and quick. It may seem strange for Phil's personal driver to not know his address. Oh yeah, right? But the mansion referred to as Pyrenees Castle? Is that how you spell Pyrenees? Pyrenees Castle was hard to miss. He wouldn't have needed it, but he did find the address before calling 911 to request police. Within minutes, police swarmed the scene and prepared to take on an armed suspect. As they were deciding on a plan of action, Phil opened the door and started walking towards them with his hands in his pockets. They demanded that he put his hands on his head, which he did, but he quickly forgot and put them back in his pockets, repeatedly telling the police that they had to come and see that there was a dead lady inside. I can imagine that, though. I'd be like, the police would be like, put your hands on your head, and I'd be like, okay, I'll put my hands on my head, and then they'd just be chatting to me, and I'll take my hands down, and they'd be like, hands up, and I'd be like, oh, for God's sake, I was just distracted, we're having a chat. Again, police ordered Phil to place his hands on his head, warning him that he'd be tasered if he didn't comply. And again, Phil did as he was told briefly, before promptly forgetting again and walking forward with his hands in his pockets. 50,000 volts later, police brought Phil inside where they placed him on the ground and handcuffed him. This is what would happen to me. I'd just be like, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Please don't tase me. Just keep reminding me to put the hands on the head. Initially, the scene looked like a suicide. There didn't appear to be any blood on Phil, and the gun was on the floor next to Lana's left leg, precisely where it would have fallen if she was left-handed. She wasn't, but if she had been, that might have helped Phil's case a tiny bit. But even without knowing Lana's handedness, police immediately recognized that the crime scene wasn't adding up. One of the police made the clever decision to leave a recording device on the banister near to the incapacitated Phil while they searched the house in hopes that he might say something incriminating. On the recording, he can be heard saying, "I'm sorry there's a dead woman here, but I'm sorry this happened. It was a mistake. I don't understand what the f*** you people is wrong with you. The gun went off accidentally." Yeah, don't like. I was like saying, I talk to myself all the time. I'll just be like wandering around my office, just talking to myself. Just like, if there was a recording device, people would think I'm insane. I said something earlier on. I said on the cameras, and I was just like, "Hey, and that's how we do it." Just for no reason, just aloud to myself, and I'm like, "That's how we do it, is it? That's how you turn on the camera, whistle boy." I don't know what's wrong with me. It would sound so insane, like
He removed the other ones.
There's that software that spies on you through your phone or whatever, and like the Pegasus that that governments or whatever can use to spy on you. It's like, I'm not a terrorist, so shit, I don't think there's anyone. But maybe, I don't know. Look, whatever. Whoever's listening to that is going to think I'm absolutely mental.
Personally, I think he's losing it.
That's not exactly a murder confession, but Phil's own words would certainly undermine his legal defense that Lana had committed suicide. They also undermined his claim from earlier in the recording that he was neither drunk nor stupid, given his difficulty in putting together a sentence. But even without Phil's vaguely incoherent words, there was plenty of other evidence to point away from Lana's death being a suicide. To start with, why was there only one phone call to 911? Adriano made a call, but Phil hadn't. You could argue that he was in a state of shock and was unable to make a phone call, but none of his behavior really supported that. It supported that he was drunk and stupid, but the only shock he seemed to have experienced came from the police taser. Next, why would Lana go to somebody else's house to commit suicide with their gun? That's a really weird thing to do, but let's just humor the idea for a moment. The gun used was a .38 Colt Cobra, snub-nosed revolver, and there was an empty holster that fit the gun in a drawer about 5 feet away from where Lana was seated. When police arrived, that drawer was the only one in the entire house that was opened. How could she have possibly known that there was a gun in that drawer, and why would she even bother searching random drawers for a gun when there were multiple on display on the walls? Spectre's just got what? Multiple? America, what's going on? He's just got, what's that? That's my gun wall. What do you mean? It's where I keep my guns. They're on display. Are they loaded? Yes, they're all loaded. Okay. There's also the location where the body was found. Adriano had been able to see Lana from outside the house because she was seated in a chair in the foyer. She also had a jacket on and her purse was hung over her shoulder. After having been inside Phil's house for at least 2 hours, if Lana was in the foyer wearing a jacket and purse, then she was trying to leave. But maybe that's all a bit too circumstantial for you. I'd certainly argue that it's extremely suspicious and heavily points towards Phil's involvement in the shooting, but it's probably not enough to clear the bar of reasonable doubt. Luckily, there was plenty of other forensic evidence. The reason there wasn't any of Lana's blood on Phil when the police arrived is because he had since removed the white jacket he was wearing and left it in the master bedroom. That jacket definitely had blood on it, and further forensic analysis found blood inside Phil's pockets as well. There was also blood found on the banister and a doorknob, which had been left there by Phil's hands. Phil, this is the sloppiest faking a suicide ever. You're breaking all the rules. How have you not burned that jacket? So the police come around, it's like it stinks of burning cloth. And it's like, what's that smell? Nothing. Nothing. One place the police didn't see any blood was on the gun. There also weren't any fingerprints on it either, indicating that rather than call 911, Phil was doing a terrible job attempting to clean up the scene and destroy evidence. A bathroom near the foyer contained a cloth diaper covered in Lana's blood, which had been used to wipe down the gun and most likely to remove any visible blood from Phil's body. Phil. He's drunk, right? Because this is like the sloppiest cleanup job that I've ever seen. And we've done a lot of episodes about people trying to clean up crime scenes. I actually believe there is a rule. Don't try and clean up a crime scene while you're drunk. Or I think it's don't get drunk if you're cleaning up a crime scene. Yeah, unfortunately he was drunk before he committed the crime. So I don't really know how to solve that one because you're really drunk. So you're going to be like, just get this nappy and it's just like clean up the blood with that. Phil Spector, you clown. This wouldn't have been immediately evident at the scene, but Phil's hands were covered in gunpowder residue as well. Of course, the defense would bring up the fact that Lana's hands also had gunpowder residue on them, but that doesn't mean that she held the gun. The gun had been fired while inside Lana's mouth, and the type of revolver used creates roughly a 3-foot cloud of gunpowder residue. If her hands had been on or above her lap when the bullet fired, they would have been generously dusted with residue regardless of who pulled the trigger. On the other hand, if Phil was an unsuspecting witness to a suicide who claimed to not have been that close to Lana when it happened, the residue shouldn't have gotten on his hands at all. That evidence wouldn't be known until later, but it didn't matter. Between the suspicious circumstances, the blood on Phil's jacket, his shoddy attempt to clean up the crime scene, and his monologue that randomly switched between being belligerent and apologetic, the police had seen enough. Phil was arrested on the spot for the murder of Lana Clark.
Ugh. I don't want to see it anymore. Boy, ugly.
Clarkson and brought to the station, where he went on the insane rant from the beginning of the episode during his initial interrogation. To the general public, this seemed unthinkable. In the wake of the O.J. Simpson trial, it was impossible to believe that authorities would try to hold a celebrity living in California responsible for their crimes. But when it came to the people that actually knew Phil, there wasn't a whole lot of surprise. Most of his friends and acquaintances heard the news of his arrest for murder and thought, yeah, that makes sense. If you've got friends who you wouldn't be surprised if they got arrested for fucking murder, maybe you should reevaluate that friendship because maybe you're the one that they will murder. Holy. If I cannot imagine any friend of mine I've previously discussed, I think it was.
You're at class now? Ah.
It was on another channel. There was a mate of mine. One of our, like when we were at school together, and one of our mates' dads was always like, yeah. No, I could imagine him going to prison one day. And it's like, I don't see that as an impossibility. I mean, maybe less now because we're all adults. But it's like, if anyone was like from that group of friends, it would be this dude. But it's also not.
You have to travel an hour, class? What are you studying anyway?
Not for murder. It would be for something stupid.
Should we call the cops?
The day the arrest was made, the only person that seemed to speak out on his behalf was his ex-wife, Ronnie Spector. Ronnie claimed that she was baffled, hadn't slept all night.
Cock, man, pussy, sussy, cock, idiot. I don't know. Holy shit, I can't believe I'm not in college.
Night because she was in such shock over the news. She admitted that sure, he was an abusive and controlling husband, and she had divorced him after 6 years because she knew she had to get away from him. She even admitted that he had pulled a gun on her in the first
I'm sure you could guess loser that plays. Are you calling me a loser? Just because it's true doesn't mean you need to say it. Now my feelings hurt. Fuck you.
few months after they got married. But to actually pull the trigger, that didn't sound like Phil to her. Yeah, the abusive husband who pulled a gun on you. Yeah, he'd never pull the trigger though, would he? That would be crazy. I mean, everyone has a gun pulled on them by their husbands occasionally. Right, Donnie? Ronnie, not Donnie. Who cares? Then again, she may have just been trying to be polite. Ronnie had already written her 1990 autobiography in which she detailed the full extent of her abusive marriage, including how she signed away all of her music rights in the divorce settlement under threat of death. Yeah, he'd never pull the trigger though, would he? So before the tragic murder of Lana Clarkson, who actually was Phil Spector, he's regarded as one of the most influential people in the history of pop music. He produced hit after hit with his famous wall of sound technique, yet no one who knew him seemed surprised to learn that he was a murderer. So what the hell happened in his life to lead up to this point? I'm gonna guess he's a massive bellend. He's a total because if you're like, oh yeah, he could murder someone, they're gonna be a dickhead, aren't they? To know him is to hate him. Harvey Philip Spector was born on December the 26th, 1939 in the Bronx. He hated his first name, so he went by Phil instead. Phil faced a lot of abuse as a child. Some verbal abuse came from his mother, but most came from his classmates. He was a tiny child with big protruding ears that would have made him an easy target for bullies. Being an asthmatic diabetic didn't help his cause either, nor did the fact that his family was poor. According to Phil, his classmates were all middle to upper class, so being poor just gave them one more reason to pick on him. Things only got harder for Phil when he was 9 years old and he saw his father commit suicide to escape his crippling debt. There are different recounts of exactly how this went down, with some saying Phil's father shot himself in front of the child and others saying that Phil didn't witness the event but found the body. Either way, that would be a deeply traumatic event. A few years later, Phil's mother moved the family to Los Angeles. He was about ready to enter high school and he was sick of being picked on. While he had probably hoped to have that huge teenage growth spurt that would leave him big enough to defend himself, it just never happened. Phil only grew to be 5'5", so he was going to
Guaranteed homeless. Damn. What am I doing?
Need some help if he wanted to survive high school. His first plan was to learn to play guitar, something he always wanted to do anyway. Phil loved music and was obsessed with the status and respect that musicians had.
Yeah, you should be like me, mobbed. Have so much trauma to where you can no longer physically think about working. Like me. Just have shit after shit after shit happen to you. Really epic, honestly.
Elvis had just become an international sensation, and Phil saw the way that men and women alike seemed to worship Elvis like it was some sort of god. That's exactly what Phil wanted for himself, and he was determined to make it happen. What do you want, Phil? I want to be worshipped like a god. Oh my god, that's alarming. But he wasn't famous yet.
Are you not American? Don't do this to me, mobbed. American dream. Well, you should have gone to school here, got run over by a bus, and had your tuition and the rest of your life paid for.
Though he had become friends with other aspiring musicians, as far as everyone.
And ew. It all makes sense now. You and Zinks are retarded and gay. Both from Cali.
Else was concerned, he went from just being an unlikable little to an unlikable little with a guitar. That wasn't going to prevent him from being bullied, so he was going to need protection. Luckily for him, high school sports teams tend to have GPA requirements that many of the football players weren't able to meet on their own. Phil taught the football players how to get A's in certain classes, presumably by cheating, and in exchange, they'd act as his bodyguards.
Smart.
Not only did having bodyguards keep him safe, it gave Phil his much-needed sense of control and superiority. These were the same people that used to torment him, but now they answered to him. It's kind of genius, isn't it? This is like, Phil seems like a bit of a dickhead, but you're like, that's a big brain business move, isn't it? It's like that guy's gonna do something. Phil formed a band, the Teddy Bears, with some of his classmates, and following their graduation from high school, they auditioned for Era Records. Era signed them to record 2 to 3 singles, and if the songs did well, they get a larger deal. During this time, Phil was also mentored in sound production by Stan Ross, and he was a quick study. It didn't take long before he felt he could control the production of a song from start to finish. The Teddy Bears' first single, Don't You Worry My Little Pet, didn't make any waves. This was the first song they recorded for their audition with Era, and while it didn't make them famous, it had gotten them valuable studio time. It was their second recording session that the Teddy Bears recorded the song To Know Him Is to Love Him. Phil had written their first single as well, but he was particularly obsessed with this song. The title came from the epitaph on his father's tombstone, and he was determined to make the recording perfect. By this point, he had veritable months of experience as apprentice producer, so he took complete control over the production of the single. 2 months after the single was released, it still hadn't been played once on the radio. Then it was suddenly on every radio. To Know Him Is to Love Him became an international hit, spending 3 weeks on the Billboard charts in America and hitting number 2 in the UK. Oh my god, this is a giant hit then. He attributed the song's success to the fact that he had controlled every aspect of its creation, including writing it, performing it, and producing it. I want to be worshipped like a god. Why is this song so good? Because I made it, of course! And I guess there were a couple of other musicians involved, including the lead singer, but they weren't important. This was Phil's show, and he was the sole reason they'd sold over 2 million albums. That's double platinum, right? God damn. Era signed the band to record the 1959 album, The Teddy Bears Sing, but now they had a pop sensation on their hands and they weren't screwing around anymore. The original singles only cost Era $75 in studio time, so they weren't overly concerned if Phil wanted to take the reins on producing one of the singles. But now there was real money to be made. It was time for this punk-ass kid to get out of the way and let industry professionals do their job producing the album. Now, you'd think that this would have crushed Phil's ego, but it wound up doing the complete opposite. I'm sure he'd be pissed off at first, but when everything else the Teddy Bears recorded failed to chart, it just vindicated Phil's beliefs. And arguably quite fairly.
Musicians are so selfish.
He was the best and most capable person in the music industry, and the only reason their new songs weren't selling is because Era hadn't let him produce them. The band was dropped by Era after failing to chart again, and Phil briefly formed another band that didn't go anywhere either, but he wasn't really interested in performing anymore. His true calling was as a producer, and he knew that he was going to revolutionize the industry, and it seems like he actually goes on to do that, doesn't he? He's like, his narcissism was correct in this case. Phil had met a promoter named Lester Sills when he was still in the Teddy Bears, and Lester hooked him up with an apprenticeship in New York, working for the songwriting and production duo Jerry Leiber and Mike Stoller. He co-wrote some songs and did session work as well, playing the guitar solo in the hit song On Broadway. By 1961, Phil was ready to set out on his own, so he and Lester Sills co-founded the record label Phyllis Records, a portmanteau of their first names. After courting multiple artists, they signed their first group in late 1961, the Crystals. The Crystals had multiple hits, reaching as high as number 10 on the Billboard Top 100, but they weren't quite able to make it to number 1. Yeah, but hits as high as number 10 on the Top 100 is still bloody high. That's still unbelievably successful compared to most bands which never do anything. The following year, Lester left Phyllis Records and Phil took a job as a producer at Liberty Records. If you think that sounds like a giant conflict of interest, wait, why would it be? Because Lester left Phyllis Records and Phil took a job as a producer at Liberty Records. Well, didn't they just go their separate ways? What am I missing? But you'd be absolutely right. In his brief time at Liberty, Phil heard the song He's a Rebel, written by Gene Pitney and recorded by Vicky Carr. Simon, I know you haven't recognized a single name you've said so far for the past 20 minutes other than Elvis, but I promise you they were all extremely famous.
Yeah, I have no idea who these people are.
Anyway, Phil rushed back to his studio and had Darlene Love and the Blossoms record a cover of He's a Rebel to be released before Vicky Carr's version. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. He's got his own production company, and then he's going to work at another production company, and he's stealing their song. That sounds illegal. Not just like a conflict of interest, that sounds illegal. The song was attributed to the Crystals because that's just the way the Blossoms were treated, and it quickly rose to number 1. It would be his second of many top hits, but 1963 is the year things really took off when he produced Bob B. Socks and the Blue Jeans cover of Zippity Doo-Dah, the famous track from Disney's infamous Song of the South. Yeah, no, I remember that Zippity Doo-Dah song. That was mega famous when I was a kid. And then as an adult, I found out it's from a racist movie. Oh, the past. It was with this album that Phil first fully implemented his signature wall of sound recording technique. The wall of sound was a revolutionary idea, the likes of which the music industry had never seen before. It created a much bigger and fuller sound. It was a true testament to the brilliance of Whereas the orchestra, that's it. That's the whole technique. The only reason the wall of sound was considered groundbreaking was because pop music from the 1950s and 40s had been so painfully shallow and vapid. As the Beach Boys' Brian Wilson put it, in the 40s and 50s, arrangements were considered, okay, here, listen to that French horn, or listen to the string section now. It was all a definite sound. There weren't combinations of sound. So that was Phil's incredible idea. Multiple instruments at the same time. And again, Kevin is making fun of this, but no one had done it so far. So, Phil Spector seems like a terrible person who killed someone, but this seems like a pretty fucking genius idea. It's entirely possible to separate people from their art. I think, or can it be? Should it be? I don't know. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's really not. And that's why people get cancelled and stuff. But look, in this case, this was a really clever idea that he did. He did it first. Sometimes he even played the same part on similar instruments like a piano, electric guitar, and a harpsichord and blended them together to sound like a single instrument. You know, the sort of thing that ensemble musicians are generally trying to do when they perform live anyway. Yeah, but he did it first.
It's a fact. I looked it up once.
Composers had this shit figured out centuries ago, and it hurts my soul that this was Phil's big innovation that let him get away with so much bullshit throughout his career. Sure, he fine-tuned the recordings to sound good coming out of a radio or jukebox, but producers should have been doing that anyway. Kevin, this is look, I don't know this full story, but just from what you've told me, he did it first. I'd rather it be a nice person who came up with this, but Phil Spector came up with this. That same year, Phil married his first wife, Annette Marat. Annette had been the lead singer of the Spectors 3, the short-lived band that succeeded the Teddy Bears. Their marriage would only last 3 years, in no small part to Phil's affair with Ronnie Bennett, the co-founder and lead singer of the Ronettes. The Ronettes signed with Phillies Records in 1963, and Ronnie was instantly attracted to Phil. Despite being a newlywed, Phil began the affair as soon as the Ronettes were signed. Anybody who has read this story before could probably tell you that Ronnie was 17 years old to Phil's 24 when this affair began, though this isn't actually true. I haven't been able to find where that story originated or why it's so widespread, but Phil was only 4 years older than Ronnie. There's already plenty of stuff wrong with both their relationship and with Phil as a person, so there's no need to try and make him look even worse with misinformation. I mean, I get that in America there's that line of 18, right? And is there in the UK? I feel like America's very strict about this. But then what happens if you're 18 and your girlfriend's 17? You could be in the same school year, and that's not okay? Surely that's okay. Look, 24 is a bit. What's that? Is it half your age plus 7? 12 plus 7, 19. So, okay, so no, it's not okay. It needs to be slightly older. Yeah, it is a bit weird, but it's not like he's 50 or something. I shouldn't be defending him, should I? It's not a good look. In the short time the Ronettes were active, they became a huge success. They had half a dozen top 40 hits, with their hit Be My Baby peaking at
Maybe. If not, I'll see ya. Have a good class, I guess.
number 2. When they toured the UK, their opening act was the Rolling Stones. When the Beatles toured the US in 1966, the Ronettes were their opening act, becoming the only girl group to tour with the Beatles. They broke up in 1967, and in 1968, Ronnie Burnett became Ronnie Spector. I've heard of the Ronettes, and I've definitely heard of the Beatles and the Rolling Stones. The Rolling Stones. I know the Rolling Stones, listened to the Rolling Stones before. Lately, I just started listening to the Rolling Stones more. And just their greatest hits, it's every single one of those songs I know and is a banger. It's I went for a run the other day. I was just listening to the top Rolling Stones songs on Spotify, not being super familiar with the Rolling Stones. It's I know all of these songs well. They're all good.
You're a famous evening in Cuba.
And for the first year or so, they were happily married. There was one time Phil pulled a gun on her, but Phil was already known for pulling guns on people. The two adopted a child together, and at first it seemed like they were going to be the perfect celebrity couple, but after the honeymoon phase was over, things got real bad real fast. Yes, the honeymoon phase, where he pulled the gun on her once. Ronnie was very literally a prisoner in her own home. Phil erected a chain link fence around his mansion, which he then covered in barbed wire, and he purchased a number of guard dogs. He would steal and hide Ronnie's shoes so that she couldn't try and run away, and she was never allowed to leave the house. What the f***? There were at least 5 servants on staff, so if she wanted anything, Phil would send them instead. The only time Ronnie was allowed to leave Phil's castle was once per month to buy feminine products, but if she took more than 20 minutes, he would send bodyguards to go and retrieve her. Oh yes, and when she did leave the house, she had to have a life-size dummy of Phil in the passenger seat. This is weird. Also, why do you get to decide what she does, Phil? You douchebag. Eventually, Phil started to realize that his wife was unhappy and that she might eventually make a run for it with or without shoes. But Phil had an ace up his sleeve. Having grown up in the 40s and 50s, he knew that there was one surefire way to trap a woman in a loveless marriage. The couple returned to their mansion on Christmas Day 1969, though it's unclear where they'd been. Let's just say it was Christmas Mass. Anyway, as the car pulled in, Ronnie saw her Christmas present running in circles around the fountain. You know those car commercials where the sociopathic husband buys his wife a $60,000 SUV with a giant bow on it for Christmas as if that's a normal purchase for middle-class people to make without discussing it with their spouse first? It's fucking true, isn't it? Just like those cars with the bow. It's like you bought, oh God, what's the payments on this? How much are we going to be up a month? Can we afford this? Are you insane? A new car? I've never bought a new car. All my cars I've bought slightly used because I'm like, I'm not the sucker who's gonna like get that car, but the first mile on it instantly lose like 20% of the value. Are you insane? People be like, oh well, don't you like the smell of a freshly used of a new car? And I'm like, yeah, but not that much. And also, like, don't you want to choose the interior color and stuff? And it's like, not that much. No, I'd rather get 30% more car. To be honest, like maybe I'll spend the same amount of money on a car, but I'll get a 30% better car that's just 2 years old. I don't know, like I'm not into new cars. Now imagine one of those commercials, but replace the new car with brand new twin sons. What the I assumed it was a dog. Dude, that was Ronnie's surprise Christmas present, and Phil's plan to keep her trapped in the house forever. That's f***ed up, Phil. You douchebag. But he was still worried that she might have some reservations, perhaps springing a surprise double adoption on Ronnie may not have won her over in the way he hoped, so he devised a new plan. He had a large golden coffin with a glass lid installed in the basement. Whenever he was worried that Ronnie might try to run, he reminded her that if she tried to leave, he'd kill her and put her corpse on display inside the coffin for all of his guests. Phil, what the fuck is going on in your head? You're absolutely mad. In 1972, about 4 years into their marriage, Ronnie's mother came to visit. She was horrified with everything she saw and stayed up for 3 days and 3 nights planning an escape. It wasn't an amazing plan, but it was a plan. Ronnie broke a window and ran out without any of her belongings, not even her shoes. Also, despite her comments to the press following Phil's 2003 arrest during the divorce proceedings, she testified to the fact that he didn't only pull a gun on her once. He did it all the time, including after she escaped the house. Phil allegedly threatened to hire a hitman to kill her if she didn't sign over all of her future earnings from the records he produced, and he allegedly pulled a gun on her and threatened to kill her if she didn't give him custody of their children. Oh my God, Phil, you're mental. That wasn't just the kind of man Phil was in private either. He had acted like this all the time. Like I said, he was known for putting guns on people, what they casually referred to as gunplay, as if that's a totally normal thing. They even claimed that he would color coordinate his guns to match his outfits. It was not only how he handled his personal life, but his professional life as well. Now, I'm not going to go over Phil's entire music career. He produced so many #1 hits that it would take forever, and frankly, he's a piece of shit, so I'd just rather not. But there are a couple of stories that I want to go over to highlight just how volatile his personality was and how well known that fact was to everyone who met him. Phil was notoriously difficult to work with, even in his early career. He was an obsessive, controlling perfectionist that was miserable to be around, and everybody knew it.
Why am I not surprised?
You can even find lists online with things like the top 5 singers Phil Spector pulled a gun on. Seriously? Oh my God. How's this guy not in prison? That they couldn't argue with the results, so the top recording artists sought him out even despite his reputation. One such group, and one that Simon's finally heard of, was the Beatles. After doing production work on John Lennon's solo Instant Karma, Phil was brought to the UK to turn Let It Be into an album. At this point, the Beatles were on the verge of breaking up, and Let It Be was just an abandoned pile of tapes recorded by 4 guys that didn't want to be there. But Lennon and George Harrison thought that Phil could turn it into something usable. He did. But first he had to terrorize Lennon a bit. Phil reportedly chased Lennon through the studio halls with a gun. As a British person, Lennon must be like, what the f***? Where did he get a gun? At one point, he even allegedly pulled a gun at Lennon near point-blank range and fired at the thermostat on the wall. The gun was almost right next to Lennon's ear, and after the shot was fired, he said something to the effect of, if you're going to kill me, that's fine, but if not, I'll need my hearing. That seems like a very British response to a very American action. It does, doesn't it? It doesn't really sound like Phil was the type of person that anyone would want to associate with. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does, Kevin, because he's a douchebag, but he obviously gets mega results. So I'd be like, look, if there was some like Phil Spector of YouTube, I'd be like, hello, Phil. Tell me what I'm doing wrong, Phil. Tell me, I'll pay you, Phil. Come on, I need you, Phil. And he'd be like pulling a gun on me, and I'd be like, yeah, but he gets those results. I got those million-view videos. I have to hang out with Phil. He's such a dickhead, but he's so clever.
Simon, are you alright?
But Let It Be went to #1 in both the US and the UK, so the next year Lennon hired him again to produce his solo album, Imagine. Lennon could call himself a communist all he wants, but it sure sounds like he loved making money. In 1974, Phil was in a serious car crash. His body was flung through the windshield, and he received massive head trauma, requiring hours of surgery and 700 stitches, 300 on his face and 400 on the back of his head. Now, I had 6 stitches. 5, 6, 4? I had a bunch of stitches on the back of my head. I cracked my head open when I was a kid. I was like 18, 19. And I still have a little scar on the back of my head. And I cut it open when I shave my head sometimes. And it's like, yeah, it's a little bit bumpy. And so it's like this scar. His face must be covered in scars. Oh my lord. Phil had always been paranoid and reclusive, but following the accident, he withdrew from society even more. It's quite probable that the head injury had only made him more insane and unpredictable. One of the last albums he worked on was The Ramones' End of the Century, which was recorded at Phil's mansion. In interviews from the early 80s following the album's release, the Ramones were quite candid about what a hostile environment it was. They said that they were literally kept hostage at the mansion for days at a time, being threatened with a gun every time they tried to leave. The in-studio experience was miserable for them as well. Johnny Ramone explained that they played the first chord of Rock and Roll High School, and Phil just listened to it in the studio for 12 hours. He also described having to repeat the part hundreds of times for hours on end, an experience he speculated must be what Chinese water torture is like. Yeah, but you're still like, yeah, but it's Phil Spector. He's going to listen to it for 12 hours. That's why he's Phil Spector. That's why he's so good. Yeah, it's like this guy's like unquestionably a musical genius. Like, he's making these incredible albums. There was nothing rock or punk about the way that Phil wanted to intensely labor over every note, and the Ramones seemed to genuinely hate everything about the experience. Yeah, but you're like, he's going to make us #1. He's going to make us the Ramones, who I've heard of. It's not surprising that they would hate being held hostage at gunpoint, but what was surprising was how vocal they were about it. Everyone in the industry knew what a lunatic Phil was, but they were from a more dignified era when people didn't talk about such things publicly. Then all these damn punk musicians came along and started talking in interviews about all the behind-the-scenes stuff that was supposed to be kept secret. First you had Johnny Rotten from the Sex Pistols calling out Jimmy Savile in '78, and now the Ramones were going after Phil Spector. I mean, when was it going to end? Of course, despite the fact that they'd absolutely nothing positive and quite a bit negative to say about Phil, End of the Century was the Ramones' highest charting and most commercially successful album ever.
I guess you're right all along, huh?
Then again, their dedicated fans hated it for sounding like overpolished pop music designed for radio. Yes, but it was their most successful album ever. Shortly after that album, Phil's career went almost entirely dormant. He would take on the occasional project, but mostly just hung around stockpiling ridiculous wigs that he could wear to cover all of the scars on his head from the accident. Though since he wasn't working, he had plenty of time in 1994 to write a letter to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame nominating committee to prevent the Ronettes, and more specifically his ex-wife, from being considered for induction, because he was not only a gun-wielding maniac, but he was apparently also a petty little bitch. And that brings us to 2003 and the events that took place following his visit to the House of Blues. The trials. After his initial arrest, Phil was released on $1 million bail, and it would be over 4 years before the trial finally began. During this time, he would go through 3 different sets of lawyers. His first was Robert Shapiro, part of O.J. Simpson's dream team of defense lawyers. I said he should have got O.J.'s guys. Shapiro was present for some of the early pre-trial hearings and secured Phil's release on bail, but he was quickly fired. When the trial finally began in 2007, Phil's lead defense attorney was Bruce Cutler, who was best known for defending famed mob boss John Gotti. There were a couple of really important decisions made by the judge before the trial began. The first was that the trial would be televised, because this is just how we roll in America. But more importantly, the judge ruled that he would allow testimony not only from Phil's ex-wives, but also from 4 other women that he pulled guns on. Normally, a person's past misdeeds can't be used against them as evidence of a current alleged misdeed. Even prior convictions are supposed to be off the table. However, these 4 women all had the exact same story as each other, and it was very similar to Lana's story. Each of the other women, all of whom Phil had been romantically interested in, went drinking with him. When they went back to his mansion, they rejected his advances, and he pulled a gun on them to prevent them from leaving. Phil's intended defense was that Lana accidentally committed suicide. It's like, whoops-a-daisy. He said she was playing with the gun and, in his words, kissed the gun, and either it misfired or she accidentally pulled the trigger. But the testimony from the other witnesses would show that Phil was trying to coerce Lana the same way that he tried to coerce all the other women that weren't interested in him, and the judge decided it can be used to show lack of accident or mistake. Even if firing the gun was an accident, there would be almost no way Phil's defense team could argue that he didn't intentionally point the gun directly at her face, as he had done so many times before to so many others. The trial lasted for 6 months, and the prosecution presented the evidence we discussed earlier, as well as additional testimony from the other women Philip pointed guns at and from his ex-wives. So, when he was muttering to himself, right, he was saying it was a mistake. And, I'm inclined to believe that he didn't mean to shoot her. But you point a gun at someone, you know that it can potentially kill someone, and then you accidentally shoot them. Even if you didn't quite have the intent to kill, you could have foreseen, at least in the UK, I believe it would work, you would foresee the possibility of grievous bodily harm, and that would mean the mens rea, the mental aspect of the crime, would be there, if I remember this from school 10 years ago. Right? So in the UK, I think he'd still be guilty of murder, and I get that feeling that that's what's going to happen here. 5 months into the trial, Bruce Cutler quit the case, citing a difference of opinion with Phil over their defense strategy. That's not a great sign for the defense, and his associate attorney had to take over as lead for the closing arguments. The forensic details regarding the blood spatter and such were a bit more technical and detailed than I got into, but based on the evidence presented, I hope I haven't left you with any reasonable doubt. The defense tried to paint Lana as a depressed, failed actress who couldn't pay her rent and would sleep with anyone she could have if she thought it could help her career. There wasn't really evidence to support this, other than a couple of emails she had written to friends, but it was nothing that would reasonably support suicide. It was just a typical venting about work and finances that happens between friends sometimes. To both the prosecution and the viewers at home, the case seemed open and shut. The evidence of Phil's guilt was overwhelming, and to call the defense flimsy would be giving it too much credit. And because this is America, I can tell you exactly how the deliberation process went for the jurors. Because again, that's just how we roll here. Yeah, in the UK, you can't. It's like that's what happens with the jury is completely private. Not even the jury can speak about it. It's like they're forbidden. In an interview, one of the jurors for the trial explained exactly what happened. He showed up for deliberation, fully expecting everyone to agree that Phil was guilty. He figured they'd hang out for a couple of hours so they could get their free lunch, and then they'd return the verdict of guilty and go home. But as soon as deliberations began, he asked the foreman if they could do a quick poll and to see where everybody stood. The vote stood as 4 guilty, 5 not guilty, and 3 undecided. Wow, apparently not everybody agreed that it was an open and shut case, and the jury spent 12 days deliberating. After those 12 days, the final vote stood at 10 guilty and 2 not guilty. They were completely deadlocked, and nothing was going to get them to agree. Isn't that enough to be like not guilty? It's just like, oh, what was that? There was an amazing scene. It's at the end of Better Call Saul, when Saul is like talking to, I'm not going to spoil it because it's so recent, but it's a fucking absolutely golden line where he's just like, I just need one juror. And it's like, God, that was brilliant writing. Although there were 2 not guilty votes, the blame for the deadlock was placed entirely on a single juror. In a criminal case, it is the burden of the prosecution to prove guilt beyond reasonable doubt. However, in this juror's mind, they had to prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. The jurors would go over the evidence with him and explain the only scenario that made sense. He would come back with, yes, but this and this could have happened. We just...
Wait. Oh shit. About fucking time. I've spent billions on this stupid fucking wheel and I finally got one of these. Jesus Christ. About fucking time I get the axolotl. The fuck? I don't even care that it wasn't worth it trying to get or using keys to try to get it, or tickets all the time to try to get it.
Don't know. They tried to explain that his scenarios were very technically possible, but they were not even remotely reasonable. But there was absolutely nothing short of video evidence of the murder that this particular juror would have found satisfactory to meet the beyond a reasonable doubt threshold. So they eventually gave up, with the jury deadlocked and mistrial was declared, and they had to start all over again. But the prosecution wasn't concerned. They were obviously annoyed, but they knew why the deadlock had happened and had no reason to believe that it would happen again. As long as they could make sure to disqualify any needlessly nitpicky douchebags during jury selection, they believed that they would be fine. They were correct. And after an unnecessarily long 19 days of deliberations, the jury in the second trial found Phil Spector guilty of murder in the second degree and of using a firearm in the commission of a crime. He was sentenced to 19 years to life in California State Prison. Okay, so second degree murder, because I don't believe that he intended to actually kill her. He may have been found guilty by a jury of his peers, but deep in their hearts, Phil Spector's lawyers knew that they could keep sending him invoices for massive amounts of billable hours if they kept filing pointless appeals and motions. In 2011, Phil's conviction was upheld on appeal. His request for a second appeal hearing was denied, and the state Supreme Court declined to review that decision. But his lawyers weren't done. They were going to take this all the way to the United States Supreme Court if their client would pay for it. SCOTUS denied the petition for them to review the case, as did the Federal District Court and the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. Phil's attorneys continued filing motions for appeal until at least 2015, by which point it just feels like a form of legal robbery. Phil would have been eligible for parole next year, but he died in prison on January the 16th, 2021, due to COVID. Oh, I remember him dying of COVID. Yeah. Oh, no. Phil Spector was a tiny little man, both literally and figuratively. Despite being lauded for his creative genius, he was a weak and fragile narcissist who had to control everyone and everything around him the only way he knew how. Though he was only ever charged with one murder, there's no telling the depth of the emotional trauma he caused to those around him. Many of the musicians he worked with may have been able to justify it as gunplay and just Phil being Phil, but the women he took out for drinks could never have suspected their nights would end being held prisoners at gunpoint. And of course, there was his second wife, Ronnie, who met him before his affinity for brandishing guns in public had developed. There was no way for her to suspect the years of abuse and trauma that she would suffer at his hands. Lana Clarkson was a kind, intelligent, and talented performer whose only crime was being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Had she not been working on that night in particular, we can only guess where her career might have gone. Maybe her career in show business had reached its end, or maybe she was going to become the next Joan Rivers. Well, unfortunately, you never know. But this whole story highlights that we as a society need to be less forgiving of so-called eccentricities among celebrities just because they are considered geniuses in their field. Nobody should get a free pass for violent crimes just because of their wealth and status. It also shows that perhaps we should actually listen to those punk kids once in a while. You don't have to like their music or their anarchist messages, but when they start making allegations like this guy's a serial diddler or this guy held us hostage for days at gunpoint, it's probably worth looking into. Yeah, the Jimmy Savile thing there, the reference to that is mental. Jimmy Savile, like, that went on for decades and everyone knew it. Or like all these famous people knew it and nothing ever happened. Crazy. That's where we end today's episode. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you
What's the next episode, Baldy?
Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. As always, hello there, I'm your host Simon Wimsey here. One of my writers, in this case Matt. Thank you, Matthew, has written me a script. James Huberty, The Massacre at McDonald's. Yeah, I've never heard of this one, which is unusual. It sounds like a massacre, that's that, you know, that's that, oh god. I think Matt even sent me an email being like, brace yourself, boss, this one's gonna be rough, and oh no. Although, look, to be quite honest, the episode that I recorded before this is one on Albert Fish, who ate children, so...
You'll be fine.
Yeah, challenge accepted? To brace myself, what am I talking about? Let's just go. McDonald's, hands down the biggest and most recognizable food chain in the world. Hell, in all of modern history. Excuse me, KFC, anybody? No, I know McDonald's is more recognizable, but also KFC. It's delicious.
I love your chicken. I love you.
The Golden Arches have been a sign of comfort and full bellies for close to 100 years. Anyone else have McDonald's? And then it's like, yeah, I'm pretty full. And then like 2 hours later, I'm hungry again. What's up with McDonald's? It's like, I know there's a lot of calories in there. It's like you eat the Big Mac, the large fries, and normally a Coke Zero. People are always like, why do you have a Coke Zero with a Big Mac? And it's like, well... You're like, that's contradictory. And it's like, well, I don't need the extra calories from the liquids. I'm getting enough extra calories from the fried food, aren't I? It's like 1,000 calories plus, at least. And then 2 hours later, I'm like, yeah, I could have a snack. What's up with that? KFC, I'll have it, 1,000 calories plus, and I'll be like, I'm full, I don't want dinner. I got the feeling it's something to do with carbohydrates.
Them carbs, that's the shit that's gonna kill you.
From the Big Mac to the McFlurry, it has something for everyone, although quality varies. It's a place to relax, a place to bring your friends or your family, a place to bring your kids so they'll shut up after them getting a Happy Meal. Preach, Matt! Preach! Yeah, I definitely do that. Also, my experience, I think I've told this story before, is that US McDonald's versus European McDonald's. And I feel there's a very just clear ranking of McDonald's, at least if we compare the US, the UK, and continental Europe. US has the worst McDonald's in my limited experience. I've been to a few of them. I went to one in somewhere in Los Angeles. I went to one in Seattle. The one in Seattle was a special experience. It was horrible. And the food was bad. There were homeless people. There was a security guard. It was dirty. All of the furniture was like this plastic shit that we got rid of in Europe like 20 years ago. And it was not a nice experience. UK McDonald's, slightly better. Like generally a slightly better experience. European McDonald's is genuinely quite nice. Like people never believe me with this, but I'm like, travel to Europe, go to a McDonald's. Don't go in the UK. I mean, you can go in the UK if you want, but it's similar to America, more similar. But European McDonald's, there's something called McCafe. It's like a coffee shop in McDonald's which has nice coffee and cakes and like nice chairs. It's a different experience. It's an American staple, and you'd never think of one of the worst massacres in American history actually taking place inside such a beloved eating establishment. Look, Matt, sorry to interrupt you again, but massacres take place in primary schools or elementary schools, or was it Uvalde, where all those children were killed? That's insane. I think we did a video on this show about Colombia. Sorry, not Colombia.
Be right back. I'm gonna go get something to eat real quick. I'm back. Sorry about that. I was going to get some food, like regular food, but then it was my grandma's birthday yesterday, and she got a cake and a cheesecake, and so she finally was cutting them, and she asked if I wanted a slice. I'm like, absolutely, of course. So let me get some water real quick too. All right, now we're back.
Columbine, which I got in trouble because I pronounced it Columbine? Columbine. And I think they basically are the same. People are like, Simon doesn't know how to pronounce Columbine. It's like Columbine, what are you talking about? And that video was released, and it was like we made it just as that was happening. And then I was like, what am I supposed to do? Sit on this for ages? And no, because I'm a hero, absolute mega hero, we donated the money from it to one of the victims' families, something like that. We found one on, was it GoFundMe or some such like that? Barely remembering now. That's how much of an impact it made on me. I'm just kidding. Obviously, that stuff's disgusting. Simon, dearest audience, it's time we journey once again into the past, almost 40 years. The day was July the 8th, 1984 in San Ysidro in California. We see a family arriving home for what appears to be a good day. The family consists of 41-year-old James Huberty, his wife Etna, their two daughters Zelia and Cassandra, and they've just spent their morning at the San Diego Zoo along with getting lunch at a nearby McDonald's in the neighborhood of Claremont. Sounds like a fun time. Animals and a happy meal. A good day all round. Oh, I don't like this because it's like the sort of shit I'd do with I went to the zoo with my kids last weekend and then we did go for fast food. I don't like it. Except, oh no, wait, James is the bad guy? James had darker plans in mind for the rest of his day? Oh no, I just put myself in James's shoes. No! You see, several days before, on July the 15th, James had made the comment to Etna that he thought he might have something wrong with him, that he might have some mental problems. Then on July the 17th, the day before everything we're about to talk about transpired, James made a call to the San Ysidro Health Center's mental health unit. He spoke with the receptionist and said he thought he needed help and that he'd like an appointment as soon as possible. The receptionist assured him that the clinic would return his call that same day in order to set everything up for him and that they would take care of him. Really? It's quite impressive. I feel like you'd phone someone like this and they'd be like, yeah, next appointment's in 6 months. Seems like a good start, right? James believed something was wrong with his brain, so he reached out for help. That is remarkably, what's the word? Like when you realize something, like most people just like, oh no. It's like if you hear, I don't know what's wrong with him yet. Obviously, we'll get there. But it's like if you hear people talking to you, generally people aren't they like, no, people are talking to me. They're not like, I have a problem. Let's go see a psychiatrist. They're like, it's the CIA. Takes a lot for someone to seek help, especially men. But you see, this help should have come a long time ago as the darkness had been building up within James Huberty for practically his entire life. Emotionally stunted and terminally paranoid, he believed that the entire world was out to get him and that everything bad that had happened in his life was the fault of the world, with no thought that he could have been the cause. Now James waited and waited hours on end for the phone to ring, hoping that somebody would be able to help him through his dark time, that they would stop him from taking matters into his own hands and doing something awful. Unfortunately, that call never came, and all because of the way the receptionist handled the call. First off, not only had she misspelled his name, Schuberty, instead of Huberty, but had also spoken with a pleasant, nonchalant tone, not the usual frantic, urgent tone she was probably used to. Because of all this, and the fact that not only had he refused to state the nature of his problem, but also informed her that he had never been hospitalized for mental health issues before and was not on medication or a treatment plan, she put him down as a low-risk case, which would result in a callback within 48 hours, not the same day as she stated. Yeah, I don't like that. I know it's necessary, but like when you phone the doctor and it's like, oh yeah, I want to, just get something checked out. Like, it's not an embarrassing thing. Okay, I'll be bold about this. I was like checking myself out in the shower about a year ago, like you do, and I'm like, oh, you know, like men do down below, and I'm like, oh, that feels a bit different. So I was like, okay, but go see the doctor and just make sure everything's okay. Everything was fine. He's just like, there's nothing. You don't have to worry about it. And but I phone up and I'm like, yeah, like at an appointment with the doctor, and they're like, what's it for? And I just want to see the doctor, okay? I want to talk to the doctor. I don't want to have the receptionist write it down in some book. And I know it's stupid because it's just, I mean, they must deal with this shit all day, every day. But I just want to tell the doctor in a private room in person. I don't want to tell it over the phone or in an email to a receptionist. Oh, God.
But don't let him videotape you because it will be all over the internet.
Unfortunately, this seemed to be the final straw for James Huberty. After hours of waiting for a call only to be met with silence, he left the house in a huff, jumped onto his motorcycle and sped off. Where he went is unknown, but he returned later that night in what appeared to be a better mood. Everything seemed okay. Until the next day, that is. While spending time with their children at the zoo, James spoke with Edna, and he revealed to her that he believed his life was over. Oh my God. A bit dramatic if you ask me, but given what we'll soon discover about the man, it's par for the course. When the talk turned specifically to how he never received a call back when he actually reached out for help, James held nothing back, giving Edna a glimpse of the darkness to come. Well, society had their chance. After returning home, Edna was laying on her bed, relaxing after the fun morning, when James entered the room wearing a maroon t-shirt and camouflage slacks. Walking up to her, he bent down and said, "I want to kiss you goodbye." To Edna, this was very odd. James was never an affectionate man, so this was going against character. She kissed him regardless, and when he turned to leave, she asked him where he was going, as she had plans to prepare a nice dinner for the whole family. It's now that, as the darkness consumes us once again, we dive into the tale of a man consumed by his own hatred, paranoia, and desire for revenge. Revenge against a world that had not done anything overtly wrong to him. A world that didn't even know he existed, though perhaps that was the problem in his mind. He wanted the world to know who he was, know his anger, know his pain. Pain he believed that the world had created, when in reality it was his own doing. As James Huberty turned to his wife for the final time, we hear his answer. An answer filled with underlying rage, masked by cold indifference. The words of the monster. I'm going hunting. Hunting for humans. This ties in, right? The fact that he's never accepting that anything bad in his life is caused by him. And then I feel that's very tied into the fact that he's like, yeah, I'm going to seek help. And then the help doesn't get back to him. And it does seem unusual that you think you can just phone up and just get an appointment like that for like something, right? It's usually you have to wait or like reach out to someone else and stuff like that. And I feel like he's just making an excuse for himself. Life of a loner. James Oliver Huberty was born on October the 11th, 1942 in Canton, Ohio. The second child to parents Earl and Eichel Huberty, two devoutly religious Methodists, and because of that, they and their kids were regular worshippers at the United Methodist Church. As a result, religion had a huge impact on James's life and his outlook on things, for both better and for worse. It didn't take long for life to kick James in the nuts, as by the time he was 3 years old, James had contracted polio. Wait, when the f*** is this happening? I forgot when this is set. 1984, 40 years old. No, sorry, 41 years old in 1984. Okay, so yeah. Was the polio around in the early 1940s? Was it Salk with polio? Hadn't he done his thing by then? For all 10 of you who don't know what polio is, simply put, it's an infectious and debilitating disease that can cause severe paralysis as well as meningitis in those infected. You can only imagine how painful and horrifying such a condition must have been for a young child, especially when it started attacking his nervous system. Yeah, polio's insane. It's like FDR was in a wheelchair because of polio. Also, they have iron lungs. I think I saw a video on YouTube about this. It's one of those videos that's been on YouTube. It's probably like uploaded like 15 years ago and everyone's seen it, about the people who live in iron lungs because they were paralyzed from polio, so they can't breathe, and they've just lived their whole lives in the...
Yeah, not anymore though. Them boys dead. Pretty sure the last person that was ever on an iron lung died during COVID. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what happened. The only reason they died during COVID was because of like some type of power outage or something in regards to that. I don't remember specifically what it is, but I know it has something to do with that. So
these giant metal breathing machines, which is intense. That's what polio is. get your kids vaccinated. Don't. Is polio a vaccine thing, or have we eradicated that? I think there is a polio vaccine, but they don't give it to in countries where there's not much polio, right? Because of vaccines getting rid of it. Remember? Get your kids vaccinated. Don't be an idiot. And people will be like, Simon, it's my choice. Yeah, okay, cool. Cool, it's my choice to think you're an idiot.
I say amen to that.
To help manage the disease, James was required to wear steel and leather braces upon both legs. Is that what happened to Forrest Gump? Did Forrest Gump have polio? Why was he wearing those braces on his legs? Even though he was able to recover from all of the symptoms, he would have a mild limp for the rest of his life, a constant reminder of the pain and humiliation he felt as a child. If that wasn't bad enough, his home life was about to change for the worst. In 1950, Earl Huberty purchased and moved the family to a 155-acre farm in Mount Eaton, Ohio. Seems like a pleasant little town, very sleepy and unassuming, especially if you're a fan of Amish folk. Huge fan of the Amish. They're such a laugh. Ickle, on the other hand, was incensed about the whole thing. She didn't want to live in a rural area and refused to even look at the property before the purchase, leaving the relationship with her husband very much on the rocks. Hey dear, I've got some news. We're moving to a farm in the middle of nowhere. It was like, yeah, what, James? What? What was his name? Sorry, not James. Was it Earl? Was his name Earl? Yeah.
What are you doing, Earl? You could have consulted me first, Earl.
Although this was the 1950s, and I've seen Mad Men, so I know how it was back then. It's just like, we're moving to a farm. Okay, dear, sounds lovely. It all came to a head when the super religious Ickle, I don't know if his name is Ickle, or it's spelled I-C-L-E. It's a name I've never seen before. He felt called to become a Pentecostal missionary. Feeling this excuse was her ticket out, she abandoned her husband and children when James was only 7 years old, moving to Arizona to preach the good word on the sidewalks. This betrayal left deep emotional and mental scars on James, with his father telling of how he'd hear him sobbing by the chicken coop on their property, and others having testified that he blamed God for taking his mother away. No, your mother took herself away, and that is a really shitty thing to do. I don't understand. Like, I'd always want to take my kids if I was running away and be like, come with me. Let's go. Not that I ever would. But like, if I was in that situation, you'd be like, I don't know. It's just so bizarre. Like, I've put so much effort into my children. At the very least, it's like, oh my God, the sunk costs of these kids. It's like, no, yes. And also because I love them, but that's a second factor, those bloody sunk costs. As James grew up and made his way through school, he'd kept himself almost constantly wanting nothing more than to be left alone. One of the reasons for this seems to be because of the constant whispering and ostracizing of the other children. I think we can all agree that kids can be dicks sometimes, especially to those different from, and this case was no different. James came from a broken home, and this concept was very alien to the children around him who grew up within the Amish and Mennonite communities. James came from a bad home, so they whispered about him, refusing to socialize with him, though to James this was perfectly fine. James was content being by himself, being a loner for most of his life, and having no interest in the same things that the other kids had interest in. This didn't stop him from becoming angry, though. A side effect of the constant pain and irritation from his bout of polio, James had a very short temper, and he would quickly become enraged if someone were to slight him in any way. It could be the smallest thing. It could even be something that wasn't meant to harm him, but James would always take things personally and would become furious at the drop of a hat. His environment didn't help either, as the kids angered him on a daily basis, and there's even reports of a teacher who, after getting into a confrontation with James while he was staying inside for recess, sneered at him and said, "If you were a real man like all the other boys, you'd be out playing football." What a wonderful and uplifting teacher she was. Obvious sarcasm is obvious. Children are so impressionable. I think back on experiences I had with teachers, and the vast majority was super positive. Generally I think back on school, and the vast majority of interactions I had with teachers were always really good. But then I do think back on the few times when they weren't, and they really stick with you. And it's really weird. Because nowadays, if someone says something to me, I'm just like, oh, whatever. I'm a big boy. I can take it. But when you're a kid, you're much more impressionable and sensitive, especially when it's an adult who's someone who's in a position of authority. And I'm always teachers should know better. You should know that children are super impressionable. And think about what you say to kids.
Children are serious stuff.
James hated everyone around him. He hated speaking to anyone. He thought that everyone was always plotting against him, and his attitude only festered as he grew and got older. It seems to, but James has a seemingly loving wife and family. These people, I know, you don't really expect I mean, when you're a kid, it's who knows? You grow up and you could be a completely different person. Not the same person I was when I was a kid. And But in my mind, I'm kind of like, yeah, James is a weirdo. He'll grow up to be a weirdo. But obviously, James got his shit together at some point, except apparently he didn't. One thing that James seemed to have an affinity for ever since his high school years was, of course, guns. He loved going to target practice, usually being found at the shooting range, letting out his anger and frustration with each pull of the trigger. I also really enjoyed this. We had a shooting range at school, and I'd go there at least like one or two. It was like not like an American shooting range where you're like shooting images of people with big guns. It was like a rifle range, so you'd go there and you'd shoot little 2.2 rifles as part of the cadet stuff. And I loved that. And I had a little air rifle at home that I would be out in the garden like shooting stuff and getting really good at shooting stuff. And just because you do it like hours and hours, it's really enjoyable. I like shooting guns. But, oh my God, am I James in this story? No, obviously not, because I'm not going out hunting for humans, because that's insane. Liking guns is liking guns. But I don't know. I like guns. And I like clay pigeon shooting and stuff. It's a laugh.
I'm as concerned about Simon as you are.
Hell, at one point, a family friend described James as a queer little boy who practiced incessant.
Damn. They had to roast old boy like that? Yeah, he's a queer. He's gay. Like, okay. Damn, don't talk about my son that way.
With a target pistol, and by the time he was in high school, he was seen as an amateur gunsmith, being able to clean and repair his own guns with ease. No, not a red flag at all. Steady. I mean, look, just because you like guns, it's a hobby. It's a hobby. Right? I haven't shot a gun in a long time. I've thought about getting my gun license here. But, you know, I don't have time for hobbies. In 1960, James graduated from Waynedale High School, 51st out of the 77 student class. Fun fact, James hated being around people so much that he didn't even shop for his high school graduation photo, his spot simply remaining blank within the yearbook. Enrolling at Malone University, a Jesuit community college, 2 years later in 1962, he graduated with a bachelor's degree in sociology. Ironic, isn't it? Sociology is literally defined as the social science of society, human social behavior, patterns of social relationships, social interactions, and aspects of culture associated with everyday life. It's all the stuff he doesn't like and is rubbish at. It would like be me studying veterinary science. In other words, it's like, I like animals. There's an ongoing meme because on one of my other channels, I said that I'd committed dog genocide before I murdered a single human being. Just as a joke. And great joke, Simon, by the way. Brilliant sense of humor right there. And people were up in arms about this, saying that dogs are more valuable than humans, which I staunchly disagree with. And so from then on, there seems to be this meme that I hate animals. And I don't. I don't hate animals at all. But that's why I made the joke about me becoming a vet, because people think I hate animals. I don't know, I quite like animals. I'd like to get a cat, to be honest. I like cats. I had cats when I was a kid. Nice little animals.
And we don't drink from the toilet.
Could this have been his first real cry for help? Perhaps he thought that if he studied the things that he both hated and couldn't understand, to be able to put them into practice, that his life might be different. But even with his fancy degree, it couldn't change what in the end he didn't see as a problem. The problem wasn't himself, but the world and the people around him, and he couldn't face the reality of him being in the wrong. While attending Malone University, James met Etna Markland. It's unclear what made her different from all of the other people around him, but whatever it was, James took a fancy to her and they began dating. Soon after graduating, the two married in 1965 and began living together in James's father's house. James despised school with a passion, and finally being free of it was a great relief. But like most people, James had goals, and to fulfill those goals, he had to return to school. He wanted to be a funeral director and an embalmer. He loves guns. He wants to be a funeral director. I'm sure there are people who want to be funeral directors and embalmers who are completely normal people. And I'm sure the vast majority are, but it does seem a bit weird in the context of this episode, doesn't it?
That creepy guy.
So he enrolled in the Pittsburgh Institute of Mortuary Science. James begrudgingly went through with his studies and soon graduated from the institute with honors, being issued with a funeral director's license and the following year an embalmer's license. But it wasn't so that he could have his way with the corpses. From all the information I could find, James Hoberty never had any sexual proclivity towards the dead, nor were there any corpses found that were, let's say, mishandled. No, James seemed to drift towards the profession for the simple reason that he believed it was the one job where he could find where he could be left alone. Oh God. I just work alone. Like, I just sit in my office by myself and record videos, and I love it. Like, I don't like having meetings. I just do everything by email. Because I just like being left alone. And it's not because I don't like people. I like people. It's a distraction. Like, I got a lot of work to do. And if I have to talk to people at work, it's like, well, I'm getting less work done, aren't I? And despite that, somehow I've got 6 meetings on the calendar today, and I'm not sure quite how I managed that. So I'm not going to get much done today. I'm squeezing this in an hour between these phone calls. half an hour left, by the way, so let's crack on. There's definitely going to be a break in this episode that will be imperceptible to you. Well, I will leave, go do a call for I think half an hour, and then I'll come back. Upon graduating, he apprenticed at the Don Williams Funeral Home as an undertaker for 2 years, though he would almost constantly be reprimanded by his co-workers and superiors for his behavior and lack of proper effort on the job. So what does that mean, you might ask? Well, James constantly tried to stay in the back in the embalming room, preferring to be by himself with the eternally silent corpses, than being upfront and dealing with the grieving families as a good funeral director should. Why didn't he just become an embalmer? Like, funeral director. It's always like that person has to be like super considerate. They're always like, hello, yes, how are you?
I don't know how much money funeral directors make, even though some of them are dickheads and prey on families. I don't know how much they make, but they need to make more. I couldn't even imagine having to be like 24/7 talking to people that just lost someone. I couldn't even imagine how that is.
Yes. And it's the person at the funeral you don't know. You're like, oh, okay. And I've been to a few funerals, and you're like, this dude, okay. And they're always like quite similar and like courteous and thoughtful and soft-spoken. And it sounds like James would be pretty shit at this. But being an embalmer, just go do that. Do we embalm bodies in the UK? I don't think so, because we don't have these open casket funerals, which I thought was a bit weird. Like, I don't know, I've never seen a dead person, and I'm quite happy to have never seen a dead person. Thank you very much. I did go to that bodies exhibition, you know, where they have the bones and stuff and the muscles, which was fascinating. And those people, I guess, are real and also dead. So I guess in a way I have, but that felt very scientific. And when he was forced to be upfront with the customers, he was short, blunt, and as antisocial as ever. At times when the family, still in the process of mourning the loss of their loved ones, would take longer than James would like, he'd be witnessed pacing back and forth on the showing room floor, muttering, "Get out," under his breath over and over again. And if and when that failed to drive them off, this piece of work went so far as to turning the lights off on the families. Oh my god, this guy would have terrible Google reviews.
Everybody dies, everybody!
Don Williams, the owner of the funeral home, recounted his experience with puberty, saying he was a good embalmer, but he just didn't relate to people. That's why he was better as a welder. He could just put that mask down and be by himself. Wait, he became a welder? Okay. Indeed, after it became clear that James wasn't cut out for work in the funeral home, he needed to be alone, and his hatred for people getting in his own way again, he left his job and soon began a new career as a welder, first at a firm in Louisville before becoming an apprentice at the Babcock & Wilcox utility plant in 1969. Surely there are plenty of jobs where you can just be left alone. I always think like data entry and stuff. Aren't you just like in a cubicle most of the time, or like just a work from home job? I don't know. I've literally like since I was a kid, I don't think I've ever really had a job where I've had to work with people. It's always just being left alone. Well, apparently, shockingly, he was reported as being good at it, with many of his co-workers saying that he was a very reliable worker despite being a silent recluse. Yeah, that's fine. He could be really good at welding. He's just shit with people. He was a good embalmer. He just wants to be left alone. Hell, he was so good at his job that he earned promotion after promotion, earning between $25,000 and $30,000 per year, 138 to 166 grand. Adjusted for 2023 inflation. And that was in the mid-1970s. Oh my god, okay, he's making some bank.
As a welder? Out of an underwater welder.
Not too shabby, especially back in the day. James and Etna had it so good that the two of them moved. Is a welder? Welders make so much money? How long does it take to learn to become a welder? I guess this is one of those things where I'm like, I think it's low skill, or not low skill, but like medium level skill. It's not like you're a doctor or something, and you're making a lot of money. I know doctors in the US probably make more than that, but I feel that's probably what like a doctor makes in the UK, isn't it? I don't know. Especially with the crappy exchange rates. They moved into a 3-story home in the very wealthy neighborhood of Massillon, Ohio. This didn't last long, as sadly the home was destroyed in a fire in 1971, though they still had enough money to move into a new house on the exact same street and build a 6-unit apartment on the site of their old house, renting it out to others for money. Seems like James really knows what he's doing. Soon enough, they welcomed their 2 daughters into the world, Zelia in 1972 and Cassandra in 1974. The shadow in the crowd. But Matt, I hear you saying, sure, this man seems to be socially awkward, and yes, he has a pretty piss-poor attitude, but he seems like he's doing fairly well and has a family despite it all. What's the problem? I mean, does he have a piss-poor attitude? It just doesn't like people. He seems to be a very good welder and he keeps getting promoted, so obviously he's got a great attitude towards welding. He just wants to be left alone. If I had someone like this working for me, who's talented but just wants to be left alone, I'd be like, great, go do your thing. I'll leave you alone and here's some money. Right? You gotta, like, as a manager, it's your job to identify those people, like, as the manager of this welding company or whatever, and be like, cool, we'll just get James to go and, like, weld all day. He'll be extremely productive.
Simon, you're a romantic.
Indeed, on the outside, James seemed to have been a success. He had a wife and daughters, he had a house, he was making a good bit of money. But when we take a peek behind the curtain, the picture starts to become clear. His life was like a roller coaster. He was on his way to the top, but soon enough it had to plummet down. And in this case, he did it all to himself. Behind closed doors, things weren't so hunky-dory. On more than one occasion, James would viciously beat Etna. Oh my god. This is like crazy. I'm not defending the guy or anything, but it's like everything seems fine. He seems to be doing quite well.
Whoa. What's that? What is that? I'm out. What is that? Oh. I thought it was a shiny. Well, another rainbow main account. Bet. Yeah.
And then it's like, oh yeah, no, he's a piece of shit. To the point where she actually contacted the Cannon Department of Children and Family Services, reporting that James had messed up her jaw. But sadly, like a good number of domestic abuse cases, not only did she not leave him, but she would backtrack almost as soon as she made said claims, making the excuse that in those fights she'd only hit her once. Like that actually made it better. I mean, look, getting hit once is obviously better than getting hit 100 times. Does it make it okay? No. And yet, Etna would later say, I always figured there was a strong chance that he'd kill me one day. Good lord. So yeah, the antagonist of our piece today is a wife-beating douchebag. So far, so normal for the casual criminalist, so that's not surprising. He didn't just stick it to his wife though. Oh no, because his little girls were beaten just as horribly. Slaps and flat-out punches were a regular occurrence for Zelia and Cassandra, with their father refusing to hold back in his punishments. How could it get worse? Or how about putting a knife to their throats on more than one occasion? That's right, James Huberty threatened his little girls with death several times when they were younger, and it wasn't just knives either, he'd pull his guns too. I could never possibly even comprehend doing something like that. That is insane. They are children. They are your children. Not that I do this to other people's children either, but it's just like, they're your children! According to Etna, there was a time when James was particularly cross with their daughter Zelia, so he acted in kind. She recalled one day when Zelia, after making James angry, went flying into her bedroom with an Uzi pointed at her. We don't blame the victims on this channel, far from it, but at this point, this is when you leave and take the kids with you, something that Etna did not do. No, we don't. And obviously, if she was acting in a rational way and wasn't in this situation, she'd be like, yeah, obviously she should leave. But that's not how it works. I mean, it's how it should work. And if you're in that situation, just get out. Like, work it out. Simon, it's so simple. But it's not. It's complicated. And what's that condition called? Like the beaten wife syndrome or whatever? Is that it, where you're afraid to leave, even though and you're afraid to stay? There's a name for that, right? Their neighbours weren't safe from his erratic and hateful behaviour either. To them, he was an irritable, irrational, and downright paranoid person, with no trespassing signs posted all around the house. His love of firearms was well known to all of them, and on more than one occasion, they were scared out of their wits by the sound of gunfire from the house. James's excuse? He'd built a homemade gun range in the basement of his house. However, perhaps the creepiest thing about James in the regard to the people living around him was that James had a mental list. On said list was every single infraction, setback, insult, frustration, and slight that he perceived was perpetrated against either him or his family. And some of them were admittedly real, but nowhere close to the degree that James felt they were, and a number of them were total figments of his imagination, occurrences that were never intended to be malicious, but James took them as such, and so they were added to the list. And to James, the only way to rectify these attacks to himself and his family was to get even. Every injustice was met with payback, just as bad if not worse, and more often than not this led to James being charged and detained for disorderly conduct, though they never stuck. This included an incident where James went onto his porch with one of his rifles, aimed it at the neighbors as they passed, only to laugh and go back inside without a care in the world. Did they see him? Isn't that assault? Like, if someone's pointing a gun at you, I'm fairly sure that's a crime. Like, right? James also passed on this belief to his daughters, telling them to physically assault any of the kids in the neighborhood if they ever angered them. Etna was no better, as it's documented that she once told her daughter Zelia to punch a girl at a birthday party after they'd had a disagreement. When the girl's mother confronted Etna about it, Etna threatened to shoot the mother with one of their 9mm pistols, which Etna was charged and jailed for it, although the gun wasn't confiscated. What, America? Look, if you're jailed for a gun crime, no more guns. Okay? That makes sense, right? Like, you committed a crime with guns, your right to guns is now taken away, right? Like, and there's the thing in the Constitution about that right to bear arms, but it's like, and you've also got right to freedom unless you're in prison or whatever, this sort of thing. They can take that away. Surely, come on, take the guns away. You've committed gun crimes. Animals weren't safe either, not even his own. One incident involved James threatening to kill one of his neighbor's dogs after it popped into his yard. I understand not liking animal feces on the lawn, but that's an overreaction, no matter the incident, especially if the neighbor picked it up. Oh yeah, my parents used to be driven posse. The neighbors had a cat and it would always come and take a in the garden, in our garden. And my parents were never pleased about that. And my dad was always, shoot the bloody cat. Another example was when one of his neighbors complained about James's German shepherds, as the animal had scratched up the neighbor's car and he wasn't pleased. So what did James do? Well, after fixing the man with a cold death glare, he said he'd take care of it. Grabbing the dog and pulling it to the backyard, he pulled out a pistol and murdered his own dog by shooting it in the head for the neighbor to see. Oh my God. The neighbor, of course, was horrified when he angrily confronted James, telling him it had gone way too far. James simply stared back at him with that same hateful look, coldly stating, "I believe in paying my debts, both good and bad. You mega psycho, bro." And they would be like, "Whoa, James, that's not what I meant. You just had to fix the paintwork, James." Jesus. Society had their chance. Not only was James an extremely paranoid man, but he was also a massive conspiracy theorist and survival nut. The Cold War was in full swing at this point, and he believed it was close to escalating, which would be full-blown nuclear war. On top of that, his paranoia drove him to believe that foreign bankers had infiltrated and manipulating the Federal Reserve System, intentionally bankrupting the nation, which would lead to a full societal and financial collapse. This is one of those things where it's like, yeah, even if that was happening, what can I possibly do about it? I am just a man. The Federal Reserve's been infiltrated by bankers. It's like, okay. Yeah, maybe not. How does this affect my life? Buy some gold? I don't know. As we know, this never happened, but that never stops the nut jobs, does it? To prepare for this, not only did James buy tons and tons of non-perishable food, but he also stocked up on a multitude of guns. Just what you need in the coming apocalypse: guns, and even more guns, especially with a man that's clearly a bit rattled upstairs. To be fair, though, if the apocalypse was coming, I'd be like, yeah, I want some guns. Shit's gonna get real.
You cannot rob us!
I'm not around!
Every single room in the house had at least one gun, all within reach of James at all times, and each one with the safety disabled. Such a big brain move, especially with children in the house. And again, obvious sarcasm is obvious. Yeah, it reminds me of that Stargate, Stargate SG-1, where Jack O'Neill's kid accidentally kills himself with one of his guns. And it's like, Jesus Christ. I'm always like, if I don't think I'd keep guns in the house. Like, I'd keep the guns at the range or whatever. Because even if they're locked up and stuff, kids are resourceful. They get into places. It also reminds me of, did you guys see the TV show Boston Legal with Denny Crane? He's also obsessed with guns. And he's like, how many guns are in there, Denny? There are guns everywhere. All of this unstable thinking only got worse when he lost his job. In November 1982, James was laid off from his welding job at Babcock & Wilcox due to the impending closure of this engineering firm. This caused James his understandable mental stress from the belief that he wouldn't be able to provide for his family, which was the last thing he needed. It was so bad that when he was speaking with a co-worker, he said he intended to kill himself as well as his family. It didn't help that soon after, James claimed to have started hearing voices, which only worsened his paranoia, depression, and conspiracy theories. He thought that President Jimmy Carter and later Ronald Reagan and the United States government were conspiring against him. He'd had these thoughts for years, and they wanted to destroy his life and cause him to become a failure, and this setback only furthered that idea. If you think someone that powerful, unless you're mega powerful yourself, If you're like the president of another country and you're like, man, I think Ronald Reagan is out to get me, then that's like, okay, yeah, maybe. But if you're just a welder in Ohio, he's not. He doesn't know you. He's never thought about you. No one 10 layers of power down from him cares about you. You're just a cog in a giant machine. They don't care. In early 1983, James attempted to pop off permanently by putting one of his pistols to his temple. That managed to calm him down, stopping him from going through with it. Afterwards, however, James told her that, "You should have let me shoot myself, and knowing what's to come, she really should have. She should have had him committed, call the police, and get him put in a mental place where they can give him the right pills. And if there are no right pills, just keep him there forever so he doesn't hurt himself and other people." The family ended up selling their 6-unit apartment for $115,000 in the spring of 1983, and James eventually found employment. Yeah, I mean, that's got to be like $1 million. No, not $1 million, but 500,000, $500,000 at least. That's a lot of cash. You're going to be fine. But it didn't last long as the company went under 5 weeks later. Talk about rotten luck. Said luck only continued after he and one of his daughters were involved in a car accident causing neck pains as well as an increasing nerve tremor in his head and arms. Soon after, in the summer of 1983, the Hubertys applied for residence in Mexico. They believed that the money they got from the sale of the apartments, along with $12,000 that they got after they sold their home, would last longer in Mexico while James looked for work. What, in Mexico? It's a bit of a bold move. James stated to his neighbors after the sale of his house, "We're going to show them who's boss." Who? He still believed that in the delusion that the US government was out to get him. So in his mind, this was the only way of escape. Wait, he's not moving to Mexico because he's like, my money will go further. He's moving to Mexico because he's like, the governments are out to get me. Holy shit, dude. He needs to have some treatments. These are all very, very big red flags. Way more than he likes guns. In October 1983, the family moved down to Tijuana, Mexico. I've been to Tijuana, Mexico. I think because I was traveling around the States with a mate of mine. This is 15 years ago now. And we were in San Diego. We're like, should we just go down to Mexico? And it was to Tijuana. And it was mostly just bars for, I get the feeling, Americans who are under 21 to get drunk, and pharmacies selling all sorts of drugs that would normally require prescriptions.
I love authentic Mexican culture.
He did make sure to take all of his guns and ammunition, because of course he did. Now this seemed like a great opportunity for James and his family. Sure, moving out of the country could be seen as a bit extreme, but now they had a chance to start over. And as far as Etna and the girls went, it actually worked. After moving in, they managed to adjust very quickly and were actually enjoying their new life. James, not so much. Surprise, surprise, he never managed to actually assimilate into his new surroundings, speaking little to no Spanish and being unable to find any work. He was already closed off and irritable when they moved down to Mexico, and it only got worse after they did. He had failed yet again after being so confident that this would actually be a win for him, which only added to his misery. So James, having no actual care for the hardships of constantly moving house or the feelings of his so-called loved ones, was already regretting his decision to leave the US. So in 1984, only 3 months after moving to Mexico, James and his family moved back to the USA. More specifically, to an apartment in San Ysidro, California, a largely poor district of San Diego, just north of the Mexico-United States border. Quite the fall, am I right? From living in a beautiful house and making good money at his job to losing all of that and moving to a small town with little to no money. James Huberty was a proud man, regardless of how unearned that pride was, and every single failure and setback chipped away at said pride until there was almost nothing left. I don't know. I find it quite easy, in this case, to separate the man and his...
Dog, why are these retards having this whole fucking movie scene in front of me?
Mental problems and his obvious psycho tendencies from his genuine success at work. His I don't think his pride was unearned. He made a bunch of money, he had a good job and all of this stuff, and then not having that later is going to be really hard. That's going to be tough. For James, life in San Ysidro was abysmal, since it turns out that James is also a bit of a racist. Wait, he moved to Mexico? The Hubertys were the only Anglo-Americans in the area, and apparently that infuriated James and gave him the right to treat people around him as lesser than himself. God, he really is checking all of the boxes here, isn't he? The second was that he did get a new job, but not for long. It wasn't even as a welder, his preferred occupation, but as a security guard with a security firm. He started in April and was assigned to a condominium complex in Chula Vista. However, given his horrid attitude and his need to be a pompous, holier-than-thou loner, he was fired in less than 2 months. Every failure, every setback, Every time he found himself at the bottom of the mountain with almost no one to blame but himself. And we're back where we began. He reached out for help, a mistake led to him not getting it, and something within him finally snapped. The darkness had been corrupting him ever since he was young, and now it finally let go, opening the floodgates for the chaos to come. Hunting humans. Disclaimer. Brace yourself, Simon. This is about to get very, very bad. Oh, God. Okay, here we go. Goodbye. I won't be back. Those are the last words James Huberty said to his eldest daughter Zelia as he exited their home on July the 8th, 1984. As he watched him leave, she noted the Winchester 1200 12-gauge pump-action shotgun over his shoulder, the box of ammunition in his hand, and a large bundle wrapped up in a checkered blanket under his arm. Getting into his black Mercury Marquis sedan, James pulled away from his apartment, a blank look in his eyes, and he drove down San Ysidro Boulevard. His car was spotted by a number of eyewitnesses, all of which said that they'd seen him entering the parking lot of a Big Bear supermarket and then a branch of the US Post Office before he seemed to change his mind and head to another location. And that's when he pulled into the parking lot of McDonald's. So let's set the scene. It's 3:56 p.m. and the restaurant is still somewhat busy coming off the lunch rush a couple of hours previous. The employees are enjoying a bit of a lull before they get hit again for the dinner rush in a little over an hour. There's people of all ages still in the building, from children to the elderly, 45 customers in total before James Huberty walked through the doors. Shotgun still in hand, he also came armed with a 9mm Browning HP semi-automatic pistol, a 9mm Uzi carbine, and a box and a cloth bag filled with hundreds.
You got unlimited, fuck it.
Of rounds of ammunition for each weapon. Behind the register was 16-year-old John Arnold, simply working his shift, unaware that all hell was about to break loose. While still
finally
15 feet
got
away
one.
from this boy, James took his shotgun from his shoulder and aimed it directly at John's head. Before John could leap out of the way, James pulled the trigger. But nothing happened. It simply clicked. Nothing came of it. John started backing away as James started fixing his firearm just as the restaurant manager, 22-year-old Neva Kane, came around the counter to see what all the hullabaloo was about. Now, before anyone says anything about why someone didn't just tackle James to the ground, not only did this all happen very quickly, but John, as well as a number of others, believed that this was some sort of bad joke. There was no way some nutcase actually came into McDonald's and just tried to blast the cashier, right? I mean, yeah, and also anyone being like, oh, I'd have tackled him to the ground. It's like, yeah, okay, hero. Unless you've actually done that, how about you don't actually know how you'd react in a situation like that? Well, unfortunately, this was no joke. Once the gun was fixed, James
Lol. Get fucked.
aimed it skyward and sent a test shot into the ceiling, startling everyone in the restaurant. Before anyone could react, he aimed his Uzi directly at Neva, shooting her right underneath the left eye. She fell to the ground, succumbing to the wound minutes later. Then, gazing towards his original target, he blasted John in the chest and arm with a shotgun, wounding him terribly, before shouting to the whole restaurant, "Everybody on the ground." Calling the patrons dirty swine, Vietnam assholes, James claimed that he had killed thousands and would kill thousands more. 25-year-old Victor Rivera tried to talk James down and approached him with his hands lifted up. Victor tried to tell James that he didn't have to do this, but no one would tell James what to do ever again. Without hesitation, James shot Victor 14 times, all the while screaming at the innocent man to shut up. What happened from there was 77 minutes of pure panic and pain.
Do this shit for me. Yeah, all that money I'm not making. Appreciate it, gang.
Customers tried to hide under the tables and behind booths, but it wasn't enough. James walked through the restaurant, guns at the ready. His first targets after killing Victor were a group of women and children all huddled together. 19-year-old Maria Colmenero Silva was first, followed by 9-year-old Claudia Perez, while 15-year-old Imelda Perez, Claudia's older sister, was shot in the hand, but survived. He then turned his shotgun on 11-year-old Aurora Pena. She was wounded in the leg, but before James could do any more damage, Aurora's pregnant aunt, 18-year-old Jackie Reyes, shielded her from any further harm. James would shoot Jackie 48 times. What happened immediately after is probably one of the most cold and heartless acts that I've ever encountered, whether it be in my research or any of the videos already on this channel. Jackie was a mother already by the time of the attack, and she'd brought with her a son, 8-month-old Carlos Reyes, who was lying next to his mother's body. And with all the carnage around him, he started screaming.
We got October 28th. I can possibly can. Thing is, I don't even really know if I want to. Because for the biggest part, everybody done forgot about me. Which I already knew was gonna happen. Because why the fuck wouldn't have happened? Oh, you buying this, you buying this shit today? Ian, I hope you die.
And crying, undoubtedly frightened. James sneered at the baby, screamed at him to be quiet, and with no hesitation, with no hint of restraint, he took out the pistol and shot the infant in the middle of the back, killing him instantly. Not wasting any time, the slaughter continued with the death of 62-year-old trucker Lawrence Vasulis. Next, James turns his attention to the Herrera family, who are hiding in the play area trying to stay out of sight. 31-year-old Blythe Herrera, 33-year-old Ronald Herrera, 11-year-old Mateo Herrera, and Mateo's friend, 12-year-old Keith Thomas, were all shot. All the while, Herrera's parents did their best to shield the boys from the onslaught. Ronald was shot 6 times but managed to survive, as did Keith. Sadly, Blythe and Mateo weren't so lucky. Both were killed by multiple shots to the head. After that, James turned his attention to 24-year-old Guadalupe Del Rio, 25-year-old.
I'm gonna beat the shit out of Baldy. Why the fuck does he keep calling Hispanic women named Guadalupe Guadalupe? Baldy, this is your last shot, buddy. You did it twice yesterday. Did it multiple times yesterday, actually. Dog, don't buy keys for that. I ought to take the keys off. They pissing me off.
Gloria Ramirez and 31-year-old Aristalci Vuevas Vargas, who were trying to hide behind a booth. Del Rio was against the wall, being shielded by her 2 friends, and thankfully, she wasn't too terribly wounded. Ramirez was also unharmed, but Vargas was shot in the back of the head and would pass away the next day. 45-year-old banker Hugo Velasquez Vasquez was next, and he was shot in the chest and killed while trying to hide in a booth. All of this had only taken place in the span of a few minutes. A little after 4 p.m., Lydia Flores pulled into the parking lot of the McDonald's with her 2-year-old daughter Melissa in the car. Pulling along the drive-thru, she looked in through the pickup window and saw James Huberty unloading on those inside. Filled with panic, she reversed through the lot, but crashed into the fence along the property. She then took Melissa and hid in the bushes nearby until the carnage was over. The next car wasn't so lucky. At around 4:05 p.m., Astolfo and Maricela Felix, 31 and 23 respectively, pulled through the drive-thru with their 4-month-old daughter, Carlita. Seeing this, James exited the restaurant and unloaded both his shotgun and Uzi at the car. Marcela shot in the face, the arms, the chest, blinding her in one eye and permanently rendering one hand unusable, while Astolfo was shot in the head and chest. Carlita was shot in the neck, chest, and abdomen. All 3 of them exited the car and out of the line of fire, but they were all badly injured. They handed their baby to a nearby woman named Lucia Velasco, who was able to get the little one to a nearby hospital as the parents collapsed in pain. Thankfully, the whole family survived. Around this time, 3 young boys were riding their bikes down the street, heading to McDonald's in the hopes of getting sundaes onto them, what seemed like a normal warm day in San Ysidro. As they rode up, though, instead of ice cream, they rode into hell. Hearing someone from across the street telling them to stop, they all hesitated. But that's the time that James needed. He unloaded his Uzi and shotgun at all 3 boys. 11-year-old Joshua Coleman was shot in the back, arm and leg, falling to the ground, crying out in pain. He looked to his 2 friends, scared for them as well, only to see them too on the ground riddled with bullets. Omar Alonso Hernandez and David Flores Delgado, both also 11 years old, passed away there in the street, shot in the back and the head. At this point, numerous people were either wounded or dead, and fear gripped the survivors within the restaurant. James was getting ready to unload again on the poor unfortunate customers when he noticed movement near the front entrance. An elderly couple, 74-year-old Miguel Victoria Loa and 69-year-old Ada Velasquez Victoria, were making their way towards the front, none the wiser of the evil waiting for them. Miguel reached out for the door, and just as he was about to open it, the explosion of a shotgun blast pierced the air, killing Ada instantly with a shot to the head and wounding Miguel's arm. James then walked up to them as Miguel, grief-stricken and bleeding, cradled the body of his deceased wife, trying to wipe away blood pooling from her face. He looked up at James, cursing him with every step he took. James in kind swore at the older man, raised his gun, and shot him in the head. That done, James then made his way to the back and towards the kitchen. Pushing through the doors, he spotted a number of workers trying to hide, that being 21-year-old Paulina Lopez, 19-year-old Elsa Boroba Fierro, 18-year-old Margita Padilla, 17.
Back. I need to go shit. I'm back. My bad about that.
18-year-old Albert Leos, 17-year-old Wendy Flanagan, and a number of other workers. With a sneer, he cried out, "Oh, there's more. You're trying to hide from me, you bastards." Screaming for their lives, the workers tried to flee as James opened fire. Paulina, Elsa, and Margarita were all killed in the spray of bullets, but Wendy, 4 of the other workers, and a female customer were able to get to the basement storage area in safety. Albert dragged himself down there after being shot 5 times, being critically injured, though he did ultimately survive. After shooting at a nearby fire truck as it passed by, wounding one of the firefighters in the process, he turned his attention back to the customers, ending the lives of 19-year-old Jose Perez, Jose's friends, the 22-year-old Gloria Gonzalez, and 18-year-old Michelle Carncross in a hail of gunfire. The final bit of bloodshed came when he took notice of Aurora Pena once again. Seeing her still alive, surrounded by her dead family and friends, he threw a bag of French fries at her, as if to humiliate her, before grabbing his shotgun and shooting her in the arm, and the neck, and the jaw. But she managed to survive. And thankfully for her, and all those still alive in McDonald's, the hourglass on James Huberty's reign of terror and his life had finally run out. Ending the bloodshed. So I know what you must be thinking after all this, where in the hell were the police? The answer? Well, off to a terrible start. I wasn't thinking that. I assume all of this happened very, very quickly. And someone has to call the police, and then the police have to arrive, like, I assume in like a SWAT team or whatever. And that's not going to happen. I mean, how long did all of this take? It was a little after 4 p.m., minutes after the massacre commenced, that the first call came into the police. They were notified of the shooting taking place, specifically of a child in the restaurant that had been taken to the nearby post office for safety. So what took them so long? Well, that'd be a raw grade fuck-up. While the police were dispatched to try and deal with the threat, the dispatcher sent the officers to the wrong McDonald's, one that was 2 miles or 3 kilometers from the San Ysidro Boulevard restaurant. This slowed down their response time, and in the end cost a number of people their lives. It took about 10 minutes after the first call came in for officers to arrive at the correct restaurant, and a number of people had already been killed. 10 minutes still feels like, what is the expected arrival time of police on the scene of something like this? I guess it's going to be minutes. But 10 minutes, I mean, is 10 minutes an outrageously bad response time? Setting up a perimeter, the officers set a lockdown of the area to keep people away in order to keep them safe and out of the range of gunfire. The whole time James was inside killing innocent people, he also made sure to take pot shots at the police. Several squad cars were pelted with bullets, all while the officers were doing their best to take stock of the situation. Because James was repeatedly switching between his different firearms, the authorities didn't know whether it was one shooter or multiple, and with the shattered glass of the windows, it was hard to get a read on the inside. They were worried about a hostage situation and trying to minimize casualties as much as possible. Within the hour, officers were joined by a SWAT team, and by 5:05 p.m., all law enforcement was given permission to end the target if they could get a clean shot. Jesus, they need permission? It's like the guy's in there shooting people. Kill him. That clean shot was a 27-year-old police SWAT sniper named Charles Foster. At 5:17 p.m., almost an hour and a half after the chaos started, James moved towards the counter in the doorway, which provided a clean shot from where Foster was set up with his rifle. Lining him up with his telescopic sight, he didn't hesitate. I believe Foster said it best after it all went down. I never did see his face. The first time I was actually able to see Huberty, he was sitting on a counter in the middle of the building. Then he got up and started walking toward the door, where we had a better view of him from the neck down. He stood about 6 feet from the door, so I took the shot. He dropped the Uzi and was thrown back a few feet. James never knew what hit him. A shot rang out from approximately 35 yards or 32 meters away, flying into the McDonald's and piercing his chest. He was thrown onto the floor and died almost immediately, blood pooling around him and gushing from his back. The massacre was over, and James Huberty, age 41, was no more. After the killer was dead, officers entered, guns drawn. Still unsure if James was alone, officers asked the survivors if he was the one who caused so much carnage, to which they answered yes. By that time, many of the survivors had already tried to treat their wounds with napkins. In those 77 minutes, James Huberty had fired a minimum of 257 rounds and killed 21 people, along with injuring many others. Now, final note before I end this chapter. In the time I took to look up information to use in this piece, I actually came across the crime scene photo of James Huberty's body. I won't describe it at this time, but I won't lie to you either when I say that I felt a touch of satisfaction in getting a chance to flip off the maniacal arsewipe. I feel satisfaction now as I say, "F you, James Huberty." Yeah, I mean, sort of monster just goes into a McDonald's and targets families and children. Picking up the pieces. The section begins with a quote. "A couple with a child in between them, a very young girl and a parent on the floor next to her. A man, in his 20s or 30s, an older woman slumped in a booth, two teenage boys in t-shirts and shorts with their dinners still half eaten on the table. I have a churning stomach. It looked like a war zone. Those are the words of Roger Hedgecock, mayor of San Diego, at the time of seeing the devastation at the site of the shooting. The whole of California was rocked by the heinous slaughter at the McDonald's, which quickly became known as the San Ysidro McDonald's Massacre. The people wanted to know what could have caused this disgusting attack, especially with how out of the blue it all felt. By the very next day, the shooter had been identified as James Huberty, his identity being made public. The vultures, aka the reporters, swarmed Earl Huberty's house in Mount Eaton, Ohio, trying to find out as much as they could about James. Earl was understandably heartbroken, describing James as a lost sheep, stating, "Yesterday was the worst day of my life. I feel so sorry for those people." Because of the sheer amount of deaths in the massacre, local funeral homes were full to capacity, so much so that they had to use the San Ysidro Civic Center to hold wakes for each victim. I'm not sure I could have come up with a more depressing pair of sentences had I tried. The gun debate, which still rages on today, was also brought up in the conversation, many wondering how someone so clearly disturbed was allowed to buy so many guns and so much ammo unchecked. And that's sadly a question that has yet to go properly answered even now. Well, it seems strange, like, as we mentioned earlier, the fact that his wife served time, right, for the gun offenses. And the fact that he shot his dog in front of his neighbor, he pointed his guns at passers-by. It seems at some point someone should have looked into this. Like, his ownership of guns, that's fine. That's something that is allowed in America. But the fact that he was committing crimes...
Oh. Just however much it is for rap, just trade me. That's how much. That should be it. Um, 410. Add one more mil, bitch. I keep playing the video, but I need to call with my mom real quick. Be right back.
With these guns and still being allowed them, that's not good enough. The officers who responded to the scene didn't have it easy either. A number of them suffered mental scars just from seeing the sheer amount of death and carnage within the McDonald's that day. These include cases of sleep withdrawal, loss of memory, and guilt in the months following the attack. Many criticized the police for how they handled it, but given the circumstances and the obstacles that stood in their way, I personally believe that the police did the best they could. To quote the San Diego Police Chief William Colander, "I believe the operation was handled the way it should have been handled." Other than the dispatcher sending them to the wrong McDonald's, which is a mistake, and I'm sure it's not some egregious mistake. They did what they could. They responded quickly. SWAT showed up within the time. It seems SWAT shows up and then they killed him. It's Huberty's fault. He's the one who went in there and killed all those people. As for McDonald's, well, in the days following the massacre, all television and radio advertisements were temporarily suspended in a show of respect for the lives lost. Definitely a nice gesture, but what they did next, I'm not so sure. The McDonald's on San Ysidro Boulevard was refurbished and renovated within 2 days of the massacre. I know that life goes on and all that, and it's about getting back to business, but good lord. Apparently, the hope was that despite what had happened, the restaurant would just go back to normal and be another McDonald's, but I think not. The shadow of that day followed the store until its last day. Thankfully, common sense prevailed. After the decision was made, the restaurant would not open, and it was demolished on September the 26th, 1984. After that demolition, McDonald's donated the ground to the city with the stipulation that no restaurant be constructed on the site. For years, plans were in place to build something on the site, either a memorial park or a shrine to the dead. However, it wasn't until 1990 that something was unveiled. A memorial consisting of 21 hexagonal white marble pillars were constructed at 460 West San Ysidro Boulevard, and they're still there to this day. Designed by former Southwestern College student Roberto Valdez, each pillar is between 1 and 6 feet tall, and each bears the name of a victim from that terrible day. Commenting on the memorial, Valdez says, "The 21 hexagons represent each person that died, and they are different heights, representing the variety of ages and races of the people involved in the massacre. They're bonded together in the hopes that the community, in a tragedy like this, will stick together like they did." And now I know what you must be thinking. What about his family? What of Etna and the girls? Well, they didn't have the greatest of times after everything was said and done. First off, James was cremated on July the 23rd, 1984. His ashes returned to his family before they were interred in his home state of Ohio. After that, and with their name being out of the public eye, Etna and her daughters all received death threats because of what their husband and father did. I fully understand being enraged over the death of your loved ones, but threatening to murder the relatives of a piece of who committed the crime, yeah, that doesn't fly, nor does it make any sense. And it caused all 3 of them to seek counseling for the mental strain. Yeah, this is not their fault. They were also victims of this man. Edna admitted that had she known the horrors he would unleash, she wouldn't have stopped James from ending his life. Finally, we need to talk about the lawsuits. The first is a bit understandable as a measure of grief, as several surviving family members of those who died in the attack filed lawsuits against McDonald's and the San Diego Police Department. Against McDonald's? For what, being the location? They believe the restaurant should have had steps in place to protect customers inside the establishment in case something like this was to happen, and the police should have acted quicker and better in order to take James down and save their loved ones. Second one, maybe because of the screw up with the location. The first one, it's like, what, do you want to have safe rooms in all McDonald's now and all restaurants? This is tragic, but that's unrealistic. All the suits were consolidated rather quickly and dismissed. The court said that there was no way McDonald's could have foreseen something of the magnitude of a raving lunatic with a number of guns walking into the restaurant, so they shouldn't be held accountable, nor should the police department, who they believe acted accordingly and to their best efforts. And finally, the next lawsuit was from Etna Huberty in July 1986. Against whom, you might be asking? I would say against the mental health care person who didn't call them back and could have stopped all of this. It's very weak. I imagine it'll be dismissed, but that's who I would guess. Why? It was against McDonald's and Babcock and Wilcox, of course. Against McDonald's and the former employer, his former employer when he was a welder? What are you after? The reason? She blamed them for James's breakdown and terrible actions. How? McDonald's? How? Apparently it was James's poor diet from eating so much McDonald's that made him insane and decide to shoot up the restaurant. Oh, come on, what are you up to? Oh, and all those chemicals and highly poisonous metals he worked with on a daily basis scrambled his brain and caused him to shoot children. Now, I felt sorry for her this whole ordeal, but this quickly reminded me that she wasn't exactly a basket of roses either. Thankfully, that was firmly dismissed. Edna Huberty died from breast cancer in 2003, and from what I can gather, both Zelia and Cassandra are alive and well, living their lives and trying to move past the dark shadow left behind by their monster of a father. In fact, Zelia took part in an interview years later in regards to the San Bernardino shooter. When asked about her father, she stated if she could travel back in time, she probably would have killed my father before any of this would have occurred. As far as her life after the tragedy, she said she was doing well, though the road hasn't been easy. Quote, "You can either dwell on the situation or move forward. If you're stagnant, you can sink into a deep depression. For me, I didn't go down that route. I moved forward and proceeded with life, the normal aspects of life. Family, friends, work." Yeah, good for you. Wrap up. And that brings our story to an end, and I won't lie to you. This one was difficult. I swear I need to find a lighter topic for my own mental health. James Huberty was an incredibly sad and pathetic man, one whose whole life revolved around himself, and whenever things didn't go his way, he blamed everyone and everything else. Whether it was his neighbors, the government, the president, or just America as a whole, it could never be his fault. Otherwise, he'd have to face the fact of how much a failure at life he really was. And I know what some of you might be thinking. He clearly had some form of mental illness. He was hearing voices, after all, and so schizophrenia is definitely on the table. And before his rampage, he'd reached out to help. It just got lost in misinformation and bad assumptions. I'll concede that point. That's very much true. But counterpoint. Mental illness or not, he chose violence. He chose, after planning it out over the span of a day, to grab his guns, go to a populated area, which so happened to be a crowded McDonald's, and shoot up the joint. In the end, he murdered a good number of people, stealing away their lives when they'd done nothing wrong. And even those who survived, they've undoubtedly been haunted by the awful memories of that day, and they carry the physical, mental, and emotional scars with them now. All because of a loser with a gun. The folks in the McDonald's didn't deserve to die, and the survivors didn't deserve to suffer. None of them did. It was a restaurant full of strangers, innocent faces who did nothing wrong, and to him, that probably was their crime. They were happy. They were enjoying their lives, all the while his had gone into the toilet. He'd been screwed over by the world, and this was one final act of rage, defiance, and selfishness to tell the world that he truly mattered. In Etna Huberty's own words, she believed that this was James's way to get back at society. He was trying to make society hurt the way that he was hurting. Now, as we exit the darkness together, we'll remember the victims of that tragic day. Their names will be on the screen now. And thanks for watching.
I'm back. Yeah.
Green River in a rubber raft, as he had many times before. He enjoyed fishing while Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. Today, Gary Ridgway, written by Kevin Jennings. This is a big one. Gary Ridgway. He's like one of those serial killers where you're like, yeah, I've heard of him. He's bad. Let's just jump into it, shall we? If you're new here, welcome to the show. The format of The Casual Criminalist is that I've never read this before. Kevin has written it for me.
Are you trying to flex on me with these stupid ass gifts? Bitch, I don't care. Matter of fact, I hope you pay money for them, so you lose the money. 'Cause bitch, fuck you.
And we're going to explore it together, dear audience. Let's jump in, shall we? There's a certain perception people have when it comes to serial killers. Though they come in different forms, there's usually that one trait you can point out as how they were successful in their crimes. Some are considered charming and handsome, like Ted Bundy, which made it easier for him to lure his victims. Others have
Man, shut the fuck up.
the ability to cover their tracks, like the Golden State Killer, a law enforcement officer who was even tasked with investigating some of his own crimes. Some killers.
Wait, no way. No! Damn it! I have exactly 5,000. No! Why weren't these up? Damn it. Mother fricker, dude.
Are just straight up geniuses, like Leopold and Loeb. No, they weren't! We made a video about this!
Would you do 62 mil? No. Would you do 62 mil? No. Dickhead, fuck you. Why would I take the shit off the stand to trade you so you say 1 mil? Like, how the fuck would that work, man? Get retarded? Gonna piss me off, that's all I know. He don't get the fuck out my face. What the fuck are you talking about? We do it for 62 mil. Bitch, get a mil and buy it.
And I guess Kevin didn't write that video because it's like the genius killers of Leopold and Loeb were not geniuses. It's just this kind of urban myth that they were smart. They were really not smart. They got caught very quickly and their crimes were dumb. Like, it was really dumb. I wish people would stop calling Leopold and Loeb geniuses because they weren't.
Yeah, that's right.
And other serial killers.
Save me taxes? Yeah, but it's more effort to do that. So.
Simply look terrifying or evil. Exactly what you'd expect from a psychopathic killer. It's got to be really bad if you look like a psychopath. Like, if you look like a murderer, right? People are, oh, that dude's scary. It's like, he's super nice. He just looks like a murderer. But Gary Ridgway was none of those things. Families of the victims saw him in court, and some described him afterwards as being a pathetic worm. They felt he was more mouse than man, and were disappointed that this was the person that had eluded police for so long. He wasn't charming or intelligent, and he wasn't muscular with tattoos that said, "I love to kill." Even Ed Kemper, who came across as gentle and unassuming, was 6'9" and over 300 pounds. There was no question how he was able to overpower his victims. Nobody would have ever looked at Gary and thought that he was the United States' second most prolific serial killer. I did not realize that he was number 2. That's crazy. And they certainly wouldn't think that he could outsmart the police for decades. So how the hell did this happen? Growing up in Red Flag Factory. Gary Leon Ridgway was born on February the 18th, 1949 in Salt Lake City, Utah to parents Mary and Thomas. He was the middle child of 3 boys, and when he was 11, his family moved from Utah to Washington, in the city now known as SeaTac, a portmanteau of the nearby cities of Seattle and Tacoma. Really? I feel like isn't there an airport called SeaTac? Like, there's an airport there. I didn't actually I thought that was just the name of the airport. I didn't realize they were like, oh yeah.
And also, Dell, you know damn well he wasn't doing that to try to save me some fucking taxes, okay? Let's get that out the way. You know damn well he wasn't doing that to save me on some stupid-ass taxes.
There's a city between these 2 other cities. What should we call it? We'll just mash together the 2 names. Come on, a little more creativity, please.
This is America.
Pretty much everything about Gary's early life was a giant red flag. He came from an abusive household. Ding! Both parents were engaging in corporal punishment. Ding! However, it was Mary that truly ran the show. She was regarded as being controlling and domineering. Ding! I'm just making all these dings for like, it's going to be like, then he tortured animals. Ding! Then he was an arsonist. Ding!
Yeah, he can make it out by getting the fuck out my face. Stupid bitch. Talking to him, not you. You are too, but I wasn't talking about you right now. Baiting over a mill? Exactly. Good. Matter of fact, I'd spit on him and do it again. I'm in the same lobby with you again. Oh, thank God. I don't care if we're in the same lobby. I just didn't want to be in the same lobby with that other retard again. I swear, I keep seeing so many people try to sell theirs.
So all these things. He loved guns. Ding! And was verbally abusive towards everyone in the family. Thomas never stood up to her, even in the face of physical violence. If she got angry and broke plates over his head, his only reaction would be to stand up and leave the room. But there was much more going on that was going to warp Gary's perception of reality than verbal and physical abuse. As many of you have probably experienced, one of the more frustrating parts of having a sibling slightly older than you comes from the expectations they set at school. No, I was like the oldest sibling, and then I had a step family, and I was not the oldest, but we were in the same school year, so it wasn't. I don't know. Also, my sister did get better grades than me, my stepsister, generally. But, I don't know, I didn't really care. I never really thought about it until now. It's like, okay. It was generally expected that you would excel at the same things they did, and to fall short of the bar they set was considered a failure, even if that meant you got an A- instead of an A. My brother was one grade ahead of me, so for 13 years I had the exact same teachers he had, and it was absolutely hell. Granted, I'm a bit smarter than him. Why was it so bad then? It'd be like, hey, brother, you remember those grades you got? Yeah, baby, I beat you again, brother! But there were still other factors. In elementary school, he had exceptional handwriting, whereas my penmanship is still so atrocious that it's genuinely 50-50 whether or not I'll be able to read my own writing. My handwriting is also terrible, Kevin. But I don't really try. Like, if I wanted to write neatly, I could.
Wait, you got off? Why'd you get off?
But it's like, generally I don't need to, because no one else is reading that except for me. I can read my own handwriting. Sometimes I look at something from back in the day, or like, a couple of years ago, and be like, not really sure what that says. Context is important.
Oh my. Are you a doctor or a lawyer?
The same can definitely not be said for Gary. Gary's brother Gregory, who was 1 year older than him, was an exceptional student. He was bright, popular enough to run for student office, and went to a good college to study physics. Greg was the most accomplished of the three children, was of course the favourite child, and set a bar so high that Gary could walk cleanly under it while carrying his report card of straight D's. Gary was as far from extraordinary as could be. According to the eventual prosecutor in the case, quote, the only time he genuinely cried was when he talked about how afraid he was of being put on the short bus. For anyone, what is a short bus? I've heard this term used before. Does it mean like for kids who are a bit dim? Like, because someone will be like, oh, you get on the short bus, or you missed the short bus or something, or you're going to be on the short bus. I know this from like movies, but I never really thought about it much. For anyone not in America, the short bus, aside from being a literal description, is a special school bus that only picks up the developmentally challenged kids. Yeah. That's kind of bad, isn't it? They should have a regular bus. Otherwise you get things like you're on the short bus. Except we didn't call the kids that rode the short bus developmentally challenged back in the 80s and 90s. No, we didn't. So you can sure as hell bet that Gary's classmates wouldn't have called him that in the 50s and 60s either. As damaging to his psyche as being compared to the vastly more intelligent Greg was, it likely would have paled in comparison to being told by his classmates that he was a, quote, retard. He did manage to avoid his fate, but only barely, as his IQ was measured in the low 80s. It didn't take long for Gary to begin manifesting symptoms of his abuse and psychological damage. There were the typical red flags you would expect, such as starting fires, torturing and killing animals, and being obsessed with true crime. Is that really an indicator? Is people who are obsessed with true crime actually more likely to do crime? I don't think so. Surely not. But the animals and torturing and the fires, yeah, I admit, of course. Some of this involved him and his brothers shooting birds with a BB gun, which was probably considered pretty normal at the time, but killing a cat by trapping it inside a freezer was definitely not normal and certainly should have raised some eyebrows. Yes, look, shooting birds is like, look, people shoot birds. It's like some people would even call that a sport. I mean, probably not like pigeons with BB guns, but like pheasant hunting or whatever. People do that. But like trapping a cat in a freezer, no, that's not normal in any way whatsoever. And even a kid shooting birds would be like, Gary was also a chronic bedwetter until he was a teenager. Isn't that an indicator of weirdness as well? Like, doesn't that indicate something? This naturally resulted in more verbal abuse from Mary, usually berating him in front of his brothers. Yeah, that's really going to solve the problem. Your kid's wetting the bed. What would you do? Shout at him for wetting the bed. Yeah, it's really going to fix it, Mary. Well done, you genius. I wonder where Gary got all of his smarts from. But as he got older, things took a much more disturbing turn. When a 13-year-old Gary wet the bed, Mary would take him to the shower while practically naked herself to personally clean him, paying special attention to the dirtiest parts. This was hardly the only way in which she was inappropriate with her son either. Mary worked in the men's section of a JCPenney and liked to wear revealing clothing to work. She would tell a young Gary about her work measuring men for suits, talking about how they would get aroused when she measured them, and even describing the smell of their crutches to him. That is weird. Like, that is weird. It's like not normal, like... So, yeah, okay, so she's a bit of a weirdo, a little bit of sexual abuse going on there. And it's like, but, like, obviously that's wrong and weird, but, like, describing the smell of crutches, what are you thinking about? What's going on?
Oh, hold on. Something that just charged my account that fucking pisses me off. I don't understand why this happens. Discord needs to get a fucking stop to it. Hold on. Matter of fact, let me see. Section, privacy and safety. There, I need to do that.
On. All of this left Gary, understandably, rather f***ed up. He had extremely conflicted feelings, with part of him lusting after his mother and the other part wanting to kill her to eliminate the family's big problem. And of course, in the Venn diagram where those two parts overlapped, Gary also talked about fantasies of having violent sex with his mother, during which he would slit her throat. That is a sentence that no one should ever have to read. Violent fantasies about having sex with his mother, during which he'd dream of slitting her throat. Like, what the f*** is that? While Mary was the most abusive of Gary's parents, that also didn't stop Thomas from also helping to destroy his brain in ways that would severely shape his future. Thomas was a bus driver and also worked part-time at a mortuary. He would drive around with Gary in the car, complaining the entire time about all the sex workers that lined the streets. Obviously, he would then leave Gary in the car while he went to patronize those same women that he was complaining about. As soon as he said that, as soon as that left my mouth, like, yeah, he'd complain about all the sex workers. Immediately in my mind, I was like, he's going to sex workers. Just no question. It's as if everything in Gary's life was conditioning him to despise women, but the long diatribes about the horrible and disgusting sex workers that he was more than happy to hire was far from the worst influence Thomas would have. You see, one of his co-workers at the mortuary had a penchant for necrophilia. Not only did he not feel this was something that his employers needed to be made aware of so they could stop it, he also felt that it was a perfectly acceptable topic to talk about to his son. It didn't take long for this to become a fantasy of Gary's. He loved the idea of it because the victim couldn't talk, so there was no way to get caught. That's the logic behind that is so disturbed, Gary. What the man? They'd never feel a thing and never even know it happens. Gary's hatred of women and tendency towards violence were only going to increase. He began stalking girls in the neighborhood that had rejected him, though it's unclear how many such girls there were. Despite his low IQ and dyslexia, resulting in him being held back 2 grades, he was at least somewhat socially adept. It's weird. Wasn't his brother super smart? It's not that common to have, like, surely, like, when you've got kids, but if both and one's smart and the other's dumb, they're the most similarly genetic people that exist. Why? I don't know that many siblings where one's really smart and one's really dumb. They're usually, like, at least within the same ballpark. A classmate at community college would state that Gary never had any trouble getting a girlfriend or a date. He wasn't a hated social outcast, and people generally thought he was nice, even if he was a bit weird. More than anything, Gary was just a completely forgettable individual. He's a bit, don't go in the freezer, there's cats in there! What the f***? He was average height, below average intelligence. Gary just keeps pointing this out, how dumb he is. It feels a bit... Look, it's Gary, we're at Ridgeway. But, like, this is exactly the sort of thing that f***ed him up. Just being told he's dumb all the time. And also his mum being a weirdo. He was average height, below average intelligence, but not quite developmentally challenged. Below average looks, but not remarkably ugly. He was just kind of there. His high school football coach would even describe him as nondescript. Maybe that's why the beautiful killers were so much easier for the police to catch. Nothing really seems to have come from those stalking incidents, but I did mention an escalation of violence. When Gary was 16, he came across a 6-year-old boy playing around while dressed up as a cowboy. He invited the boy into the woods so they could build a fort together, but this never happened. Instead, when they were in the woods, Gary pulled out a knife and stabbed the boy in the side, puncturing his liver. Now, the little boy asked him, "Why did you kill me?" As Gary walked away laughing, he simply replied, "I always wanted to know what it felt like to kill someone." Luckily, he didn't stick around to make sure that it actually succeeded, and our livers are uniquely able to regenerate from damage or even partial removal. Well, that's good. I'll drink to that. The boy... It's a bad joke. I know. I'll your liver. The boy survived, but his attacker wasn't identified. He had never met Gary before, and the teenager that stabbed him was too nondescript. They're like, he's trying to describe it. How did he... So, can you describe your attack for me? Generic? He was a generic... What color was his hair? Grey? What color was he? Grey? It's just generic. It's all...
Finally, somebody getting exposed. Ooh, it's so nice. And it's a piece of shit too. Good riddance. Fucking retard.
It's also possible that Gary drowned a boy in a lake when he was a teenager, he claimed. You know what's crazy? The thumbnail of this video is already done, and I've looked at it, and I've looked Gary Ridgway in the face, and I couldn't describe him now. He's so generic looking. He's so, like, in my mind, there's other people we've covered on this channel. I'm like, yeah, I know what they look like. I could describe Ted Bundy and stuff like that. Or the clown dude, John Wayne Gacy. Could describe him easily. Like, if a sketch artist came down, I'm pretty sure we could, like, sketch up a pretty good sketch of these dudes. But this dude, I'm like, no, I don't know what he looks like. And I just saw him like 20 minutes ago. And I can't describe him at all. There'd be no shot. He'd just be a generic-looking dude. It's also possible that Gary drowned a boy in a lake when he was a teenager. He claimed that even though he had a vivid memory of doing so, he wasn't sure whether or not it actually happened. Although records indicate that 2 boys drowned in a lake the year after the year Gary specified, it's unclear whether or not he was responsible for either of them. He only had a memory of drowning 1 boy, which presumably means at least one of the 2 recorded deaths was an accident. It's certainly possible that both were accidents, and he could have created a false memory after hearing about an accidental drowning as a way to indulge what at the time were still only fantasies. Isn't it crazy that he's not sure whether he killed someone? Memories are wild. Like, we talked about this before, like how unreliable it is, and like eyewitness testimony and stuff, and how there's a genuine discussion about whether that should be allowed in court because people are terrible with memory. The only reason I'm leaning towards it being a false memory is because this is the only alleged crime that Gary wasn't unapologetically certain about having committed. Anchors away. In 1969, at the age of 20, Gary finally graduated high school. 20? Why is he supposed to graduate high school? 18? He's 2 years. Can you imagine being 20 years old and still in high school? Isn't that weird?
Hello, fellow children.
I just watched the final episodes of that Better Call Saul. And they go back to the start and it's like Walter White and Jesse Pinkman cooking meth in their trailer. And I was like, wait, why have they changed the actor for Jesse Pinkman? And then it's like, no, he's just like 45 now and he's supposed to be 16. And you're like, oh, yeah, people got old. Well, like not 45, but he looks old. I thought they'd replaced the actor. They should have de-aged him. They did it with that Irishman movie. Couldn't they have done it for Breaking Bad? For Better Call Saul? The budget for this must be insane. He also married his 19-year-old high school girlfriend, Claudia Craig. Their honeymoon would be short-lived, however, as he enlisted in the Navy and got shipped off to active duty. However, were it not for the Vietnam War, this may not have been possible. Following some issues that arose during the First and Second World Wars, the US military instated is a word, isn't it? Yeah. A minimum IQ Jesus, Simon. Sometimes I wonder how big your brain is. It stated a minimum IQ requirement for those who wish to serve. It was determined that those that didn't meet this requirement had caused a lot of problems because of their difficulty to train. Gary was right at or possibly just below the line, but with the United States fighting an unpopular war resulting in the utilization and subsequent dodging of the draft, the Navy may have been willing to fudge a point or two to secure an actual willing recruit. He was stationed aboard a Navy supply ship, and while he did see combat in his short military career, it doesn't seem to have had a profound impact on him. Then again, naval combat on a supply ship is a lot different than having your boots on the ground in the jungles of Vietnam. However, this short period was still very formative for Gary. He had developed an insatiable appetite for sex, and it was here that his obsession with sex workers began. It probably actually began years earlier in the car with his father, but Gary wasn't really known for his insightful introspection and analysis. While serving in Vietnam, he began hiring sex workers constantly, eventually catching the clap. If you're unclear, Simon, that's gonorrhea. No, Kevin, I know what the clap is. But thank you for clarifying.
That's good to know.
This painful turn of events filled both Gary's heart and urethra with a burning hot rage. So, something that he felt was entirely the fault of the sex workers. Yes, Gary, it's their fault, Gary. You big brain. But just like his father, this hatred of sex workers wasn't going to stop him from employing their services. After some antibiotics to clear up his condition, he was right back to the red light district where he continued to have sex without protection. Yes, Gary, it's their fault, Gary, isn't it, Gary? Oh, the small brain of Gary Ridgway. Gary was honorably discharged from the Navy in 1970, only to go back home and discover that his wife had been having an affair while he's gone. Gary was outraged. Outraged. How can you do this to me, wife? And she's like,
Gary, how was Vietnam, Gary?
I'd say it'd be pretty hypocritical for him to be angry about this, given his behavior in Vietnam. Exactly. But it's clear that he didn't think sex workers were people, and thus it didn't count as cheating. Gary. But it does, Gary. The couple got divorced, and Gary's hatred of women continued to grow. While the infidelity on both of their parts... It's like sex workers aren't people. Gary, what the is going on? Your brain is so broken, Gary.
Wow. I don't know what to say.
While the infidelity on both of their parts was the final straw, it wasn't the only strain on their marriage. His mother, Mary, remained a constant, domineering presence throughout their marriage. She wanted the couple to move into her house, and Claudia even cited Mary's dominance over Gary as the reason for their marriage ending. Yeah, Claudia, it was several things, wasn't it? Though? It was also maybe the affair, also maybe Gary's multiple liaisons with sex workers, and, yeah, but also, do you want to move into the house of your mum, who's weird? No, I don't, Gary. Gary managed to get a job at a truck painting company in Renton, Washington, where he would remain employed for the next 30 years. Okay, settled in. Somehow he managed to find himself a new wife, Marcia Winslow. He's not so we say, I mean, he's a bit dim. I mean, he's quite dim if he almost got rejected for the Navy, but he was socially competent, so it's not, and he's like just generic looking. He's not bad looking, he's not good looking, he's generic looking. And yes, it's not surprising. As long as she doesn't look in the freezer, you know. But Marcia wasn't Gary's only new love. It also found the love of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. He became fervently religious, possibly in an attempt to combat the hatred and sick desires that were consuming him. Oh, Gary, you should have seen a psychiatrist, not Jesus.
I want to apologize to all of you for what happened in there.
And like any born-again Christian, Gary knew that there was nothing more important than spreading the word of the Lord God and Savior. He would go on proselytizing door to door and would read the Bible aloud at both home and work. I'm sorry, I have a particular gripe with this because my grandparents, they're dead now, but they were like evangelical Christians. Like, they were like, you know, come to church, you'll love it, let me tell you some stories about Jesus. And I was always like, I don't want to. I don't like it, it's not for me. I remember I got in so much trouble on Christmas. I was a kid, I must have been like 14 or something, and my granddad would have this ability just to go on around. We'd just be sitting around like having Christmas dinner or whatever, or like family whatever, like it was a big family, maybe like 20 of us, and then we sitting around the table. And then my granddad would just burst into a story. I remember he was like, and that reminds me of the Bible story of Moses being put in the basket and floating down the river. And everyone's like, okay, Granddad. And I'm like,
Granddad, what's that got to do with anything? How does it remind you of what we were just talking about?
Because it was just random. And he was just lost for words. He didn't have anything. And he wasn't that old at the time. He was probably in his 70s. Maybe late 70s, so he wasn't like cognitive.
Wasn't that old.
And my stepmom just gives me this look like, what are you doing? Don't challenge him, it's gonna be really uncomfortable. And I'm like, oh yeah, but he shouldn't just always bring up these Bible stories, should he? Because it's really annoying. I'm sorry, let's get back to it.
That was funny.
Because apparently reading the Bible doesn't count unless everyone around you can hear that you're doing it. Oh, Gary, God can hear Gary. It all touched him very deeply, to the point that he would frequently burst into tears while reading the Bible or listening to the pastor's sermons. Of course, while being outwardly way too religious, inside Gary was still the same old piece of that he had always been. He demanded sex from his wife multiple times each day, and his urges were expected to be dealt with on demand. Gary, what the man? It didn't matter if they were out in public. If he wanted sex, then it was going to happen. He wanted sex in public, in the woods, in any illegal places he could think of. While in the woods, he also enjoyed scaring his wife by sneaking up behind her, and he took a lot of pride in his ability to move through the forest without making a sound. Gary, you're an adult man. Listen how quiet I am, Mum. Look, I'm barely making any sounds. Gary Ridgway's like 30-something years old, and he's like, look how quiet I am. Mum, I mean, wife. Oh, Jesus Christ, Gary Ridgway, what the f***'s wrong with you? On the other hand, I imagine him just being this dim guy, like, look at me, look how fun this is. Oh, but he's Gary Ridgway. But there's no awe about it. He's Gary Ridgway. He's pride of moving through the forest unstealthily so he can murder people. This insatiable libido, including the desire for sex in public places, had been confirmed by all of Gary's wives and girlfriends, so it wasn't some passing fancy. But even with Marcia complying with these demands, it wasn't enough. Gary frequently complained about the sex workers that he would see in the neighborhood, but he was also a frequent customer, like father, like son. In 1975, Gary and Marcia had a son together. This marriage lasted much longer than the first, but after 8 years, it finally fell apart. Maybe it was because of the continued dominating influence of Gary's mother. Maybe it was all the sex workers he visited and he got STDs from. Or maybe it was because of the time that he put Marcia in a chokehold. Who can say? Really? I mean, what the f***? Marcia's like, why do I keep getting all these STDs? Holy Marcia, you gotta leave. And you did. Good for you, but 8 years? Just like, that's f***ed up. Marcia deservedly received primary custody of their son. Oh, they had a son? I didn't even realize. Did I miss that? I must have just switched off. Sometimes I do that. I'm like, oh no, I didn't pay attention for a minute. And then something will come up and it'll be like, did Kevin not bring this up? Or did I just like, it was like, blah, 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 blah. Gary was ordered to pay child support. This made him absolutely furious. Yeah, Gary, you should be furious. Why should you pay to support your son at all, Gary? Not only lost his
Amen.
son, of course, I wasn't to find anything indicating that Gary gave a single over losing his son at the time. It was just the loss of income that outraged him. He later admitted that he was so angry about having to pay child support and so afraid of being labelled as a loser after a second failed marriage that he contemplated killing both Marcia and his son, though he fortunately never did. The year was now 1981, and Gary's hatred of women was reaching an all-time high, but he still had an insatiable need for sex and no wife to help satisfy his urges, so he began seeking out sex workers more and more frequently. Where are you getting the money for this? Like, if you're seeing sex workers multiple times a day, that shit's going to be expensive, isn't it? You're a truck painter, Gary. He had already hated the sex workers because of their mere existence, despite the fact that they were clearly providing a service that he desperately craved. But his increased time with them only made him hate them more. He didn't want to pay them, but he also believed they were disgusted by him. Everything was reaching a tipping point, and it would only be a year before Gary was no longer able to contain his darkest urges. The Green River Killer. August the 12th, 1982, began just as a typical day for Frank Leonard. He arrived at his job in the slaughterhouse in Kent as usual. Ooh, this is a different Kent. But I'm from Kent. There's a county called Kent in the UK. It's where I'm from. This is a different Kent, probably named after the original Kent, or as I like to refer it, OG Kent. The slaughterhouse was mere yards from the Green River, and Frank wandered over toward the riverbank during his smoke break, where he saw the body of 23-year-old Deborah Bonner floating. Deborah had disappeared a little over 2 weeks earlier, and she was known to police for a prior conviction for prostitution. Investigators immediately connected her death with those of Wendy Caulfield and Lean Wilcox, both of whom were 16-year-old sex workers. Lean's body had been discovered that January in a storage yard, with Wendy being found in July in the Green River. When it was just two bodies found 6 months apart in different locations, it was easy to see them as unconnected. Although they were both 16-year-old sex workers, that's a particularly dangerous demographic to be a part of, and they could have been victims of separate killers. Yeah, fair. I don't think the police would there's no reason to see them as connected, let alone not see them as unconnected. In fact, they were, as Gary was not responsible for Lean's death, which remains unsolved to this day. But because police now thought they had 3 victims of the same person, they began searching for a dangerous serial killer. They just had no idea there were already 3 more bodies to find, with the 6th victim disappearing the same day that Deborah's body was discovered. 3 days later, on August the 15th, Robert Ainsworth began travelling down the Green River in a rubber raft, as he had many times before. He enjoyed fishing while floating down the river, though the only thing he had caught that day was a piece of old wood from a horse-drawn plough. Remarkably specific. That day he came across who he described as a balding, middle-aged man sitting on the riverbank next to a pickup truck. There was a boy sitting inside the truck, so Robert assumed it was a father and son who were out fishing. They exchanged pleasantries, lamenting that neither of them had caught anything, and the man got in his truck and drove away. As Robert continued down the river, his eyes met those of a young black woman beneath the surface of the water. Holy dude. I was like, oh, okay, someone else out here? Oh no. Oh dear. Believing it was a mannequin, he tried to snag it with his pole and pull it out of the water, but it's never a mannequin. I don't know, most of the time it's going to be a mannequin, right? Like, if this is actual real-world situation with you floating down the river, it's probably a mannequin or something else. It's not likely to be a body. I don't know why there'd be more mannequins, but I'd always be like, yeah, it's a mannequin. And then in my life, it would be a mannequin. You'd be like, oh, yeah, it's a mannequin. Oh god, can you imagine discovering a body like that? That's something you never forget. That's f***ed up. Robert struggled to dislodge the body from under a rock, flipping his raft over in the process. Oh no. You'd be like, now I'm in the water with a body. Robert ran to shore in shock and waited for around 30 minutes in the spot that the pickup truck had previously been parked, hoping for somebody to pass by so he could send them to call the police. When a family rode by on their bicycles, he flagged them down and sent for help. The first officer on the scene listened to Robert explain his discovery, but didn't seem to believe it until investigating the water himself. What? Yeah, Robert's just lying. He's just wasted everyone's time for no reason. He's ruined his day. He's floating down the river having a gay old time, like fishing some fish and some plows. And he's like, yeah, now I'm just going to with the police for no reason. He immediately called for backup, and as police swarmed the scene and sealed off the area, they discovered another body on the riverbank, that of 16-year-old Opal Mills. While the locations already made it clear that these were all victims of the same killer, and indeed the same as the previous victims found in the Green River, the modus operandi was completely identical. The victims were all sex workers who died of asphyxiation, and most had been placed into the river and weighed down with rocks. Not only were rocks used to attempt to conceal the bodies, but the killer was also taking pyramid-shaped rocks and inserting them into the vaginas of the deceased bodies. What the f***? The next day, the Green River Killer Task Force was formed, and it quickly became the largest police task force ever assembled at the time, eclipsing that of the task force that searched for Ted Bundy. We'll come back to them in a bit, but first we're going to look more at Gary's crimes and how he managed to get away with it for so long. How long has he been doing it, though? I'm really confused over the timeline today. Over the course of 1982, Gary would claim at least 10 more victims. Terry Milligan, Mary Meehan, Deborah Estes, Linda Rule, Denise Bush, Shonda Summers, Shirley Sherrill, Becky Mario, Colleen Brockman, and Sandra Mayer, unknown victims who disappeared after the Green River Killer Task Force had been created. There was also Giselle Lovehorn, who had been a second victim, though his body was not discovered until over 2 months after she'd disappeared. It's remarkable that Gary was able to avoid detection for so long, considering how strictly he adhered to his MO. His victims were all either sex workers or runaways, people that he both hated and felt he could make disappear without people noticing for a while. He also made the common mistake of returning to the scene of the crime, and you're not going to like why. Oh no, I know why. I'm putting it together, right? Because, look, like father, like son with the sex workers, and wasn't his dad's mate at the mortuary, like into necrophilia? And there were the pyramids. Yeah. That's where this is going, right? Remember when Gary had the little father-son talk about necrophilia? Yes, Kevin, unfortunately I do. Well, he would strangle his victims to death before engaging in intercourse with their bodies while they were still warm. But he would also come back days later to repeat the process, even if it meant having to brush maggots out of his way before engaging in his acts of perversion. At this point, he had custody of his son every other weekend, and he would often perform these acts on the way home after picking up his son from school while the child slept in the truck. Bruh. Why do you... Don't f*** up your kids. Look, Gary, I know your dad f***ed you up, but do you have to f*** up your son? I mean, the answer is yes, he's Gary Ridgway. Aside from being disgusting and reprehensible, that was also much more reckless than the rest of Gary's behavior would lead us to believe that he was. Despite his low IQ, he was extremely meticulous in the planning of his murders and seemed to have thought of everything. He would carefully spend time observing a new target before he was ready to commit murder. While some of his victims were girls that he'd never met before, often he would become a repeat customer beforehand to establish a level of trust, and after killing them, he would sometimes contact their pimp to set up another date so as to give the impression that things had gone smoothly. To help lure women into his car for the first time, he would frequently show them a picture of his son to make him seem like a normal guy. On a couple of occasions, he even brought his son with him, but he decided that he didn't want the boy to see what he was doing and stuck with just using the picture. Bro. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna go pick up some sex workers. Come with me, son. What the f***, man? When Gary had decided that he was ready to kill his next victim, everything had to be perfect. Unlike more impulsive killers, he would abort his plan if something went wrong. If he went to pick up a girl and she happened to be standing beside either a pimp or another sex worker, then the murder was off. But he would, of course, still pick them up and proceed with the date as planned to avoid any suspicion. However, he was so consumed by his hatred of women and desire to kill that aborting his plans in such a way would leave his entire body trembling, which he had to explain to the sex workers as him simply being anxious. In the event his target was indeed alone like he had hoped, Gary would flash a wad of cash at them before pulling into an alley out of sight. He knew just how important it was not to be the last person seen with these girls. Once they came to his car, he would offer them large amounts of money before usually taking them back to his house. It didn't matter how much he offered them because he was never going to pay them. Instead, he would steal their cash and jewelry after killing them. That sounds like it could be a possible lead, but he didn't keep the jewelry or any other trophies from his victims. He also didn't pawn the jewelry, instead just leaving it around for people to find. It's known that he sometimes left the jewelry in the women's restroom of the truck plant where he worked, and it's likely that he left it in other public or semi-public restrooms as well. Gary said that his favorite thing was the idea that somebody could be walking around wearing one of those pieces of jewelry that they found in the bathroom. That's weird, but less weird than the other that Gary's been up to. Not only did he not keep trophies that could be later used as evidence, but he took great care to ensure that no evidence was left behind tracing back to the murders. If the girls managed to tear his clothes, he would cut their fingernails so that fibers could not be removed from beneath them. He always wore gloves to ensure that he didn't leave behind any fingerprints, and the only evidence that was left behind at the scenes were empty chewing gum wrappers and cigarette butts. DNA? Cigarette butts. But this was pre-DNA, I assume. I don't actually know how they caught Gary Ridgway in the end, but this is very meticulous for a guy who is apparently very dim. Of course, Gary neither smoked nor chewed gum. It's a big brain. This is a big brain move. He just left those behind to throw the police off. He was so careful that in one instance he realized that after leaving the scene that he may have left tire tracks in the mud. Realizing it was probably too late to go back to destroy the tracks, he instead replaced all 4 tires on his truck, dumping the old tires in different locations. I'm doubting whether Gary Ridgway is dumb. It seems maybe he just played dumb this whole time. Finding tire tracks for the first time at one of these crime scenes would have been a big deal, so I'm guessing Gary realized to not buy new tires either. If investigators saw an old trunk with brand new tires immediately after finding tracks for the first time, that would be both cause for suspicion and likely a purchase that was easy to track down. Wait, yeah, but there's going to be lots of trucks with brand new tires. Oddly enough, like, I'm going to replace the tires on my car this afternoon. But that doesn't mean I've murdered anyone. I just need new tires. I can't find any evidence one way or the other, but I'd wager that the replacement tires were a set of